Mistakes, you don't have to make them. Some people have to fail to understand what I'm saying. I get it, I know so. They messed up, I won't go. I work too hard and too long to make mistakes that I know so. They might talk down on me now cause they gave up on their own goals. If you live in a glass house, you should be scared of a stone throw. So it's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. Early morning, you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time, cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. You want it bad enough, you can do it. If you just watch me, then I can prove it. Started just me in a dream, then I turned that into me leading a whole movement. Everybody around me eating, cause I wouldn't take a seat when they told me to chill out, to keep it a bill. Now my visions weren't what they were seeing. I get a check now, yeah. Look at my neck now, yeah. Full of baguettes now, yeah. Can't help but flex now, yeah. My come with some commas, can't tell I'm a chameleon. That means I don't need to be in your face, you should know I'm out chasing these millions. You gon' see it.
对方的闪现都还在。
哎呦，在躲视野。
哇，那还要3等 gain 呢。
哇，这里被奶哥给绕掉了。
哇，有料哎。
这就是奶哥。
我来喽。有
点厉害啊，完了没照到，不知道。奶哥过来了，一个并且预祝致命伏笔。
Oh my god，
奶哥，这就是 Gemini。
太猛了。
中野伤害是没有到这么足够的。 那反而在塔杀的过程当中，就会让他自己的中路线或者是下路线有点超过9种空，有稍微等了一下，一个一定的晕到，配上一个 W 缓速伤害到 W， 配上一个闪现过来给一下主攻，他那再次倒下。
啊，但是这边 TP 又过来
了，所有人都过来，迪亚的守护者裁决先把哈娜给敲走，奥卡交了一个闪现，但是这边奎斯卡纳赶出来支援的过程当中被收下了。
奎斯卡纳这走的位置很奇怪，那边
奥卡一个人在塔下，这是一个4月1水球泡到2个人，但是还是要被 Rogia 给 shut down 掉。 S9W 终于找到一波机会， 设想这么对。
我来到了上半边，41波开了起来，阿志 EQ 往前追击，鬼步开起来后继续 A， 再 A 一下，差1滴，driver 靠着小兵退，但阿志还可以扛着继续往前追击，躲一个反击风暴，E 过去 Q 拿下 solo kill， 阿志 solo 的 driver。来看一下，哇，这上路对决被 Q3 回来了，这里
应该是被打回来，然后被大绝带走的，
推
的哦，这个只是说这个卡桑蒂的掌握度非常的高，掌握度是非常好，接近完美接近。
哇，这里在 A 的时候被对面跳斩给取消普攻，但后续反击风暴这里没 Q3 到，直接拉扯一下后 EQ。而且 Taco 是大形态。这时间点不得已了 ，DCG 如果这个龙掉了，那可能剧本要改写了。一炮先进来，雀巢上来去尝试后，Taco 直接从小龙刺出来，那在靠那边这么团战 ，HPS 直接往前开始收割了，承受不住地狱想撤退。后面看一下雀巢回来反打，再在这边锤。那后面的位置，纳尔开点，纳尔无敌，搭上10万，你继续扛着猫咪，一个不会死的诸神，扛着伤害要去收割剩下一个火龙 ，DCG 承受不住想消耗。但扛不住，火龙也要倒，这是来自 HPS 打 DCG 打出了一波 ace。
那这边第3的小龙先开 ，CFO 其实整体的视野还算不错，是有看到 AMP 所有的成员 TP 先叫，但这边龙吃的速度有点快 ，Alex 能不能再创袭击？他下去了，不过这次没有中到，反正火不连击锁住了 Alex， 上面是 Atlan 先扫出了自己的锋芒贯穿，但是没有很好的效果，真是顺上墙，但是被打出了经验闪现，但是是一个空杀防壁，推回了3个人，叫出了惊人没有死，那再回头这边是 IMP 的大溃败，前面是driver很用力，已经杀了3个，那还有没有在走？叫了闪现，恩德武将军击败回来，再一刀，他一个人救回了这场比赛，他拿了跨抓 kill。Oh
my god！ 来看一下这波的会战哦，那这波当然就是落后的 IP 他们是落6000块钱，所以基本上只能去比一搏嘛。那偷没偷到之后，只能被拉开。那这是局面一个非常非常好的大绝切入角度，顺势先被击落，然后力保不死之后，后续推到3个人。但是关键就在于死完 mission 之后的追击，1打4，我有看错吗？
他确实是一个人扁了4个人。
对，那瑞士去后面收对方的路线去了，但是 driver 后续这个判断残血极限 Q3的距离抓得非常非常的准。
哇，难怪这个角色在3.3遭到这么大一刀的削弱。
哎，同学们上课啦！各位观众朋友，大家好，欢迎来到 Outside PCS 啊！我是今天的课堂老师关税老师啦。那之所以 Outside PCS， 顾名思义是告诉我们说 PCS 的选手们在赛场之外的操作啊，他在日常生活当中会有一些玩乐啊。那今天我们到了一个课堂当中，就是来考验一下大家，除了术科上面的操作之外，我们在学科上面对于英雄联盟的小知识是不是很有把握呢？那首先我们今天要来欢迎我们6位参赛选手啦。首先我们欢迎 BYG 的 Kino 你好。
大家好，我是 Kino。
哎呀，再来是我们的 DCG 的 Oka。
大家好，我是 DCG 的辅助 Oka。
好，还有我们 HPS 的 Taco。
大家好，我是 HPS 的上路 Taco。
还有我们的 CFO 的顺。
大家好，我是 CFO 的顺。
DWT 的空白。
大家好，我是 DWT 的上路空白。
还有 PSG 的阿志。
大家好，我是 PSG 上路阿志。
刚才其实，在课堂开始之前的时候啊，老师有进来跟所有的选手同学们聊聊天啊。然后想必今天的这个小知识学堂啊，我们要先说明一下规则啊。这个规则是什么呢？就是
每一题大概都会分数不太一样，有5分、有3分、有1分啊。那我们会提供英雄小知识题，可能会是联盟宇宙当中给大家一些线索，大家就猜一下，这个英雄到底是哪一种英雄啊？或是一些线索题来猜一猜英雄联盟当中的是哪一只英雄的技能啊，符合我所提供的线索。那一题可能5分、3分、1分，如果你先达到了15分的话，那就可以先行下课啦。
所有的这个选手们有没有了解我们的游戏规则啦？不太了解也没关系，有没有疑问的可以先提出来。那我们接下来就要马上，顺有问题
一题5分的话，3题就下课了。
对，3题就下课。可是我们不会让大家马上就能够那么顺利、那么简单的就下课啦。那我先想问一下这个现场的所有选手朋友们你对于自己在这6位选手当中最有可能最快速完成15分的选手，你觉得是哪一位？ 为什么阿志？
因为最资深的、啊，这里最资深。
哦，而且我有听这个内许老师是同一所大学的、也是非常非常厉害的，是台湾最高学府哪一个科系啊？可以跟大家介绍一下。
是社会学系的。但我觉得今天最早下课的应该还是阿志，因为他的资历是第2高的，但是他比起我来说，他更活跃一点。
更活跃一点，是因为他有社交牛逼症，是这个意思吗？
没错，有点牛。
哦，了解了解。好了，那接下来的时间呢，我们就先要出第一题的题目啦。
第一题的题目是我们的英雄小知识类型，跟数学来点关系好了。第一题是5分，那你知道的话就可以马上抢答啦。
请问在英雄联盟当中，身高最高的英雄是哪一只？
敖瑞龙兽。
敖瑞龙兽，恭喜你答对了。
这个有看题目吧？
我有看，我真的知道啊，我真的知道啊。敖瑞龙兽大概身高多高？
我忘了是之前有看过影片，他是以那个就是他把每一个英雄坐在一起，然后有那个身高表，就可能他龙兽好像是就是整个星球的那种大小吧。
哦，这个有点不太正确，星球大小的是第2名是巴德。敖瑞龙兽是整个银河系的大小，它的身高有人有2种说法啦，一种是100万光年长，一种是960亿公里长。但是呢，基本上都是天文数字嘛。
所以呢，所有观众朋友啊，透过这档节目，我们都可以马上的了解到敖瑞龙兽如果待在召唤峡谷里面是多么不合理的一件事情啦。
好了，那接下来我们也来进入英雄联盟的小知识题第2题啦。加纳，
等一下，
嘿是，
我的分数还没有记。
哎呀，我们的 BYG 的 Kino 先得到了5分。
刚那题不是试完了吗？
对啊，刚那题是，对啊，刚那题不是试完了吗？
试完吗？哎，是试完吗？你
是啊，
觉得是试完？你觉得是试完？
这样就5分了。
这样就5分了吗？那还是没有啦。这样子的话，那就小努力分好，那1分好了。大家好想要跟 Kino 一起，对吧？好，那接下来我们第2题是属于生物题啦。请问史嘉纳是什么种族的生物？大家进入了片刻的寂静与尬感，对吧？因为其实平常我们选手大概都操作或者是技能跟道具，给大家一点提示。好，猜一下。昆虫。那它的这个族的名称是3个字，巴什么族？中间有2个字。
2个字。
换一道题了。哎呀，好吧，那也只能先换一道题啦。可能呢，我们选手平常对于英雄联盟小知识，这个题目比较不会去点进去联盟宇宙来看的。那跟大家科普一下，它是巴尔克族。那巴尔克族呢，其实在苏瑞玛王国建立之前的时候，
在西北边的有一个山谷里面被记录着巴尔克族，他们就是一群蝎子。那其中史嘉纳是这里面蝎子当中最强的那一只。那当时他们的身体里面有一个核心跟心脏是水晶，那被称为海克斯水晶啦。那海克斯水晶被人类觊觎着，它有非常强大的能量跟魔法力量啊，所以呢就猎杀了巴尔克族。那史嘉纳非常的生气啊，于是呢就把这个在他们山谷门口的这些盗贼啊全部都给杀光光啦。所以简单来讲，这个故事就是这个样子啦。那巴尔克族是在联盟宇宙设定里面的一个族群啦。
那接下来的时间呢，感觉好像英雄联盟小知识有一点困难，那我们进入到技能题好啦。技能题大家应该比较有信心吧？因为我看到就是大家其实有打上路的啊，有打 AD 的，有打辅助的。那么来出一个上路可能会出现的线索题。那我先简单介绍一下线索题的方式哦。
线索题就是我会出第1阶段、第2阶段跟第3阶段的线索。那我提供第1阶段的线索之后，如果你能够马上答题答出来正确的话，你就可以获得5分。第2阶段的线索提供出来，那你就可以得到3分。第3阶段就会是得到1分。那当然啦，如果第1阶段所提供的这个线索你答出来，但是也有其他技能符合的话，那就可能没有办法获得到这5分。因为呢，其实搞不好有很多的技能或者是道具是有符合这样的线索条件，但是你必须得要回答到我们的题目当中正确的解答啦。
好，那接下来我们要来提供我们的第1阶段的线索啦。它是一个技能，而且这个技能有被动效果，并能够主动的释放。
上路吗？
上路。
纳尔的 W。
错。好，那我再继续提供第1阶段的第2个线索，提供2个线索。第2个线索是主动释放此技能时，英雄自己会被缓速5分哦。来，拉姆斯错。
缓速已经被拔了，
我们拔了，
法洛是，
拔是多少件？
法洛是错。
你说是上路的吗？上路的，有讲吗？
一定是上路英雄吗？
再讲一次嘛。
我们此技能有被动的效果，并且能够主动释放。主动释放此技能时，英雄自己就会被缓速。
沃加特 W，
恭喜你答对了，哇！我们的沃加特的 W 杀戮射击就是我们的正确解答啦。那这个就没有疑虑了吗？
他才是看题库的。
那没办法嘛，
老上单，绝对是老上单。
以前我跟阿志都是打上路的，所以这个技能我了解。
知道一件事情吗？这里除了你，全部都打过上单。
那可不可以跟观众介绍一下你在沃尔加特 W 当中的理解啊，或是给观众一些科普的小知识？现在的版本可以怎么用会比较好？
因为像我是打辅助的嘛，所以我觉得由阿志介绍会比较好。因为沃尔加以前是打
直接丢给阿志了呢。
我们这边有个章鱼哥，应该
来章鱼哥。
哦，不会玩。
谦虚。那还是阿志来补充一下。
这都能丢给我？
对，这都丢啊。没有啦，你丢如果补充大家觉得不错的话，那就直接加个3分吧。
W 主要是拆塔的时候有个细节啊，
对，
就是它可以
普攻一下，然后 W 开，对，它就会拆比较快嘛，然后再关掉，就等那个普攻间隔好了，然后你再关掉，然后再 A 一下，然后再开，对，就会拆塔拆很快。
对，Taco，你觉得阿志讲的怎么？
完全没问题。
完全没问题啊，那我们就是阿志就加个3分好了。
我的3分是他那边要给我3分吗？
不是，
不是。我答的是主要问题。
答的是主要问题啊，好了，没关系，那就是5分跟3分啦。好。
沃尔加特 W 啊，我们除了在第1阶段所提供的2个线索之外，第3个线索，第2阶段的是此技能也可以开关。然后呢，并且在第3阶段的线索是此技能在点满之后就不需要耗魔啦，也就代表说是可以一直常驻的开着的呢。
好，那我们的线索题第2题，这是一个道具题哦。此道具可以全地图使用，而且没有限制范围。啊，来，
就是可以绑人，然后他 CC 就是他对你造成伤害会降低，然后他的那个我不知道名字啊，咒魂什么锁的咒符吗？
咒恨符锁，恭喜你答对了。QWER 虽然没有办法直接说出全名，但是如果我判定啊，其实我们的意思表示是一致的时候呢，你就可以获得到这一题的题目啦。咒恨符锁，此道具可以全地图使用。
线索2的第2阶段是效果可以随着时间堆叠，并且在60秒的时候堆叠到满层。那第3阶段我们所提供的线索是，他誓言穷尽一生也要让他布上毁灭之图，是我们在咒恨符锁当中会看到的那些注解黄色的底标的字啦。
好，那我们来恭喜一下我们 DWT 的空白啊，空白可以获得5分。那接下来呢，也是我们的线索题第3题啦，它是一个角色题。这个角色它的 Q 会加攻速，它的会缓速敌人。好，来艾希啊，很相似，也一样是 AD 角，但不是。
吴奇
啊 ，Kino 又答对了，
英雄太熟了，
也是对嘛 ？Q 加攻速 ，W 会缓速。
第2阶段是提供给会增加攻击距离。那第3阶段的E是不能够任意释放的咯。
好，Kino 感觉已经快回家了，
快下课了，
还好第1题没有让他对哦。他第一题对，
他来录不到5分钟，他
就快走了，
没办法，实力有 get。
哎呀，感觉好像 Kino 是海放别人了。那所以呢，接下来我们要加高我们的题目的难度，不能让 Kino 那么快走嘛，通告费不是那么好赚。接下来我们就来考一考这个社会学可能不太熟悉的数学题啦。那我首先出第1题。穿着以下3件装备：振奋盔甲、雄心之钢、3项之力时，提供给了英雄多少血量？加起来，振奋盔甲、雄心之钢、3项之力
，1500或1550。
恭喜你答对了，1550。
怎么会去记这个？
哎呀 ，Taco 真的是这个一开金口就直接勇夺5分，但其实数学题啊，其实原本是1分的，但是呢，他特别的认真，所以呢，老师今天我私心就给了他直接5倍啦，今天可能是5倍的收获，就直接给他5分嘛。那我可以直接问一下吗？振奋盔甲、雄心之钢跟3项之力分别提供血量是多少？
雄心之钢800，3项也350，
振奋是400，所以400加上800加上350是1550元。那我们恭喜 Taco。好，那接下来时间呢，我们也出第2题的数学题啦。
如果我买了装备 涡轮金冠、日轮的加冕、女妖面纱，总共提供了多少魔法防御？这一题是1分哦。
来
110，
110，接近但是不对
130，
，130。哇，你们感觉好像在玩终极密码，110跟130之间，120，120跟130之间。
125，
恭喜你答对了！哎呀，这感觉就是终极密码啦。
然后完全讲不出来，等下完全讲不出来。
125啦。那可不可以告诉我们，涡轮金冠是提供多少魔法防御？50。然后这个日轮的加冕
40。
哎，还在问同学。40。阿志在问同学。没那么多。
20万辅助。
什么？
那日轮的防御？
日轮30啊。
30。
我都记了，我下不了课。
那我们女妖面纱是多少？
刚是多少？100。
45嘛。
45啊。
好吧，你看这样95加30，所以是125。恭喜你答对了。刚才那一题呢，就是呈现一种终极密码，120到130之间。
同学的答案有点问题。
啊，怎么说？
日轮的加冕这件装备的神话特效是它搭载另外2件传说装备的时候，每一件会再分别给2点的双抗。
对，
所以答案应该还要再加4才对。
那我们请裁判组来做判定。Kino 加1分，因为给予了非常。对啊 ，Kino 现在只剩下3分就可以下课了。
还要再加难。
0分的怎么办呢？你先告诉我。
好，我先告诉我。
好啦，学务处报告，由于 Kino 呢这个表现太过称霸全国，所以呢他必须得要给他一些制裁啊，就是呢我们要出比较难一点的题目啦。好啦，接下来我们要出的是综合应用题。好，我们先出综合应用题的第1题哦，这一题是5分。
11等的伊泽瑞尔选用先发制人及未来市集的符文，身上有300元且无出装的他，若他想购买一把夺魄之镰，在他用大绝触发先发制人，并刷死战机为000无吃兵的吉因科斯之后，他还缺少多少钱？
来，
先发制人。
真的有人会知道先发制人刷下去会拿到多少钱？你知道吗？
我怎么知道
？1460，错。
2000吗
？2000哦，2000在附近。
2250，2000
到2250之间。先发制人，我们的符文说明在官方当中是这个样子的。
进入与英雄战斗阶段的0.25秒内，对一名敌方英雄使用普攻或是技能的时候，可以获得5块的金钱跟持续3秒的先发制人效果。那在这一题的案例里面呢，先发制人可以获得37块。
夺魄之镰的总价，哎
，2063，
不对。
你在干嘛？
好，未来市集的效果我念给大家听哦。
你可以透过贷款来购买道具，能贷款的数目会随着时间提升，能贷款的金额是50块，那贷款的上限是150加5每1分钟。那游戏进行2分钟的时候才会开放贷款。那我们的官方效果是这样子写，但是我们贷款直接提供给大家是可以贷款155块。
2107，
太近了，但不是啊。
不是吗
？2108，恭喜你答对了。这个就是我们接下来要来列算式嘛。
好爽。
列算式就是呢，我们知道说夺魄之镰的总价是2900元，减掉先发制人获得的37块，减掉刚开始我们所有身上有的300块，再减掉未来市集可以贷款的155块，减掉击杀吉因科斯获得到的300块，就是2108元。
对，所以基本上我们这一题呢，就是在考夺魄之镰多少钱，跟我们的减法。好啦，那看似大家就觉得这一题好像其实蛮困难的吧？那接下来呢，我们就进入到一个趣味题跟送分题的感觉好啦。
好啦，那现在我们的战况先跟大家报告一下啦。其实 DYG 的 Kino 目前来讲的话是离下课最近的男人啦，现在是12分啦。那 DCG 的 Oka 跟 DWT 的空白各得5分，然后 PSG 的阿志是4分，然后 HPS 的 Taco 也是5分。那目前挂弹是
顺，你发生了什么？顺有点迷茫一点。
我在等下一题。
好，那下一题就是我们大放送的题目啦。请问，如果普罗不小心闯入温泉，会发生什么事？
他被温泉的镭射打，然后跑出去，这样
会死吗？
不会死。
好 ，OK， 这一题趣味题是我们的1分啊 ，DCG Oka 目前获得1分。再来，我还是一样出一些送分题好了啊。
我们的技能题就是我会念出这个英雄的技能名称，那请精准的帮我们来说出他是哪一位英雄的第几个技能，然后可以得到3分。那记得呢，被动也在里面。好，第一题，猎人知道是哪个英雄的哪一个技能？
需要提示。
他2只手都有拿东西。
它比较常出现在哪一部？还是这个太多？
这太明显，
太明显。那我要给
好运姐，
错，他有个亲戚也是英雄
啊
是雅尼吗？
达瑞文的 Q。
错，
雅尼
的什么？
被动。
恭喜你答对了啊！
猎人，他是猎人吗？
他不是浪人，
他不是浪人，他也是浪人。他的被动技能就叫做猎人知道啦，是
雅尼使用双剑，每第2下普攻的50%伤害呢，转化成魔法伤害，那暴击率提升至158，但暴击伤害降低10%啦。
接下来这一题，我觉得应该算简单。请问，静电力场是哪个英雄的哪一个技能？顺，
不一次大东。
恭喜你答对了。整个开胡啦！那接下来也一样是我们的技能题哦。请问，给我闪是哪个英雄的哪一个技能？
达瑞文的1。
恭喜你答对了，顺直接后来居上，也是3分。
唯一一个 AD。
对，其实大家现在开始平分秋色了。请问，坚持到底是哪个英雄的哪一个技能？
好像很耳熟，
我没听过。
卡上帝的 W。
错，但是他是 W，某个英雄的 W。
瑞纳达
不是，他是斗士，而且呢，他也是很喜欢2只手拿的东西。
欧拉夫。
恭喜你答对啦，顺，直接在技能题
9分，
直接达到了9分。
我下不了班了。
9分，
考一个达瑞文。
给我闪。
好 ，OK， 一样是我们的线索题。
他是一个英雄的角色，第1阶段的线索，他的 Q 会回血 ，W 会增加跑速。
狼人。
恭喜你答对了。
脚达人
又会玩狼人了。
你在喊。
那我们沃维克的另外2道线索，他的E会恐惧，然后 R 有位移的效果啦。
第3题的线索题啦。
那它是一个角色的技能，第1阶段此技能无视控场。
2 W。
错。来，第1阶段的第2道线索，此技能对命中的目标造成99%的缓速。
常用啊。
谁的技能这么强啊？
对啊，出场率蛮高的啊，出场率蛮高的。
缓速很长。
不是控场又1秒。
试试看嘛。
听懂你到底有没有想要赶快离开？
有啊，
没有，是先场再说。
没有，它是那个一个毛，是毛。
是啊，不行呢。
小牛毛没有毛这东西。
扣分。
我就知道我要留校查看的。
有坐骑或骑乘物的英雄。
奈德利。
什么啦？
怪怪的姿势。
忘了，
都忘了。可以猜一下看。
看你怎么猜。
好。
嘎透。
好，他的那个致敬都懂人，
直接第一拳就嘎透了，
对，加嘎痛。然后我应该法师啊，法师，你看法师对啊，我要同时中路啊，可以，同中是超猛一下嘎痛。啊，这边等下限量个乌拉格斯啊。等下限量个乌拉格斯啊。手紧冲。
这桌子手感怎么那么好？
真的哎，这个尺寸，这个角度，
这桌子不会动。
真的哎，桌子不会动。好想买那个放眼吗？会，我会直接放的。可以看我啊，远，我们再看给眼。往下打，往下打，他们先靠。我1给你了，太早。我1给你了。路有大刀，路没闪。过来啊，我补。慢打。他可能有大，慢打。
可以打，慢打。
看这个。慢打，可以慢打，我动。OK， 来，别在一起。 刚动，
一万，中线可以先击这边，我可以击这边的，可以看一下有没有演？哎，要照一下，要照，再次，可以看，还没，3000，位置很好，可以看铁地吗？看那个，露露没血，看铁地，走力，10，可以帮我们 AD 吗？可以，看肯定要考虑，可以，做考虑，可以，对他，他没到，可以杀，边，推中，你们推中我单只，
我推中，
杀王师吧 ，OK， 红眼吗？我有，我扫，我从右边打，他们想说，那变大了啊，我可以补红眼，等那，让我看一波，小心，没了，往前吗？位置很好，哎，可以看街友这边，我们打前面，没事，啊，我可以看你，可以，
看前面，
打前翼，路被开，小路可以一波吗？W，
我写我，
哎，八龙，自己吸，我3秒，
我先吸，
露露，我先给你小心，
因为
要吃8龙哦。
跟你有没有等我？
我要补的，慢慢来，明白？可以看我，可以帮我吗？泡到，可以，
慢，
他会看你，他会帮助，我们打过来，看铁力，
给
我给你 buff， 我可以给你拉，我可以干嘛？
去吧，
我慢慢点塔，我有带球，点塔优先哦，点塔优先，我把塔一推走，哎，沟通冷静。偷口阿卡伊很少，点塔优先，你们推 IC 电，阿卡伊开大了，阿卡伊没断，这没事，我没事，哎，他不好，点塔优先，
阿卡伊要打人，
没事，他没队友的，我们会赢，推塔，点塔赢了，有听，绝对不错，没事，没事。
特派记者，
我刚以为是那边5号出口，可是我不知道那边有没有5号出口。
哪里？
那里那个展览馆嘛，因为我没来过。
哦，你说里面的？
不然我刚刚就经过这里了。这是马赛克啊，这个地方。
刚才你走过来，我就知道是你了。为什么？因为你穿这个。
我原本衣服洗到坏掉了，剩这个可以穿的。因为衣服不能烘干坏掉了。但电影级别的这种拍摄没拍过，还要实地。真的是厉害了，
帅，太帅了。超大，满版的。
我是那个地狱兔的辅助来是吧？他赞助好多。
对啊，很多哎，满版太帅了吧！
好，好好等他。
这样算中场休息？
中场休息啊。
累吗？
有一点，站有点久，腰有点酸，背有点酸。
所以你有经历过这个吗？
拍摄没有拍过。
哦。大家就最爱看这个啊！你选什么？
我选的鸡排，然后选没有3色豆的，因为他刚刚有3色豆，就不要了。
可是有猪排欸。
猪排吗？不用啊，鸡排有啊。好 ，OK。
你不爱我们猪排教练。
你站着啊？站着回答，站着。为什么名字？好 ，IC 8，可以问你问题吗？可以。为什么你要叫 IC 8？我打韩服的心境啊，就这样。啊？打韩服的心境啊，就这样。什么意思？IC 8，没有关系。原来这种不能剪的，那我们拍什么不能剪？
不然你们会想要什么？你们会想什么 ？IC，
它跟 IC 跟它的什么英文缩写之类的。哦，在做 IC 的。
这有很有趣吗？
这感觉比较有趣。对，比较有趣。
那你道歉一下，快点。
要录当然录。
又没关系。
棒啊！超赞！他原本那个被推荐，鬼灭之刃那个。
哪里有鬼灭之刃？哦。
大家好，我是泰语小老师火龙闷干 5， 今天要教大家使用的泰语小单字是对吧 ？Rengenty， 对吧 ？Rengenty， 来，大家跟我念一次，对吧 ？Rengenty， 这个词该用在哪里呢？当队伍出现像我这样的人的时候，你就可以称之他为对吧 ？Rengenty， 萨瓦迪卡。
不然你刚刚那把训练赛到底给完成？自带拉手我是这样。而且为什么我们的猫你玩那么多场，还玩那么跟屎一样？到底想怎样？啊，别以为没你的事，永远把你们下养那么肥，用团战第一个是，这不知道什么管。
这就是对吧 ？Rengenty。今天教的同学们都有记住吗？我们下一堂课见，拉贡。
Now both junglers are starting bot side and clearing up, so will there be a 3 camp here? Gemini might actually look for it. He is here way before Hana.
They're going to ward. They're going to catch out Cascada. Cascada does go with the flash available for Gemini. Going to look for the stun to see if there's a follow-up route. And arrow from Shun. First blood secured for Gemini. That is a big pickup for CF. Pretty worrying for SNW when this next Infernal Drake spawns. Ooh, Hanabi getting stunned up. Actually taking a lot of damage. Explosive cut goes wide. Hanabi might be in trouble here. Relia finds the Status window. Does get the flash up, forces the flash in return from Relia. Picks up that kill, but Orca is here. DCG are closing in. Hana gets kicked out of the map. Orca might be in trouble. Has to flash. Cascada also in trouble. How is he in the middle of 4 people? Relia, Orca's in trouble. They're all in trouble one by one. The Jin bullets come out from afar. And S9W might... Ooh.
Pick that up before the next important.
Oh, going all out. Driving Hooper driver out of his own turret, and Arja going to chase that one down. Oh, one hit away. Is he going to be able to connect that third Q? I think he is. Oh, runs it down. Driver wasting counter-strike though. I'm not sure where the word Hooper came from. But
we'll see a replay of this top. Oh, a cinematic replay of this top lane fight. I'm not. Okay, so it's the longest Cassante ult probably of all time, and he just gets chased down. I think part of the reason why this fight went so bad is Driver still didn't have his mythic, and I think he was sitting on a lot of gold, but isn't it insane how much distance Cassante can cover? He just has so many dashes.
Relatively low at the start of this fight. Dragon already started up by Taco and Taco. 6k HP on the Dragon.
There's a lot of poke here from both sides.
Oh, Taco goes in, actually finds the ultimate onto Orca, gets stunned up, and Taco as well on the top lane, finding a triple man Mega Na and Taco. There's just 2 Tacos wreaking havoc in the backline. DCG on the run, but now Sejuani getting so many stuns of Hanabi. It's a quadruple for the Sejuani, actually. Could potentially be the Penta flashing over Hanabi, charges up the stun, doesn't quite connect. It is going to take them a while, but I think Taco is actually going to pick up the Penta kill on Sejuani.
Wait, it's timed out?
It's timed out?
Okay, but unofficial pentakill. I don't think I've ever seen.
Keep your eyes on him. He's going to be looking for someone with his ultimate. Preferably, I think, Jimmy or Shun. I feel like the other people have too much tenacity for it to matter. But Rest, once again, stealing so much. Alex doesn't quite get the steal, but Cease and Desist taking Gemini over the wall, but he's going to get locked down here. Hops the stopwatch, actually, but Shun, he's got his distance. Jimmy getting a huge Shurima shuffle. And Shun, he's cleaning up here. Mission is in the Zonya's, but isn't going to last too much longer. But Driver, they're actually doing so much on the Cassante. Taking down 4. Whoa. Is this the pentakill for the Cassandre?
Yo, it actually could be. Oh my god,
is
Driver, what a monster.
I've forgotten how to count, but quadra-kill for Driver. This is fight, but take the away shot.
Yes, I feel like it starts off decently for CFO. You kind of chase the Sedge over the wall, and your carries are still, you know, relatively safe. I do think that Shun got hit by a lot of CC in this fight, which, you know, did kind of make things difficult. A massive Shurima shuffle. You have to feel kind of protects the carries, but I think what happened is just, again, like too much damage taken from Shun from kind of just like random CC, and then Driver is just almost forgotten about and manages to just clean up everyone off the back end. Gemini makes the mistake of thinking he can fight a new champion.
2023 champions. Wait, when was he released?
The sweetest thing, yeah. I'm all the joy you bring, yeah. But I'm coming back, knocking down the door. I'm coming back. Are you ready? Are you ready for more? Are you ready for more? Regrets, oh, I have a few. I tried to change what I cannot undo. But I'm coming back, knocking down the door. Coming back. Are you ready? 'Cause I'm coming back, knocking down the door. Coming back. Are you ready for more? It's lights, camera, action over here, boy. I'm the paparazzi's finest. Sit back and watch the show. The fire burning my soul, the passion in my eyes. My people starve, the hunger pains feed my desire. And I desire a throne, a scepter with a castle. I'm the king of this jungle, they call me Mufasa. It's simple, I'm sonning these dudes. On my Usain Bolt, yeah, I'm running these dudes. I try to explain, I'm not the norm. When I'm in red form, we still on the runway. I ain't even airborne. Keep my windows tinted so they don't know who's in it. I ain't afraid of the dark, I was raised in it. My sins is unrepentant, my words is authentic. I tried to come clean, my heart wasn't in it. Lazy boy living, the squad is so turned. Shaking their heads like men and boys that never got me though. Until the curtain close, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, Dr. God. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, Dr. God. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. I got champagne wishes and caviar dreams. Had them haters bow down and kiss the ring. They offer the inch, I took the whole thing. My side piece is ratchet, but my lady's a queen. They ain't loyal, but that don't make my blood boil. The game is deep rooted, I was raised in the soil. Lights, camera, action, paparazzi attraction. What's next for 'em? You know the streets asking. I'm self-made, CEO, I'm self-paid. The game's thirsty and I'm a glass of lemonade. These boys must got me twisted, French braids. I'm so disrespectful, spitting on their grave. I'm trying to bury him 6 feet at the cemetery. I'm offended the blogs who try to put me next to them. Who gon' stop me, bro? Until the curtain close, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, Dr. God. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, Dr. God. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. I've been knocked down but never out. I hit that canvas, but never seen more than a 6 count. I'm the reason they packed the arena. I'm the reason these young girls is at the top of their lungs screaming. Camera phones flashing, everybody clamoring. These clowns jacking my style, they wanna be him. Before I blew, I told them what I'm about to do. Now watch the SHOW. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, Dr. God. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, Dr. God. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. Touching on me, I'm getting so good. Go write that check, cause I'm feeling too much confidence on that heavyweight flex. I've been earning and working, everybody want this. Untouchable, stacked up, Greek God. I got the thunder and lightning, energy rush. I've been winning and winning since the day I was made. Bet you wanna be like me. I'm always on top of the game. Ain't never gonna touch second place. Nah, never. I'm always on top of the game.
Hello and welcome back to the PCS Week 3, Day 3. We've got a big game, or a big day ahead of us today. I am your host, Shock, and I'm joined by Skimmy.
We're back again. Yes, indeed we are. And it's, well, a great way to end the weekend, a great way to end Week 3, and also the final game of that initial round robin, right? So a chance to really understand initial feelings as to how these teams are all playing out, what the best roster is going forward. We've already seen a couple of changes with them in some cases, so I'm excited to see if that continues, because obviously playoffs is going to come very, very quickly, so we want to make sure that you've really hit the ground running by then.
Yeah, so we've passed the halfway point in the regular season now, I believe. With 3 weeks ahead of us still. We've passed the... Oh, I guess we're about to pass the first...
tonight. Yeah, the last
and
one.
we've passed the first round robin, though, which was yesterday, I believe. Is that right? First round robin?
This is the last game of the round robin tonight.
Is it?
Yep.
Are you sure?
I believe so.
All right. Now, take a look at yesterday's results. We have Mega Bank Beyond Gaming taking down Impunity, PSG Town defeating Deep Cross Gaming, Frank Esports defeated Doish Team, CFO take down J Team, and last but certainly not least, Sem9 now on a 2-win streak, take out the Hellpigs.
They do, yeah, and what a game it was. I mean, I feel like we were kind of laughing before about Sem9's ability to give us bangers after bangers because they've had 2 games, 2 wins, and they've managed to smash records in the process of it. The game last night up against Hellpigs had the most kills ever so far this split. 39 managed to be picked up. That went a distance to 45 minutes. Their win up against BYG also last night, or the night before rather, that went 48, which is the longest. So it's a phenomenal way to kickstart off what could be a great weekend for them. But here are your standings going into tonight. It is still a 3-way tie at the top of the table with 6 wins to their names. You see in first place, it is CFO, Frank Esports, and PSG Talon. And some of the games tonight, Shock, could potentially disrupt that and actually get a clear, definitive, outright first place team. Below it is the magical number, 4 for 4. You've got 4 teams locked in that 4th position. Deep Cross Gaming, Impunity Esports, Mega Bank Beyond Gaming, as well as Taipei J Team. And Hellpigs, as well as Sem9 and Doish Team. Just on the outskirts, they've shown potential. They've shown that they definitely have the ability to beat some of the top teams. That is always the fun nature of a best-of-1 format. And it now becomes a rather curious case of, is there still enough left in the tank for them to push into the top 6? Or will they just be the teams that look to try and cause upsets and affect everybody else?
Yeah, the top 6 is still looking very, very close here, as you mentioned. It is interesting now, though, that the top 3 are starting to pull ahead. I think prior to yesterday, first place was only ever 1 game ahead of everyone else, but now actually coming ahead to 2 games ahead. But let's take a look at today's matches. We have PSG Town up against Taipei J Team, Hellpigs versus Mega Bank Beyond Gaming, Deep Cross Gaming, and Doish Team will be game 3. Probably match of the day, Frank Esports up against CFO, 2 of our strongest teams. And finally, S9W, can they continue their win streak up against Impunity Esports?
Yeah, and that's the one that we were quite interested about, right? Because Sem9 have basically shown that they'll play literally anything, whereas Impunity have been very rigid in their approach to draft, sticking to what is their comfort, as you say, with Frank Esports and CFO, 2 teams tied in first. So we will at least get one breakdown of what could be a definitive placing there to look forward to. I'm quite excited for this initial game, PSG up against Taipei J Team. I think Taipei showed that they've got a fair degree of strength. IUA had a bit of a roughie, let's be quite honest, up into a tank Blue Jacks. But it's shown that highly adept at playing the game. I think he's like the most solo kills in the entire league. Yeah. So it happens. Sometimes you do get that on the big jobs, as we like to say around this part of the world, right? So, you know, at this caliber, at this ability, you're going to find that ability to bounce back.
Yeah, and I think it'll be interesting for J Team, right? Because they have kind of struggled, and here they are coming up against PSG, which are looking just monstrous, right? Ever since they've had Jinjia, their games have been, you know, particularly one-sided. And let's take a look at their roster here. We have RG, Jinjia, Yubao, Waku, and Woody. And I mean, across the board, this team has been putting up the numbers, right? They just look unstoppable at this point. And it'll be interesting to see, can any jungler match Jinjia? Because, you know, ever since he's come in, he's had very high impact on these games, and he looks like a perfect fit for their team.
That's the key word for me, right? Impact. It certainly has been felt that way. Plays his 2nd game already for a brand new roster and picks up MVP. So now it's the 3rd MVP picked up by PSG as an entire roster. Ideally now, aiming for that perfect weekend. 3 from 3. If they can get a win tonight up against J Team, you'd love to see that one. And I think the big characteristic I really appreciated was their ability to roam as a 4-man death squad, constantly targeting that volatile bot lane, right? You mentioned the Caitlyn versus Varus matchup. you need to make sure that you're on the receiving end of the attention as opposed to the one copying all those deaths, and they certainly made sure that it would start strong and it would finish strong. So 15 minutes in, you could see they were knocking on the door for an easy victory.
Yeah, I think they're the only team that's really showed that level of mid-jungle synergy so far. But let's take a look at J-Team. They actually have a substitute, Long, coming into the top lane. The rest of them, Lava, Minji, Bruce, and Enzo. So Long coming in. You know, what do you think of that? Do you have any info on him?
Yeah, so it's an interesting one because you look online and they're a brand new addition to the team. So we've got no intro or no info more than anything as to what their record looks like, any previous pro career. So I'm quite excited to see just what they can bring to the table. We mentioned already that RUA has obviously a lot of experience. There's a lot of potential in how he's been demonstrating himself. But perhaps after last night, they decided to go for a different approach to the draft, either from a characteristic of, strong side, weak side, carry, tank, whatever it may be. I'm excited to see what this means because you always talk about synergy and all the others that, come into making a team as strong as they can be. Up against a roster like PSG, it's a bit of a gamble. Do you approach this and say, well, what other team do we get a chance to try and shine against? Or, we think he's good enough to go toe-to-toe with him.
Yeah, it's a pretty crazy debut game, right?
Yeah.
Coming up against what is probably the strongest team. It'll be interesting. Like, I wonder what they're expecting to take away from this game. Is it the kind of thing where, we're just trying to get Long some experience? Maybe we're trying out, does the draft kind of flow better with him? But let's take a look at the stats comparison between these two mid laners, Yubao and Minji. Both of them have been playing pretty well. Yubao has a monstrous 9.6 KDA. And also, if we go down, I'd say damage stats relatively similar, but first blood participation much higher for Yubao. So consistently, getting some of those early kills. There's a lot of, I think that's partly just because they tend to play around the mid jungle quite early, right?
It goes back to our original point, doesn't it? Where we see just how strong their mid jungle synergy has been. Always free, unlocked to play the map and not be stuck in lane. And I think the big thing for me is that Yubao has been very consistent in his champion pool. He's got the smallest champion pool of any mid laner to split. He's only played 3 champions. Just sticks to the Ryze, Azir, and the Sylas. Look, you're not going to target them, so you're going to get away with them always, and that just makes it so much easier for your jungler to play around, to facilitate, and to allow you to be as strong as possible. And those are champions that obviously have a lot of push, which is perfect if you want to roam around the map. Let's jump into the game then. Let's see what we have to kickstart this one with PSG on the left-hand side with first pick priority. And they banned away a cheeky Kled. Now, that might be a bit of intro as to what Long can bring to the table.
I'm liking the sound of that. First ban Kled, you don't see that very often. Elise and Maokai both banned away from J-Team, so really respecting those strong AP junglers in the meta. Ashe is taken away, and it'll be interesting to see, our PSG, so far Wako's shown, really good play on both the Zeri and the Lucian, but even yesterday when both got banned, he came up big anyway, so feels like targeting him is probably not possible. Might just have to look to trade instead. Last ban is the Sejuani, which means jungle pool is starting to get restricted here. Vi and Wukong kind of remain the strongest picks left available. What would the last ban be for J-Team? It's actually the Ryze. So taking that away from Yubao, I think that's pretty big. It's very easy to play around the mid jungle with Ryze. As you said, has a lot of push, has point and click gank set up. It's an extremely strong champion for a team like PSG that knows how to use it. And what will be the first pick here? Do you take your preference of jungler, or do you look instead to take preference of bot lane maybe?
Well, that's what becomes curious to me, because we saw a massive absence of the Lucian as well, right? It was only played by Impunity, despite everybody playing it in the weeks prior. So I think we're still looking at junglers being locked in right out the gates before we start to go down to things like your Poppies, your Jarvans, even your Xin Zhaos as well, right? So that seems to be a guarantee. Karma is obviously insanely strong as well, so much sustain, but the Tether, I feel like, is underrated at the best of times too. Sets your CC up so nicely.
Yes, that's pretty interesting. Obviously, the jungle trade is fairly expected, but taking the Karma, I think that means that you're kind of expecting to look for something like Varus or Caitlyn, and you're happy with, whichever one. Zeri is being hovered by Wako here, and he's shown, really great games on it. Ooh, perhaps going for the Lucian instead, so most likely will be Lucian Nami locked in now. Okay, now will it be matched by Varus or Caitlyn? I think it's kind of been up to the team, as to which one they prefer. I feel like I kind of prefer the Caitlyn more, but I think it's much easier to just pick the Varus early. I think if you pick Caitlyn too early, can definitely run into some issues.
Yeah, I mean, they played the Varus last night also up against CFO, right? So it's a tough week for J-Team up against two of the heavy hitters in the region.
Ooh.
What do they decide to lock it in with? If they do go for range, I understand. I can see why. You got a lot of engage, a lot of sustain, a lot of mobility as well. But they say, let's just double down. We got shields from our Karma, speed from the Karma, and obviously a Sivir that says, well, we are just pressing forward.
Yeah, it's interesting. We've only seen, I think, a few Civers recently. There was a Civer yesterday, and it went. I can't remember if it. I think it did win, but I don't feel. Yeah, don't feel like it was the most impactful.
No.
But hopefully, it can do better here. We have the Scion ban, which perhaps suggests the Jax blind pick that's been so common in the PCS this week. And PSG, I wonder if they'll ban it out or if they're willing to go the Fiora route. Because it feels like when you're coming up against the Jax, you know, you kind of match with some sort of like tanky champion, or you're willing to go something really aggressive like a Fiora, a Jace, something like that. Akali is the ban, taking it away from Minji. And Gragas is the second ban, so it's 100% signaling Jax. Do PSG have another counter to it, or will they just ban it away?
Yeah, it's interesting as to where we could actually go from this point onwards. If it is really long saying I want comfort in my initial debut game here, that would make sense. I'm curious also if we're going to get another ban towards the mid lane, right? Minji played a phenomenal Azir last night. We know that Yubao will default to an Azir if given half an opportunity. Instead, wants to deny some of the poke. Jace does so much from afar, even if you are down a ton of gold. So it goes back over to J Team, and you've called it. The Jax will be hovered, and that's locked in now.
Yeah, interesting. So PSG, they have to find a counter to this. Given that they left it up, I'm sure they have something. So what will it be? Nara's been picked into Jax a few times, so it's felt sort of lackluster, I feel like. Oh, perhaps the Kennen. I'm a pretty big fan of that. I feel like it offers really good team fighting. Also shuts down Jax pretty effectively. Not something we've seen in a while, though. So glad to see its return to the meta. Will it be locked in? Ooh, maybe go in the Renekton angle instead. Interesting choice. Okay. Oh, the last pick. Zoe was pretty significantly buffed. Caster, I don't think you'd want to blind that. There's lots of mid options still available, though. We've seen, like you said, Yubao, he's played the Azir as well. I think the Zoe would be acceptable. What's
just toying.
Yeah.
It's like that nervous twitch where you're just clicking between the different champions whilst your brain is clicking, thinking, what do I do? What do I do? What do we go for? It had to be the Azir. Of course, right? I was thinking, would he play a fourth champion? Surely really not. Play comfort, play what you know. And also, it just denies it for Minji more than anything.
I think that's pretty important too, the fact that it's a takeaway. Now, Minji, he doesn't have the Akali into Azir, which is what we normally see. Perhaps we'll see some other mage. Or Cassin's on the table as well. Galio would be interesting. Obviously, very good for the team comp, but not very good in the 1v1. LeBlanc as well. Will it be locked in? Okay, so the LeBlanc versus Azir matchup is losing in the 1v1. But when you're playing against LeBlanc, it's never a 1v1. So you'd expect Lava to be playing around mid quite heavily. And yes, seeing LeBlanc back is definitely exciting. It is often picked into Azir because it's one of the few champs that, you know, you can't really pick to beat Azir in the 1v1, but just picking something with good skirmishing and gang setup does normally do pretty well. So yeah, I actually like both the comps from PSG and J-Team. I feel like the Renekton Jax is a little interesting, but it's exciting to see something new, right?
Well, it is. It's the first time we've had LeBlanc this entire split, and it feels like one of those champions where you can clearly demonstrate how mechanically good you are at the game. It's one that I've always enjoyed watching, especially a good LeBlanc. So,
yeah. Quintessential mid lane champion, really.
Yes, it's almost like that test, like, you know, can you drive a car, can you play mid lane? You know, so I'm really excited to see how Minji can perform in this one, because this will be a big ask for him. I mean, yesterday he had to try and pick up the pieces of his team because they were capitulating around him. He tried to 1v9 as the Azir. He did, I think, like 35% of his team's damage. It wasn't enough, and I feel like LeBlanc is one of those champions where you can try and, you know, command a lead, but certainly when you go into those side lanes, a couple of items online, you're one-shotting people.
Yeah, I also like it just up against PSG, right? Like, PSG have really shown that they can pretty consistently, from that very early stages of the game, snowball that mid-jungle to the rest of the map. But it's pretty difficult to snowball against LeBlanc. She's hard to gank and has great gank setup of her own, and it's obviously a strong skirmisher. So it feels like a pretty good pick to kind of, you know, prevent PSG from doing what they've shown that they can do so well.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm just curious to see as a whole now, more than anything, as to who can really hit the ground running first and foremost, because I feel like for PSG, for what we've seen of them yesterday, I mean, Wako's been in hot form, 3 MVPs to his name right now. He's tied first in the entire league. I mean, if you give this person the ability to play the game at a pace that he's comfortable with, it just becomes a little bit too much to handle. I feel like Bruce and Enzo were not really firing on all cylinders yesterday. I feel like the Varus Karma didn't really hit its stride as much as it could have, which I guess once again relies back into the point of Minji trying to 1v9. Yeah. So you can't afford to sort of have that same fate afforded to you in the early portions up against another strong team like PSG.
Yeah, PSG, definitely not the kind of team that's going to let you get away with anything here. They've been probably the best team at punishing mistakes so far, as well as making proactive plays of their own, right? Because I think that you see that with some top teams, that they're just very good at, you know, kind of taking advantage of weaker teams' mistakes. But PSG, they feel like not only are they good at that, they're willing to set the pace, right? They will make those proactive plays. They're very happy to move around the map and cause stuff to happen like that. Now, I'm kind of curious about the Sivir, because I feel like Sivir, honestly, I don't know, I have mixed feelings of it. It's obviously quite good for stalling out the game. I feel like the laning phase is fine. But I feel like up against champions like the Azir, it can be very tough, right? Like, you don't really have the range, and Azir obviously can kind of just hit you from the other side of the screen. So, yeah.
Well, yeah, I'm curious to see just how quickly they can come into this one, right? Because if we see another situation where the Lucian army gets a little bit too out of hand, I mean, it still feels like we're defaulting to the Gale Force Rapid Fire Cannon. I feel like there have been murmurs of other builds out there, especially with the crit chance changes. But until that happens, I feel like you're still, you know, really playing with fire, asking for trouble, especially on that mid wave. So if the Sivir can reach a point in the game where it's like, that's really cool, obviously, Lucian, you do your thing, but I'm just killing everybody in a clumped up situation. We'll have to wait and see if that is really the outcome in this initial game to kickstart day number 3 of week 3 here in the PCS, as we cinematically drift our way through the map, and I actually really enjoy seeing this to kickstart a game.
Yeah, it's really cool. I think LPL has one as well. It's always a nice intro to see. But here we are, PSG versus J-Team, our first game of the day, and I'm expecting it to be a pretty big one. We actually have the Airy on the Azir, so I'm a big fan of that. You know, we've seen a lot of Azirs been a little insecure lately, going for the first strike scaling, but Yubao, he's not about that. He's willing to kind of take over this laning phase from the get-go. Now, also the Airy out of the Karma, so you see a few different runes from the Karma sometimes, but I think in the double range lanes, going for Airy or Karma does make the most sense. PSG actually looking like they're going to get a ward here at level 1. It's kind of nice. And they actually have Yubao defending the opposite side, so making sure that J-Team won't be able to trade any ward back. It's a small lead, but it's there.
Yeah, and I think it's a clever read because J-Team, as you would have seen at the very start there as we loaded in, positioned multiple members towards that bot side brush and tried to scout out whether or not, you know, Wako would try and cheese them. What we can see is that Wako does have Ignite as an option, right? So really wants to try and find himself in a position of power as opposed to Enso running the Ignite. So especially in a 1v1, Lucian's going to have a lot of strength if he ever catches out Bruce isolated.
Yeah, I think Ignite is sometimes overlooked because obviously everyone knows it as like the skirmishing ability, right? Or for its early game power, but it honestly scales pretty well. You know, it's just point and click true damage, which is not something that can really be ignored. And we have the 3 lanes. I'm a big fan of this. Always love seeing what's going on in the lanes. I think Yubao, you know, he's getting some pretty good trades as long as he can keep the wave in a spot where, you know, he can't really get ganked but can just punish Minji. Definitely feeling like matchup should be good for him.
So let's talk about some of these matchups then. So you mentioned mid lane already being one that, you know, should be Azir favored for the most part, initially anyway. Top lane, it feels like one of those ones where you're rolling the dice of like, I'm playing the Renekton, I want to make sure that this Jax does stay down before it gets too far ahead. But, you know, Lucian, Nami, you're really hoping that you find that strength there as well. So do you feel like PSG have more winning lanes to start off this game?
I'm honestly not sure. I feel like, you know, Lucian, Nami kind of expecting to lose at least the first couple levels and then they really come online. And yeah, again, the Jax Renekton ones I feel like is just kind of dependent on where the junglers are pathing. I think honestly it just does come down to what the junglers are going to look to do here. It looks like both of them are kind of pathing towards that bot side, so we might see some pressure around mid and bot. But yeah, right now it looks like J-Team's bot lane are pushing pretty aggressively. You can see on the map, they're pretty much under PSG's tower, and Wako's taking a fair amount of damage. Top lane, they're just quietly CSing away. I think the Renekton Jax is interesting. Like, I never really think of Renekton as the answer to Jax, you know? It always feels like you want some range or the ability to just kind of, you know, not actually have to auto-attack. You know, champions like Akali can do well. But yeah, Renekton is odd. I don't think he got spotted out here.
No, or there's the flash and the dash across as well. The tether, I mean, it's a little bit too late. He's already managed to get himself out of harm's way. Now Chinchilla comes in. Beautiful bubble, and there's the bonk on the head for first blood. Oh, Woody with a bit of cheeky BM there, waving the white flag, saying, what was that? And Enzo has to run away. But what a gank in 2 separate occasions, but it's really favoring PSG.
Yeah, I think big win there for PSG, and one thing I'll quickly bring up is I feel like Yubao, he gets ganked like 20 times every game, but he always manages to live on such low HP, and that's really big, right? Like if you can consistently make sure that you're trading up in these ganks by just avoiding mid lane. Now, I'm not actually might see a replay of it, but I felt like the mid gank, Lava might have messed up his Q flash.
It looked like it, yeah. It looked like he didn't really travel that far at all.
Yeah, so I think that might have been a kill, but yeah, really good read from Jinjia to go bot here, just grab the kill, and I think, you know, shutting down Bruce early. I mean, look at his items. He's only got the Cull and the longsword, definitely feeling like up against the Dirk is going to have pretty low pressure here, and Yubao putting on a lot of pressure in that mid lane as expected. And I think, you know, pretty crucially, as we said, Azir versus LeBlanc, it's a matchup where if LeBlanc's jungler is in the area, it's very scary for Azir, but in the 1v1, it's all fine. And now with both of J-Team's mid-jungle lacking their flashes, they really struggle, I think, to pressure Yubao as much as they'd like.
I think it cycles back to your initial point about like who can match Jinjia, because this does feel very much a jungle influence game as to really how these lanes could all play out. And, you know, we just saw that truly represented by those initial ganks. One mid, one bot, but only one plays off in a successful fashion. And I don't know what it is about Yubao, but just always avoids these dicey situations.
Yeah, I think he's got the spidey senses to know it's coming, but not the discipline to walk away. So
he entertains it.
He always ends up going a little low, but hey, he gets out. He wastes their time, so we'd love to see it.
We do. So, jumping into a quick pause, we'll hopefully not be here for too long. We'll wait and see what it's all about. But for the meantime, I mean, I feel like it's business as usual. I feel like Long's done what he's come to do, right? Which is just, you know, hold his own up against a Renekton nice and early on. Obviously, there's a lot of different ways you could look to try and target that, you know, that Jax. We've seen Fiora matchups into it, which has always been one of those fun skill matchups. I would have liked the Kennen, but I feel like you need to be a certain kind of player, much like a GP player, where that is your specialty or a pocket pick that you have saved for a necessary moment. But the Gnar being, you know, Arzee's most played, decides that's not my response today, just wants to try and punch on nice and early.
Yeah, I like that. And I think that as well, already the mid bot side kind of going in the way of PSG, and we've just been informed it's a mic issue for Bruce, so it should be fixed fairly shortly. But
he's just saying, guys, I've only got a cold, what's going on?
Yeah, I think, you know, looking at the game state already, it feels like this happens so much versus PSG, where your mid and bot side just collapse so early in the game, right? Like, we've already got the Dirk on Lucian up against, I think it was like Longsword Cull from the Sivir, and now J-Team losing both their mid-jungle flashes, can't really pressure around mid anymore. So despite the gold lead being very small, I think PSG have already put themselves in a fantastic position, and they just so consistently do it, right? It feels like hard or even unbelievable that they can do it with so much consistency.
Yeah. And I think the favorite word that I use all the time is opportunity cost. And we just see it from what happens when, you know, members are invested in making a play. More so than anything were those two jungle ganks, and it was JT losing out on both fronts. Nothing gained in the mid lane, everything lost in the bot lane. They're going to try and salvage it here as they redeploy back into the map. 5.5 minutes into this one by going for the very first Drake. They've managed to crash that wave in, force back the Lucian army, but here comes Chun-Chia. Looking to try and zone them away, dragging down to 50%. That's not a done deal, especially when Smites are this low. Both the mid laners having a crack at it right now. Minji distorting back across the wall. In we go. Will it be a burger flip? That's what we're waiting to see. They're hesitating down to 1500. Now it's going to reset. That's a flash away from Chun-Chia. Wukong certainly burning down. A flash forward the mantra. Oh my god. And there it is with the boomerang.
Yeah, and apparently they're still going for it.
They still want more. Yubao, oh, skips the back, takes down Lava. No jungler would be available today. The bubble is good, but Bruce has found it. The mic is working and the kills are coming.
That's right. I actually think this dragon is going to be reset. So PSG, I guess they got what they wanted. They did stop the dragon, but unfortunately gave over a couple kills. See a little bit of damage traded back on a J team there. Now, I'm not sure how I actually picked up the kills across the board. I think Waku might have got one, but heavy trading in top lane. Both flashes are available.
Yep. Oh,
not again.
What a tragic timing for a pause as he jumps in there. Counter-Strike swinging, Renekton in trouble. Quickly screaming to his teammates for aid. Maybe just a little bit inspired by the rest of the fact that, well, everybody's fighting down by the dragon. We need to have a crack at it as well. And if Long can pick up this kill, I think this would be a true testament to his ability and the confidence of his team to be subbed in for tonight.
Yeah, I definitely agree, but let's take a look at this replay. So PSG, I mean, they decide to contest. We can't actually see the dragon's health, which is kind of sad, but I think that they probably just took a bit too much damage on the way in. It's hard for Yubao to really get through here, so it's sort of like a 4v4, but two different fronts. And Jinjia, he goes in and just takes so much damage here for free, as well as investing the flash to go back in the pit, but then, you know, just having to walk out after. So kind of uncharacteristic mistake from Jinjia.
And he's just dying to the dragon the entire time as well. That's the biggest thing that I'm taking away from that one.
And then Yubao off the back end. I mean, I think this is probably worth it. You know, going 1 for 1, but actually stopping the Dragon feels like it's worth it. At the same time, though, giving another kill over to Bruce's Sivir is questionable, right? Now that his mic's working, he'll be unstoppable.
And that's it, right? You've played this dicey game where you've managed to get your Lucian army ahead and make sure that the Sivir's not going to get too out of control because the item disparity is fairly big. But now you've given them a two kill lead, and you're now playing that situation of, okay, well, coming into draft, we were wondering at what point would we break even? At what point would one accelerate over the other? And a player like Bruce, to their caliber, with enough experience behind them, they've been at the the big internationals already. They'll know what to do with an item spike like that.
Yeah, and it's nice to see J-Team, despite kind of having a little bit of an early disaster, they're not willing to roll over, right? They're willing to fight and hard contest these drags, so it'll be nice to have some team to keep PSG honest, not let them get away with too much here. I'm a little surprised, to be honest, that PSG ended up losing that, because you would have thought that with the Dirk Lucian that you would be strong enough, but ults hadn't come through, I think, for anyone except for Yubao.
Yeah, I think the Lucian's only level 4 at that point, right? You see the great bubble as they're disengaging away after the fight has fizzled out as well. You see the bubble, you're thinking, surely any other player just goes psycho mode, dashes across the wall and just tries to be a hero, but showed restraint. Obviously still needs a lot more, obviously Imperial Mandate level 6, all the rest needs to come online first.
Yeah, and I guess we're just in Pause City this weekend. Have had a few of them. Could be to do with the new patch, always new bugs, new exciting things to exploit.
Yeah, I think the weirdest bug I think I've ever experienced on the cast is when a jungle camp didn't spawn.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I think it was really, really delayed. Like the initial blue.
Oh, I think I remember that.
Do you remember that one? Yeah, the
I
initial blue or red buff just didn't spawn, and everyone's like question mark pinging with thinking, okay, jungle camps are just ruined. I had to restart the entire game, right? That happens sometimes. So there's definitely a few weird bugs out there. It could even be as simple as like, your headset's just, lost battery because it's wireless. So we'll have to wait and see. As it stands though, a pretty spicy game. I mean, we're going to return into the action, which was top lane. That's exactly where we paused. Long is leaping onto jumping onto Renekton and trying to remove him from the game nicely. If he gets a cheeky solo kill like that, I mean, we talked about RUA already being the leader of the most solo kills at 6. Second is Yazi, which is at 5. So I was thinking it was going to be a clash of these solo kill demons.
Yeah.
If Long just comes in and says, I'll pick up the torch and carry it off my team. Exactly. So it could be actually really cool.
Yeah, I think it's always interesting, by the way, when you pause when there's one of these skirmishes like in progress, because everyone has so much time to plan what they're going to do, right? It's not just like in the moment where you have to react instantly. It's like now you've had 5 minutes to premeditate how you're going to play out this fight. We'll see how it goes. I remember there was this one pause back in 2020. You might remember it. It was Direwolves vs. Order at the Nexus, and the game was paused for like 15 minutes or something, and then they unpaused and ended like 10 seconds later.
That's a playoffs game, wasn't it?
It was.
Yeah, that was a crazy one. That's like, it's a done deal. Come on, surely. But no, formalities obviously have to be completed at that point. I wonder, speaking of, having been in situations like that yourself, perhaps, when you do have 5 minutes to look at a life or death situation, is it even possible to overanalyze it, where you've read the situation far too much and you think, I need to flash, I need to do this, because that's what we're going to see.
Long.
And they're going to trade? Oh my god, 40 HP!
Wow, all that time to think about it. He knew he was going to live on 40 HP. Perfectly calculated.
He had the calculator out.
Yeah, but what a beast. Long gets subbed in, gets a solo kill against probably the strongest team in his first game. So that has to feel pretty amazing. And PSG, they're putting a lot of pressure on this bot side. Both junglers are around. The dragon still remains. Let's get a replay on that. So it looks like it was just a really extended trade. And obviously, Renekton very strong with the ulti, but I think after cooldowns have kind of been used, just needs to play back and respect. I think Long, he did a great job of just, punishing. We actually saw the pause even come up there for a moment. Flashes forward, and I'm not sure if he expected to live.
Yeah.
But he did.
It's a quick enough kill, right, that the turret hasn't ramped up fully. Played around his cooldowns really well. Obviously, kept up his passive too. And I think, really, more than anything, has forced RZ to give him a little bit more respect as to you can't afford to step up that aggressively in lane.
Yeah, and remember that this Renekton was picked into Jax. So they're using that counter pick, and, it's been solo kills. So definitely not kind of what you're hoping for from top lane. But everything else across the board seems to be relatively stable. And Yubao, despite the fact that he's, every time we look mid, he's got pretty good health leads, is actually falling a little behind in CS. And J-Team, they're definitely willing to play aggressive. They're starting up the Herald. They've rotated both their bot lane here early. PSG, though, they're matching. They're bringing their bot lane here. I feel like this might just be a 5v5 at 8 minutes.
Yeah, it certainly could be. Minji going to try and pop over the wall onto Yubao and force out a 1v1 nice and early. RG zoned away down to 50%. In goes Junjie, hitting the Cyclone without a clone to back it up for 2 charges. They isolate out Long, who can just leap away to safety. The Herald is still there. The Sand Soldiers are trying to passively hit them from afar. And now Lava is just forced to try and smite this one on his own. Oh, it's been stolen! Oh, J-Team have left him dead for rights and said you need to win the smite fight, but he cannot.
Yeah, I think that was pretty nice of PSG. The fact that they are the ones actually picking up the Herald despite rotating their bot lane later is pretty nice for them. And as well, should be able to use this Herald. There's a lot of aggressive lanes, so if you can get them a little bit more gold, can potentially tip the scales in their favor. And where will it go? I feel like it probably should go bot lane in this game. I think bot lane, really needs to be accelerated in order for this game to, be in a good state. And RJ, he's still up in CS, so not the end of the world in top lane, but you have to feel that the Jax does outscale. Mid lane as well. Not too much action. Quietly farming away.
I think I would like it to be bot lane for the reasons you mentioned already, but also for the fact that you can potentially claim a bounty on Bruce, shut him down before he gets too out of control as the bounty just disappears away. But once again, just to make sure that you do have a lane to try and snowball. Maybe you make the argument that you want to make sure that Renekton does come back into this game and, keep this Jax at bay, but you've already lost that solo kill. You're thinking it's a dicey one to invest, and it may not ever eventuate into anything really noteworthy.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you. I think that just denying Bruce from farming is a pretty big win. Like, even without the bounty's back. Skimmy's bounty is
I've got
back.
the Skimmy bounty curse.
Yeah. But yeah, I think just stopping the Sivir from farming is a pretty big deal. Obviously, she does farm like a monster anyway, so it can be difficult, but any waves denied will be good. And actually, Enso, it's getting pretty aggressive here. I do believe he spotted out Ginger there, I think.
Look how much vision they have, though, Shock. I mean, that's 3 wards all in the area. They completely respect that we could be targeted by this. Even a very defensive wall protecting our own blue buff entrance. So they're well aware of any kind of angle, any kind of wraparound that could happen for, the Wukong to be creative with.
And Long actually pops the ulti, which is kind of strange. Don't think there's really any trade that was going to become of that. Dragon's in 2 more minutes, and I feel like Ginger's kind of looking for an opportunity to use this Herald, although might try and wait it. You sometimes see Herald drop just to secure another dragon. And PSG, like they've shown us before, they are pretty big fans of getting this Dragon Soul early into the game. RG doesn't quite manage to stop the recall here. And J-Team starting to commit members to bot side, securing that priority, allowing Bruce to continue to farm up a storm. And this is a scary situation for PSG's bot lane. You're very strong here on the Lucian Nami, but with your jungle on the other side of the map, it's quite difficult to actually pressure.
Yeah, it certainly is, but this is a lot of pressure here from Aja as he's actually managed to get a Demolish proc off and a number of plates to get himself ahead, crashing in the wave 2, up by 10 CS, which feels really nice as well. Yes, his TP's down, but Long's able to go back to base, not even had to use it to run back. So he'll have that up for a potential fight if it were to break out cross map.
Ginger is spotted out. Wards are going to be cleared. More trades going on the top lane. Never a moment of dull action up there.
Big trade as well. I mean, he's come back to lane, he's already under 50.
Yeah. Does have the Divine, though. It looks like he's going to pick up some honey fruit, maybe? Or there's perhaps none here. That's always tragic when you go in the river and there's just no honey fruit. Someone's already yoinked it. And the Kraken Slayer is actually finished here for Bruce. And I think finishing the Mythic before Lucian does is pretty key, right? A lot of the time you see that Gale Force Power Spike come in.
Yeah.
And then it's very difficult. But actually already having the Kraken does feel good. The Herald's actually used mid, which I think is interesting, but perhaps it's more of the late game of thinking, like, 1, we get more gold in the U-Bow's Azir, and 2, Sivir can defend mid waves pretty much forever. So the only way you're really going to break this tower is with Heralds. So perhaps, yeah, playing a bit more for the long game here.
And I think we saw also Lalva and the team protect bots such a long time. I feel like they found it very hard to find an avenue into that bot lane. So rather than try and hard force it at really what cost, why not just get some easy gold by planting it in mid lane and making sure that Ubao just finds himself a lead and, as you say, denies the inevitable Sivir defense. As the second dragon is here, PSG having picked up the first. Be curious to see if they decide to mount an assault for the second. Everybody is resetting in all 3 lanes, so it would seem like that is not to be the case unless Jinchir has other ideas in mind, potentially poking his head in here.
Yeah, I think they... Oh, are they going to play for the fight after? They have TP'd Yubao in, but they're very...
Oh, it was close. It was very close there as they did really run it down to a complete Smite fight on the hunt is popped. They found a target. No, Lava doesn't decide to pull the trigger.
Yeah, okay. So actually a lot of members, if you notice, Long TP down to this play as well. Minji invested his TP. So there was a lot invested here from both sides. But it does go the way of J team, so definitely going to delay that drag win condition for both teams here.
That's a great soul point, isn't it, right? We're playing for an Infernal Soul of all things, so if anything else, we're going to get a lot of damage in this game.
Yeah, and I think Long using his TP is actually... Oh, hold on. We have an ult coming out from Wako now. Even without the Gale Force, deals so much damage. And this potentially gives PSG a window to do something.
I was wondering if there was a way for them to then free up the map to then try and track where Lava's next move may have been. As you can see, look at the amount of turret plates that have been claimed here by PSG. They've got a monumental lead with that alone. That is basically representing the 1k lead that they have over J team at this point.
Yeah, and you see Mythics starting to come through. And another trade going on top side. Now J team, they have members in the area. It looks like they're bringing up Minji as well, so potentially committing 3 to this play.
This is a dicey situation. He's got flash and an ult as well. He needs all the help he can. A TP is too late because it's not even there. Ubao cannot help him. And Junjia was locked inside the fountain. It's a beautiful execute. And it's a really good move by J team.
Yeah, although worth noting is that Arja actually did trade a kill onto Lava, and Lava invested his flash too. So pretty good trading evenly in a 1 versus 3. Does feel nice, and now Junjia can come up and just clear out this wave. So I think, yeah, it's a nice proactive play from J team, and a kill on Minji does feel good. At the same time though, Arja trading evenly is not something that you'd want. I feel like Lava maybe went a bit too early. Like Minji is still pretty far away. Oh, and missed the Q as well. Yeah, and actually just a lot of damage, gets the stun, and Lava pretty much just dies to the tower.
Yeah. It was a mistake after mistake. It feels really bad. I mean, you've paid the sins, but you've said, well, the kill's going to cross to where it matters, right? You've made sure that your carries, your solo laners are receiving the gold. That's what you're after. You want to try and match it, pound for pound with your opposition. So there is that silver lining to be happy about, as Junjia is now going to pick up the second Herald for their side. Look to see where this one gets planted. If it is a case of, once again, just going straight through the mid to open up the highway to success to roam elsewhere.
Yeah, I have to feel like it will be used mid. I think it just takes so long to break this tower into bruise. There's a lot of pings on mid wave right now, so we might actually see it soon. They're bringing pretty much all 5 members mid. While J team still kind of answering the side lanes. Junjia is here. Will he use it now? Okay, yeah, the Herald does go down.
Here's the hard force, the Gale Force in, instant culling. That's enough, if nothing more, just to zone them away. This tower will be falling down. You can wave clear, but their headbutt is guaranteed.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty big win for PSG, just opening up the map now. Arja might be in trouble.
Oh, it's a great stun underneath the tower. The tower's dead. Slicing, dicing. You just need one more auto attack, son. Try your hardest. He says, I can't get the Jax. Maybe I go for you instead. But the Vi is running away. It's a cheeky recall, but a blue trinket catches them out. The tidal wave, Surf is up, and the killer's found.
Yeah, well, Arja really just bought his team so much time there, and consistently, even despite getting solo killed, has actually managed to play the weak side pretty well. Consistently trading up kills, also got 3 plates for himself. So yeah, really showing why he's such a good top laner. And also, like, the strength of the Renekton, right? If you're playing some kind of ranged, squishy champion here, like a Jace or a Kennen, potentially, these are just 1 for 0s, but the Renekton can buy so much time. Actually waiting in the wings.
Would he dare entertain more? That is the question. As nice little blast cone, going to get him out of harm's way. Yes, we are looking for more. Oh, there it is! Flash R2 with the Cyclone, and Minji is punished in the side lane. And tell you what, it may be a weak-sided Renekton, but he's getting it done.
Yeah, 100%. Really nice presence of mind there just to stay. And with Dragon in 40 seconds, I think PSG have to feel pretty good about contesting this one. Now 2-0 on the Lucian, as well as 2 kills on a Jinja's Wukong. So let's have a look at this. Yeah, Arja, he stayed here for so long, and Minji, he'd already committed 1 of his Ws onto the wave. And then the flash mess by Jinja. Also the Wukong coup with the Divine Thunder does so much damage. Takes him down at the end. And you can see in the player goal, Bruce is managing to stay kind of competitive. But for the rest of them, the rest of J team, they are starting to fall behind.
But it's a promising sign, right? You want to make sure that your server is still up there despite the circumstances elsewhere on the map. So that is something that you can definitely be happy about. But as much as you can be happy that they got the Kraken Slayer power spike first, now the Gale Force is there, now the Imperial Mandate is there, and that feels like that's enough to try and swing the balance, especially in these mid-game fights around another Dragon fight.
Yeah, and this one's going to be a big one. This kind of determines which team can actually start, playing towards this Dragon win condition. And I think PSG, they're so spiked at this fight. J-Team, are they going to be able to do anything about it?
Well, Long's the one to receive the brunt of the damage so far, but forced to leap away. The Dragon is still there. J-Team hitting it. PSG locked inside the Pixel Bush, inside the river. Azza looking for a flank. Minji zoned away, trying to be a nuisance, but standing on vision. That's the big concern right now. The Sand Soldiers start to come out. Ubao down to 50%. The heals are there. The flash is in. The knock up, the wave, the damage, the kills. They're finding them. The CC is good. Waku's found it. He's still got his flash. The Ignite secures it. But it's Minji that answers back. His clone popped. And the disengage there once again. These Dragons just continue to get started and leashed.
Yeah, it ends up being a 1-for-1, and PSG, I think they might actually still try contest this. There's very low health bars, and the TP is coming in.
They want it. It's going to be a health advantage, and I don't know if J-Team have enough left in the bank. They are going to lose out when it comes to numbers more than anything. No, they say, we've got a TP of our own. Rush it down. And PSG just have to leave.
Yeah, so PSG, they're the ones that end up getting forced away from that. I don't think it's the end of the world. The second drag does go over to J-Team. I think the fact that Junja is the one that went down means that J-Team will always have the smite advantage there, so can play for that. Now, let's take a look at the replay. I think J-Team, despite perhaps not being as strong at this point in the game, did actually play it better. I think Minji being over the wall really stopped, PSG from fully committing to anything like this, as well as Long managed to kind of withstand the brunt of that initial poke. And I think here, if you just look at the positioning, PSG are kind of all stacked up in one area, very easy to play around, whereas J-Team, they have threats on multiple angles. And I think also pay attention to Bruce, who got some really nice Sivir damage, just kind of with everyone stacked up. J-Team, they pulled the trigger, got a massive engage here. And honestly, I think Wako, he kind of saved the fight with this culling over the wall. If not for that, and hold that thought, Junja manages to snipe Enzo. Not sure how that happened.
Yeah, we're no doubt going to get another replay to follow up that previous replay as we return live into the action. The turret falls topside, and that is a lot of damage. It really was a battle of two AD carries, and as you mentioned, Wako very unfortunate not to find more off the back of that culling, but this game has been relatively even, I want to say. I mean, the Dragon apiece, but it is PSG slowly starting to pull ahead just from some CS advantages and some bit of macro.
Yeah, worth noting it is actually 2 Dragons to J-Team. I don't believe it's been updated yet, because it says the Dragon is still live, even though it died.
True.
Pretty sure. So yeah, they can start kind of working towards that. I do believe they got the Infernal. But yeah, you're right. I think the game remains, very even and relatively competitive. And I think that's honestly good signs for J-Team, because PSG, they're looking so strong. Now, J-Team are down in gold, but you have to think with this fed Sivir, potentially can just make up for that with Bruce's damage alone. Wako taking a lot of damage back into this. So that is actually a 4K gold lead for PSG. A lot of it is on the Wako. At the same time, though, J-Team, they're finding the ability to push in these waves to just maintain control of the map. It doesn't feel like they're 4K gold down.
No, they're not playing as if they are from behind, right? And the big concern is that, Wako is extremely fed 3-0-1, but look how many tools J-Team have to get on top of him and remove him very quickly from the game. The poke, the dash, from the likes of a LeBlanc, for instance, or, a point-and-click ultimate from the Vi. They've got the movement speed. It's just whether or not they can weather the storm when Waku gets aggressive and hits them with the damage first.
Yeah, and Ubao now with 2 completed items is going to be, starting to deal some relevant damage in these fights. I'm surprised we're A-ramming so much from mid lane, because there are no objectives here, at least for the meantime, but control of mid-wave is always important. And so far, no one's really looked to pressure this Baron. Both teams, I think, have fairly decent DPS, but it is quite hard to just start it from a fairly even state. Although PSG, now with the ability to have control of this mid, perhaps enter the jungle, can start snowballing this gold lead further, take away some jungle camps. Long is wisely going to back away. There were many PSG members leaning to bot side. So it's just going to back off. This tower won't go down just yet. It looks like we might be seeing another ARAM on the mid wave soon enough, as members do tend to posture around here.
Yeah, I think it's just strength for numbers. I think they're just so concerned that they are so strong in the amount of tools they have when they go for a roam that it feels too risky to play to those side lanes right now. I have to wait and see because even when grouped up, they're still entertaining it. Xunqi's in a lot of trouble. There is that CC. There's the blast cone that denies him. He has a flash though, so he's out. Waku getting aggressive with a blue buff. He's got the cooldown reduction. He's got the ability to run on through, as does Ubao, who just tries to find the moment. Urza on the flank flash. And a stun to your head, and you aren't going anywhere. Dashing across the water to Krugs, cutting off any kind of retreat. Great recall away there for Minji, making sure it won't be more than one. As Enzo is next on the chopping block, and he's taken down.
Yeah, and I think this should be Baron going over to PSG J-Team. They're going to do what they can to contest it, though. They still have 2 carries alive, but whether or not they can actually deal the damage they need. Oh, Minji snipes Woody.
God!
Yeah, a lot of damage coming through, and this makes this a 3v4, which is certainly playable. Though they are split. Bruce has used the spell shield and the flash. It's going to be quite difficult for him to walk up now.
But he might look to try and play that dance with the devil, right? He wants to try and make sure in a clump top spot like this, he goes for it! He steals away the Baron! Lava's the hero! Xunqi finds a kill on the flank. It's a shutdown onto Waku. It's a beautiful bounty acquisition as well, but it's Xunqi that gets the double. He won't get the Baron, but he'll get a bit of gold.
Wow, what a messy fight from both sides, but it ultimately ends up being J-Team the ones that pick up the Baron. Lava with the steal. I think that's very big. You get a big gold injection, and you can, you know, kind of stave off any sort of aggression here from PSG for a while. Just, you know, continue to let Bruce snowball into this monster that he can be. And Dragon is up and available. And PSG, they are on the map first. You know, J-Team still have members dead. So I think this will just go to PSG and we'll tie things up at 2-2.
And it's been a rough game for Lava. I mean, we've seen a few of those ganks and they just haven't worked. Hasn't been as mechanically blessed as we've come to expect of him. But when push comes to shove, to guarantee a Baron steal like that, you really do love to see it.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you can kind of end the whole rest of the game, but if you steal Baron, you still end up as the hero. But let's take a look at the replay. So, yeah, I think this was... PSG, I think they could have played this a little better. I think they don't know where Minji is, and the fact that Minji is able to just snipe out Woody is big, because Woody is a lot of that sustain. So this really makes the damage from Baron actually stick. And then after Bruce had committed the flash, and I believe it was the spell shield used here as well, I'm surprised that we didn't see Ubao, you know, go onto him with the Azero when he walked back up, because waiting too long here, you know, you can just, you know, on J-Team's side, Lava can just come through here, smite it away. Minji as well, I mean, really playing on his limits here. Actually, on the back end of it, Marco snipes Minji, does get the shutdown, but with the Baron going over to J-Team, I think overall, things end up pretty even, maybe slightly better for J-Team, but that second drag going over to PSG as well, I mean, it's just pretty much as even as you can get still.
Yeah, it feels like a very... how do I put it? A game where it feels like it is still PSG's to win, but very much J-Team answering back saying, we're not giving up anything for free here. We're going to give you many trials and tribulations in this one. You're going to have to deal with this Sivir, which is finding moments where everybody is grouped up. The Ricochet is getting the value. It's got the uptime because of the Navori Quickblade build. Does have the Baron, so you're never able to shove that wave, even if it was hard before, even harder now. So it's a game that I feel like is going to go to distance.
Yeah, and I really like that J-Team have actually remained competitive with PSG, right? Because I think most people would probably say that J-Team is, you know, one of the weaker playoff contenders, right? Like, they don't seem to quite be on the level of some of the other teams. But here they are up against PSG, who are just on fire at the moment, and they're giving them a good run for their money. And it's certainly, you know, like you said, PSG's game to win, perhaps, but it's by no means a done deal. Now, just clearing out these waves. Shouldn't be too much left on this Baron here. Should be going soon enough. Now, they haven't actually... J-Team haven't really managed to take a whole lot back with this Baron. Although, perhaps now will pressure this bot tier 1. I believe Baron has expired. They have a lot of members down here.
Certainly do. PSG in the hunt, though. Invisibility, here we are. Surprise, surprise. Bruce, you got that shield, but we're coming for you. There's the scoop. You're isolated and you're shut down again. This Wukong is unbelievably fed. Wako sniping him with the tail end of that culling. And the Wukong wants more. Chinchilla is in. He wants Minji. Unbelievable. A level 14 jungler is basically a laner.
Yeah, really, really nice from PSG there. They do end up losing the mid tower, but I think that you know, just the engage found by Junji again, just really showing why he's the best jungler in the league. You know, it doesn't matter, I guess, that he's missed the smite once. Really just over and over finds that consistent engage, consistent value, and yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy because J-Team, they end up falling very far behind off that, and really it's just for a bot lane tier 1, right? But Bruce is just so far pushed up, and Jinjia gets the massive engage. Yubao as well with the follow-up, knows that Bruce does not have the flash this time, and is just taken out.
Yeah, the spell shield's already been burnt, or at least expired by that point, so really well executed there by PSG, and I mean, it's just an interesting tale when you look at the scoreboard as to really what's happened here. Jinjia with plenty of ganks that have been very impactful, misses one smite up against the 0-4 Vi, but ultimately when you look at the gold graph, you're still saying it is PSG.
Yeah. Now Dragon's going to be an interesting thing here because it's still 2 more drags away for anyone to pick up the soul. And both teams now, I think, do Baron so quickly that it might just be you trade a dragon and just take the Baron away. And Minji, he's building towards that death cap, although Yubao is actually going for the Banshees, so going to be very hard to actually take him out. J-Team, they are taking away this bot side vision, and Dragon is spawning in less than a minute here. So J-Team, they have a lot of control. Despite being down in gold, I think they can still win fights, especially if Minji can find a pick to start it off. This mid-wave will be 5v5 contested. Can't get caught on mid-wave if all 5 members are here.
You certainly can't.
Bruce, I mean, the Ricochet is starting to deal, you know, quite a bit of damage. Does not quite have the BT completed. PSG, though, they're starting to kind of take some of this control back, and now they have access to the next mid-wave first, and with Dragon not up just yet, this can be a dangerous situation, I think. Oh, but massive damage onto Yubao, who does still have the TP, but really nice initial poke here from Minji.
It is really nice poke. Baron as well as Dragon, though, are coming up at a very similar time, up in the next minute, so they're wrestling over mid lane. Minji's the focus. Great flash away from Wako. Doesn't survive. Falls down to long. Cyclone with the clone as well, knocking up multiple members. In goes Zaza, looking to try and snipe them down, but he's low and falls to dash away as Yubao goes in, scooping back one. Look at Lova. Oh, finally burns to the bleed of Leandres, and that's a triple kill to his name. He's still alive, but just by a thread. As the Renekton runs down, a lonely Karma support who's just going to outrun him.
Yeah, and I think we'll have to see a replay of that because I feel like after Wako kind of dashed forward and didn't find anything, that was J-Team's fight to win. But Yubao, with a massive performance off the back end of that, really managed to save that fight from being disastrous. And I think that is such a big win here for PSG. They're actually pinging onto the Baron as well. So potentially going to go for both. But let's take a look at the replay. I feel like after the initial kind of damage dealt onto Yubao, J-Team are in a pretty good position. And then Wako here, he kind of ints forward and is, you know, collapsed on and dies very early into the fight. And when you're this fed on Lucian, you know, you really don't want to die this early. But I think pay attention to Yubao when he TPs in. He's unopposed in the backline. There's no threat onto him. He's just dealing for free. The health bar's getting so low. And then just at the back end of it, manages to go in 1v3 and take them all out and survives as well on a sliver of health. Really well played by him.
Honestly, my highlight right there, MVP worthy to say the least. That was a phenomenal little play to salvage that one and to live. I mean, I feel like by the end of that fight, he had about 100 HP to his name, but he was playing a dangerous game between Madman and, you know, one of the greatest players ever.
Very true. Now, the Baron, I believe, was taken here from PSG. I don't think we actually saw it, but I do think it's been picked up. And they've kind of accelerated themselves to a pretty massive goal lead here. You have to think that with this Baron, they'll be willing to, you know, at least try and break 1 inhib, if not 2. And as well as that, failing that even, there is the 4th Dragon win condition available to them. So PSG, they feel very firmly in control of the situation.
And it just feels like a game of durability because look at the itemization. You got the Verdant Barrier, or rather the Banshee's Veil. You got the Maul Mortius. Hold that, Forks. The fight's breaking out. Lava doesn't want me to talk. He wants me to talk about the team fight instead. He jumps across the wall. Where was his team to back him up? They're here now. Long jumps in, snipes away a Nami, but that's not who you want. Now trying to do it all on his own, but falls victim to the pain of Lucian as well as an Azir. And now they're being completely routed at the top side of this jungle. They're going to run right past the Baron pit, but it doesn't exist anymore. Jinjia going to go golden, but Minji doesn't want to jump back in. He's too low. And now just trying to tease them with my clone. But hey, look, Yubao's on the hunt.
Yeah, and I think this will be Enso going down at the very end of this. It'll be interesting to see what do PSG actually get off of this, because they have chased these kills for a very long time. Looks like perhaps this mid tower will be threatened. Wako, though, has to back away.
He just told his team, hey, you go for a chase, so I'm going to try and do some sieging. But, I mean, yeah, once again in mid lane, it's all about pushing on. My point being, I mean, the itemization is all about stopwatches. It's all about making sure that you can try and live through the burst, guardian angels, you name it, because there is just so much damage to take you out in just a heartbeat.
Yeah, and PSG actually opting to just go for recall, so not going to pressure anymore with this Baron. Perhaps instead just want to play towards their 4th drag win condition. I think it's the safe way to do it. You know, Wako not having flash could be in danger. Now, this is a real interesting engage because they commit pretty much everything onto Wako, but he's not actually the one that ends up dying. It's Woody, and I think, you know, if Woody dies but gets his buffs onto Wako, it's not too bad, right? You've still got this Lucian in the backhand who can DPS. And worth noting that Yubao, again, you know, he's such a big part of this team's DPS. He is not taken damage at all this fight, right? He's pretty much just uncontested in the backline. And it feels rough for J-Team. Like, if you can commit everything onto the carries and not even come away with a single kill, you know, you're really quickly running out of options.
I mean, this is the concern. Once again, I've mentioned already, but just how fed this Wukong is. They have far too many carries. So, yep, sure, you take the Lucian out, but you've left the Azir up and available to do infinite damage. If you haven't taken him, then Jinjir's in the backline as well, also knocking up everybody. They can't do damage, but he's doing tons. I mean, it's a dicey game, and ultimately it's one where PSG are starting to pull ahead and say, whilst the early game was quite close and quite competitive, now we're starting to crest over into 10k gold differences.
Yeah, gold lead is getting out of control, and I think Dragon shouldn't be too far away, maybe just a couple of minutes now. And J-Team, they're going to be forced to fight it, but just look at how many defensive items have been picked up by the side of PSG. You've got multiple GAs, a Zhonya, and a Banshee for Yubao, so really, it's only PSG's bot lane that are even vulnerable. And even then, you know, if you kill them, there's still so many threats alive. So J-Team, they really have to find some sort of pick, I feel like, before the fight starts. But it's a tall order when PSG already have the control.
And that's my point exactly. I feel like they're losing it when it comes to fights like this in an open format where they just try and run you down. I feel like they've had their most success when they've been contesting a Dragon or a Baron because they get to play around Bruce. And when Bruce is able to stand and deliver with those ricochets, that's when they've been able to actually come out ahead. So I'd love to see them look to try and wait for that next Dragon, which is up in the next minute, or potentially contest that next Baron. But I feel like this this fight for the Dragon could spell the end of the game.
Oh, massive culling damage.
Oh, Yubao going to jump in there. Not going to fully commit. Had a flash, had an ultimate, but instead says, I've found Long instead. Look at the CC. He cannot play the game. Locked in the air like you just don't care for 20 years.
And PSG, I think they might be able to get everything they want here, pressuring both mid and the Dragon at the same time. Potentially risky, but I think they're so far ahead that it probably just doesn't matter. So J-Team, they might try find an angle here, but with a lot of their engage missing, it's going to be difficult.
Yeah, Minji going to go in, try and be a hero and out-snipe somebody out. We know that Jinjir is actually taking away the Drake for the 4th win condition. Lava going to try and snipe in here and be an absolute menace, but it's on vision. It's too easy. It is too late. And it feels like a done deal at this point now. The snipe from Minji hasn't worked. The steal away from Lava hasn't worked either. And now with max levels, with max items, with max pressure, they find you one by one and just continue to build that gold lead ahead.
Yeah, and I think now Baron spawning in less than a minute here. PSG with the Dragon Soul. Oh, Minji actually snipes another off the back end. This actually is good if they can continue to chase. They potentially, this could lead to J-Team getting Baron if they can get any more members here. TP is coming in.
Yeah, TP is going to be the deterrence factor to at least ensure that these members can go back to base. If they had managed to run them down, that would have been exactly what they were looking for only moments prior inside their own base, but better late than never.
Yeah, so pings are going down to Baron. I think both teams probably will look at it here. There is a window where Lava will be up and Woody will still be dead. PSG, they're going to have to do their best to just delay this. If you can delay it by even 20 seconds, that will probably be enough. And I think with the fact that they're already here, I think they've done it. I have to see though. Junji's going to smite away the Skull Crab. Yeah, I think they have enough control now that J-Team probably can't start it. So that, you know, that potential obstacle avoided.
I think my concern, though, at this point in the game, no shock, is that you've got double GAs, which are active. You've got stopwatches available there as well. Yes, we're starting to get 4 or 5 items on our main carries. Double flashes are available for both Bruce as well as Wako. So, I mean, this is really setting up to be the fight of all fights to close out this game.
Minji has a flank.
He certainly does. He's jumped in right now. Jinjiro across the wall. That's going to pop the GA. Everybody going golden. Stasis effects are certainly the name of the game. As Bruce has gone, he cops a shield from Karma, but he wants to go back to base. Will PSG let them? Of course they won't. They'll turn their attention to Long. They'll find him for free. JT resigned to the inner sanctums of their own base protection. But Minji always flanking, always being a menace, but just can't find the target he's after.
Yeah, Minji, I feel like he's doing a great job with the flanks. There's just so many members that are so tanky, and unfortunately does just go down off the back end of that. It's so difficult, I think, when you're in this sort of state as a Blanc, where there's just so many defensive items built, and the only people you can kill kind of just don't matter anymore. And I think this will be PSG picking up the Dragon, and I do believe they can end the game off of this. We'll have to see, though. Ooh, actually electing not to base, so just going to immediately pressure with the Baron. I like it. PSG, they think they're strong enough. Don't need to get any stronger. Don't need to buy any more items. Just want to siege down, maximize his tempo, and just take a look at the damage. I mean, the difference, especially in the carries, is absurd. Minji, he found a pick onto Jinjia, but it just has a GA and can buy so much time anyway.
Yeah, and that's the frustration, right? You want to try and hit them with that one punch, knock them out straight away, but it's just not possible. They come back from the afterlife. They haunt you in your dreams. They haunt you in this game. 24 kills to 10. It really has all been about the PSG steam train from the mid-game onwards, as they now look to try and close things out with a Baron buff as well as an Infernal Soul. But the one thing J-Team can rely upon is wave clear, and Bruce is doing just that.
Yeah, now they do have supers coming in mid. Will they continue to stay around? J-Team, they're actually looking to chase them down. Know that if this game goes too much longer, it's going to be difficult for them.
Minji. Oh, he's stunned! He tried to snipe them. Look how low he is shot, but he's alive. Long dashing cross. Didn't get knocked up by the wall, but does die eventually. The mobility of Lucian at this point in the game. Oh, it does not matter. The supers are going to crash. PSG are going to crash as well because they want to end this game. They've had enough of it. TP's on the minion to make sure it stays alive just a fraction longer as one turret falls, a second. It's inevitable. And now an exposed Nexus to close things out. One last-ditch effort, the last dance, if you will, as Lauva goes in. But Wako is godlike. It's always been about him. Lucian Nami continues to be ever so strong with a double kill to close it and for a PSG to win.
Yeah, I think J-Team, they did a pretty good job of testing PSG, right? But PSG, ultimately, they are the stronger team. They come out on top, and they really delivered, right? Like, we haven't seen, I feel like, PSG kind of been pushed in the early game so far, but J-Team actually did a pretty good job of it.
I think they really did. I think they gave them a lot of headaches. I think they just lost their head at a little bit of times because they deviated away from fighting around major objectives, which is where I found the majority of their strength, right? When you're setting up vision control around a Dragon or a Baron, that's what Minji's hunting on the flanks for, trying to, deny you from, setting up perfectly. Bruce obviously having the perfect situation with those ricochets. They forced fights a little bit too frequently and relied on Long then to be the flanking angle with the Jax, and wasn't always that easy, right? Far too strong, far too many bounties, and far too many threats. You take one down, it's like a Hydra, right? Multiple heads all just arise elsewhere.
Yeah, let's talk about Long. So he came in as a substitute, went for the blind pick Jackson, did pick up a solo kill, and admittedly he found some impact in this game, but kind of maybe expected a little more. It felt like both the times when numbers were committed towards topside, Aja just managed to buy so much time. Like maybe they were going towards the Jax lane a bit too early in the game. So it felt like, initially Long was doing great, but then kind of just fell into irrelevancy almost as the game went on.
Yeah, I think, for sure, a lot was invested in making sure that this Jax would get ahead. We saw the protection mainly between top and bot as to what could really be their win condition. It never got to a point where we get to see the Jax go for a split push angle instead, right? They were very much all in committed to saying, we will team fight at all costs. How often do we see ARAMs? Like 80% of the game. Side lanes just did not exist.
Yeah, I think that the thing with the ARAM is like, obviously, if you can be split, it's better, right? You want to farm up as much gold as you can, but the problem is that the engage coming out from a Sivir Vi is so strong that the moment you show members on side lane, you just get engaged on mid, right? So you're kind of forced almost just to commit 5 members there. And I feel like PSG, they don't even mind that too much. If you can take the Jackson or LeBlanc away from that 1-3-1 and just force them to 5v5, I think then your Azir just kind of comes out on top, and we saw that, right? Yubao, he had some massive team fights.
Yeah, he plays 3 champions for a reason because he's really, really good at them. And it begs the question, right? Our very first time seeing LeBlanc, it was the 5th and final pick for Red side. As a whole, I mean, we could obviously see the merits of why it is strong, but would you have preferred to see a more stereotypical, say, control mage?
I think Minji honestly just didn't have a whole lot of options. I think the problem is when you're picking into Azir, there's like a lot of questions that you have to answer. It's like one, well, look, Azir is an overloaded champion, right?
Sure.
He's got a very strong lane. He's also got very strong gank setup. And it feels like most mages that can match Azir in the lane, you know, such as Victor, are then extremely vulnerable to the Azir Wukong engage. So it's very difficult to pick into. I like the LeBlanc, but let's take a look at some of these highlights. So this one was perhaps where J-Team could have won the fight. They got Wako pretty much for free, and it was only with just heroic effort from Yubao off the back end. No threat left onto him, who managed to DPS everyone down, and then, you know, going in 1v3, really testing the limits and picking up all three of them.
Yeah, and I mean, this for me says it all. The story of the mid-jungle, arguably one of the best mid-jungles in the entire league here for the PCS. We're going to look at the damage as a whole as well, and it really is all about the AD carries, popping off as much as they can. But for me, the biggest telltale sign is it's been a phenomenal introduction here for Junjie. I mean, what a Wukong it was. 3 games, 3 victories in MVP yesterday, and I'd say he's definitely got a shoe-in for the MVP as well tonight.
Yeah, 100%. I think he just very consistently found the engages. And when your jungler is doing competitive damage compared to your carries, that feels very good, right? It's just like, I feel like when the bruiser type champs do get that strong, very hard to deal with. Our MVP, as expected, is Ginger. 9-2-11, 71% KP, and a 6k gold lead over his opponent.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, it absolutely gapped Lalva. Yes, you missed that one Baron. Did it matter, though? Honestly, we didn't really see much as a result of stealing away that Baron. And what I say, I mean, 2 games back-to-back MVPs, unbelievable introduction, and what a way to level up this PSG roster. And I think you can look at this one and say, but you know, you look at Waka, you look at Yubao, and look how much they did, but it was all based on how well this was, how well Junjie was able to engage, but also peel and protect.
Yeah, and I think you're right that Junjie coming in, you know, potentially elevates PSG to that next level from being, you know, not just a first place team, but actually being a team that rises above the rest of the competition. So we'll have to see how they continue to go. But I mean, so far they're looking like, you know, one of the very top title contenders.
They really are. I think it's a really great way to cap off what has been the initial round robin for them. You know, you come in at the tail end of that one and say, you know, new player, new ideas, same old PSG, championship caliber, championship roster. So it's going to make sure that, you know, that top 6 is going to be highly competitive, and I'm sort of curious to see what that next chapter has in store for them.
Yeah, 100%. Thinking back to that game, I think the J-Team, you know, they really found windows, but like you said, like stuff like the Baron, it never really translated into anything bigger, right? It felt like there were kills, but not a whole lot past that. But coming up next, we have Hellpigs versus Beyond Gaming. So come back for that. Don't go anywhere.
I'll drop dead. I know you heard about what I said, yeah. I don't need much, but I need you in my bed. Really, cause I can't take it any longer in my head, yeah. So, darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh, I've been falling, yeah, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh. You've been running for way too long. Can we find love, or is that too much? Baby, are you down, 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 down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You on in the town, 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 town. Tell me when you touching down, 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 down. So I could come around, round, 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 round. I know that you don't mess with no clowns. I know that you down, down, down. Yeah, oh, we're only starting, but I'm falling for you right now, girl. I know it's crazy, but you know things get hazy when I'm in your world. So baby, where you been on my life when I was always down on the pavement? I was out waiting in my station, you to lift me up and take me places. So darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh, I've been falling, yeah, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh. touching down, 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 down. So I could come around, round, 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 round. I know that you don't mess with no clowns. I know that you down, down, down. like I'm in a dream. I'm in a dream now.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the PCS Week 3 Day 3 brought to you by Riot Games and Carry Live. Just before we saw a very competitive game between PSG and J-Team with PSG coming out on top, but now we have two very inconsistent teams coming up, Hellpigs versus BYG. You know, both these teams they've had ups and downs, right? They've beat strong teams, they've lost to bad teams, so yeah, it's anyone's game.
Yeah, I think this one is really going to be coined as the battle of the middle of the park. Because for Hellpigs, if they win this game, then they tie the record with BYG. If BYG can win this one, they start to break into that upper echelon, right, and start to feel like they can, you know, guarantee an upper bracket position. So, bit of a form check, I would say, really, in what should feel like a bit of an evenly matched affair, given the sort of the results that you highlighted.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what gets drafted here as well, because I think both these teams, you know, they're very willing to experiment, but I feel like also they haven't really solidified a playstyle, right? Like it feels like there's kind of a bit of everything when it goes on with them. Yeah. Ooh, and I think we're actually taking a look at the influence graphic. What's a graphic? Anyway, Hellpigs, they are owned by Asia Godtone, who's a very big PCS streamer, and potentially Hellpigs jungler coming soon. We'll have to see.
Yes.
And on the other side, Dinter, so used to be a player, I believe a jungler as well, jungler on TPA and HKE, then a streamer, and now BYG owner.
Yeah, so a part of that, not to play, but was a part of the, I suppose, the organization at some stage around when Taipei Assassins won Worlds all the way back in, Season 2. So got that world-winning sort of caliber behind them, right? So you know, exciting to see that they're involved. And, you know, there's a bit of banter, a bit of rivalry between these two to make sure that, you know, if we don't win, we're going to be very, very upset. So no doubt their followers are going to be cheering on for this one and maybe hoping for a bit of an upset for better content. But let's jump into this one, right? Hellpigs, you know them, you love them, you've seen them before. Taco and Taco, both top and jungle, with Hong2 in the mid lane, Tide and IC8 as that bot lane pairing. And I mean, for them, they tried something a little bit different yesterday, right? They gave us the Cassidy example in the mid lane, a Cassidy that was blind into a Tristana, which didn't really achieve much in the early phase, but ultimately got to a point where actually outscaled, as crazy as that sounds, by level 18 into a Cassidy. They gave us a Xayah, which was a bit of a treat as well. Xayah actually achieved a fair bit. But yeah, I mean, this is a game that went the distance, right? It was a 45-minute banger, so they'll be hoping for a little bit more of a clinical one tonight.
Yeah, it was interesting because Hellpigs, I feel like, drafted really greedily in that game, but actually got away with it, but still failed to actually close out the game. And that's one of the biggest questions you have around Hellpigs is, sure, they can get advantages, but can they really drive it home? They have had difficulty doing so. But the blind pick Cassidy, I mean, especially in the first three, you don't see that very often. So we'll have to see what weird and wonderful picks Hellpigs have for us. They've played Darius and Heimerdinger as well, so they definitely prefer a little bit of this kind of off-meta style. But across from them, Beyond Gaming, Likai, Kongyue, 1116, Feng, and Kino. Another team that has had very big ups and downs, and I think a lot of it does come down to how the mid-jungle does. Because it feels like, you know, they're a pretty big part of their wins, but in the losses, they kind of, you know, they've struggled to find the same impact.
I feel like if Kongyue is firing on all cylinders, he has been a major driving force. I feel like that's the same tune for a lot of these teams, right? If their jungler is on the same page as the rest of their team, they can really get them that momentum to get across the finishing line. Holds the bulk of their MVPs as a result as well. And I think Lakai had a phenomenal performance. They had a hard-to-execute composition. They had a Fiora with a Hullbreaker. They played it beautifully, finished that game 4-0-4. The perfect situation to be as a Fiora, right? Not caught out in the side lanes, constantly offering pressure and having a 4-man that was strong enough to command the respect to draw what was impunity last night all around the map to follow them.
Yeah, Mega Bank as well. They're one of those teams that uses Ryze to a very high level. I think sometimes you just see the Ryze picked and that just ends up kind of being, you know, lackluster and ends up getting outscaled with the range. But, you know, BYG, they've had success with it. Looking at the junglers stats comparison, I mean, Kongyue, despite their somewhat lackluster record, has a pretty nice KDA of 5 and also 84% of his team's KP. So definitely going to be looking at him to kind of get stuff started for the team. Also played the Viego, which is kind of interesting. You know, not a champ that we see a whole lot, but if you can get through the other jungle picks and get down to Viego, he's certainly good at it.
Absolutely, and this is my point once again, going back to why Kongyue is such an influential, you know, part of this team, because that KP is astonishing, especially as a jungler, because you usually see that stat really held by supports more than anybody. So he's actually second in the entire league for the highest KP. So really, if Kongyue is there, you're guaranteed that this fight is going to happen and that you're going to, you know, potentially snowball into a decisive victory.
But here we are in Champs League. Hellpigs on blue side up against BYG on red. Varus, Wukong, Maokai Sejuani are our first bans here. Be interesting to see whether any Maokais and Elises get through the ban phase today, because every time it's happened, it hasn't gone so well for whoever gives it up.
I think they've learned the lessons from last night, right? Let's not be greedy. So let's see what the final ban will be, because BYG certainly have an aptitude for inviting pressure when it comes to junglers. So they're going to actually deny away the Vi. It just feels like that is the meta right now, right?
Yes.
Ban as many junglers as possible and start to really force their hand. Say, what else do you have up your sleeve?
Yeah, I wonder if that's actually good for Hellpigs, right? Because they've kind of, well, it could be good for either team. I feel like Taco, he's played stuff in the jungle. I remember he played a Gragas game. Kongyue, he's played the Viego. So we might see something interesting here in the jungle. But a lot of the bot lane combos are up, and it's actually Nami that'll be first pick. Now, Ashe is still up and available, so we might see an Ashe answer, or we could just see the classic Zeri Lulu. But it's nice to see the bot meta has kind of opened up a bit, right? It's not quite as stale as it was, at least those first couple of weeks. And some of that is the changes, and some of it also is just the meta develops, right? People kind of start to experiment with new stuff.
Yeah. I think also just people get bored after a bit of time.
True.
They've just had enough of playing the same comp. You know, you're playing all these stage games week in, week out. Your scrims, no matter how many scrim blocks you have. Imagine you just playing Zeri, you know, like 19 times a week. It would just absolutely fry your brain. But ultimately, that is what we're going to get. We're going to get a Zeri as a response. Now, the question for me, because it is a brand new patch, 13-3. Is it Lulu, or do you want to be an absolute alpha? Do you want to be a Giga Chad and lock in the Annie support?
It's definitely possible, but I think with the Zeri and Chana supports do make the most sense. I would be surprised if it's not the Lulu locked in, although it could be a jungler, I suppose, instead. The Lulu is locked in, we most likely will see the Lucian. And then I feel like here, do you take a priority jungler, or do you just decide, okay, all the good junglers are gone and we don't mind dropping even further? Because stuff like the Ryze is available here. I doubt we'll see a first 3 Kassadin again, but it could always be at the play. I think Lucian's a given, but what will be the other pick? I feel like you probably pick a jungler, unless you've really got something that you know is not going to get banned out.
I think jungler makes sense, especially because the champion pool has already been pinched. You're really asking for trouble if you then go into the second rotation of bans and more are then removed. So it's a question more than anything for Taco. How deep is that champion pool? Are you concerned? Do you need it? Do you have something else that you're concerned about? Or if you're Hong 2, for example, you say, I'm going to be playing a scaling mage no matter what the matchup is, so just lock me in a Victor or lock me in a Ryze.
Okay, so the Nara actually taken, not expected really, but maybe they're just saying, okay, we can blind pick this, deal with pretty much any matchup. Now BYG, they have a choice. Do they take a top lane counter into Nara now and have junglers banned out? Or do you just take the jungler and accept that you can counter Nara with stuff banned away? Lots of interesting draft choices here from both teams. Actually, is the Camille hovered? Would really like to see this locked in. Okay, it is. So Camille is locked in. Very exciting. I'm not sure if we've seen Camille this split so far. I don't believe we have. This is one of those champs that's very exciting to watch, but an absolute terror to play against. If I could ban one champ for the rest of time, it would probably be this one.
Camille is quite annoying. My favorite combo is always going to be Camille Ziggs, though. I absolutely adore that one. Or perhaps, you know, you have a Galio in there instead.
Camille, Jarvan, Galio, the classic.
The absolute wombo combo, right? When you're talking about, you know, teams finding an identity, it's, you know, poke, range, whatever it may be, but I just love the wombo combo.
Azir is banned away. Which is, yeah, Hong 2, he's played a lot of Azir so far. Hellpigs, they match with the Ryze ban. I think that's smart, BYG. One of the better Ryze teams. A lot of bans being put at mid, so junglers, you know, probably going to go untouched here. It'll be really interesting to see what the picks end up being. Last bans for us here. I feel like it probably just will be more mid bans, maybe a Kassadin if you want to blind your mid. If you're going to counterpick though, probably not much sense. It's actually the Poppy band away, so Taco has played that one before. I don't remember how much success it had, but it was on the table. And the last ban for Hellpigs, what will it be? Do you match the Poppy ban with anything? Or do you just continue to ban out mid laners?
Wouldn't be opposed to mid laners, even you know, a Silas being removed as well if you just want another blanket champion that people are comfortable on. No, they go for the Galley, so they're concerned about that wombo combo potential, right? Certainly would make the game really all about things Zeri popping off and, you know, 1v9ing if you will. But the champion pool for the junglers has been really severed, and it really now asks the question as to how comfortable are you? Because we're now looking at a Jace, could be mid, could be top. Could be a flex, given that Camille could look to try and match elsewhere as well.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much guaranteed to be Jace mid, but it could be Camille mid if it's a melee champion. I think Camille versus range, not very good, but can do one of the melees, and that maybe suggests it'll be an AP jungler last pick for BYG, perhaps something like a Karthus or a Lilia. And Taco, will he just go for this Gragas jungle again? He has played it before. I do believe it will get locked in. So we kind of see what their choices are when there's nothing left available. And now the last pick in the Jace. What will it be? I feel like mages deal pretty well with Jace. Maybe something like a Syndra could be the play, although difficult to play against Camille. I think it should be range. I'd be very surprised to see something like a Silas into Jace. Does seem pretty hard. A Corki would be insanely greedy. Surely not.
But that's Hong2. It is Hong2's identity though, isn't it? It's always greed.
Yeah,
it's always late game scaling. And look, if it works, it works. I'm a big advocate for that. If that's your identity, then you stick to it. But it does put a lot of pressure on the rest of your team to try and find success. And yes, you've got a Lucian Army to try and bridge you across that gap. But now BYG get the response and they themselves go for the Silas.
So it's Silas jungle, I believe. Now the thing with Silas jungle is his clear has been nerfed a lot. So he's more of a ganking jungler now than a farming jungler. And Kongwei, you know, he has shown that he is good at that style. But he's going to have his work cut out for him. Probably going to play mainly around mid and top, I think, with that guaranteed, or more guaranteed CC, I suppose. And Corki, I mean, you know, Corki, I think in the Jace is not as bad as people would think. It is bad for those first few levels, but after level 6, you're pretty much fine to clear. And Hong2 has shown us before that he can manage some very difficult matchups early game, right? Like yesterday, he played the Kassadin up against the Tristana and actually remained, you know, very competitive.
Yeah. It all just came down to a late game showcase of, you know, who could execute better. And ultimately, that could be the very same story breaking out here as well, because it's going to be all about poke. Right?
Yeah.
It's going to be a Jace that's going to want to be an absolute menace with those accelerated shock blasts, a Corki that wants to make sure that the package finds good value. One thing that I always tend to forget about Corki is that extra added level of security around claiming a dragon or guaranteeing a Baron. And if that is your mantra that you want to go for those team fights, you've got a Gnar, you've got a Lucian Army. You know, you lay down the red carpet, you say, this is the line we draw in the sand, it's time to go.
Yeah, I think Corgi is one of those champs that is specifically much better in competitive than in solo queue or even in scrims, because, like you said, those fights that happen very predictably, like around the dragon, Corgi's amazing at that, right? You can time the package around every single dragon fight, and it just makes you extremely strong for those. So it's a champ that I feel like often can be, you know, it doesn't show its true value and stuff like scrims and solo queue, but in stage, it's definitely one of the scarier picks to just like, let's scale up, get away with it.
Certainly is. Well, let's get away with it by jumping into the game. Our second one of the night to close out the weekend. It's day 3, and it is game number 2, a battle in the middle of the table as the Hellpigs take on Beyond Gaming. The big thing for me is the fact that, yes, it will be another new champion with the Corki coming in the mid lane, but for Lakai, it's his second time. He's the only person that's been playing the Camille.
Okay, actually second time. That's interesting. So Corki gone for the first strike, definitely going for the max scaling. And the Electrocute taken by Kongwei, so really playing for some hard snowballing, has not only the futures market, but also has the treasure hunter. So just really hoping to accelerate here. And Silas is one of the best snowballers in the game, I think. You know, from an even state, is not particularly threatening, but once he gets going, is insane. Taco as well has gone for the Dark Harvest. So yeah, going to be a very explosive early game, you'd have to think. And it looks like Kongwei is starting topside and pathing down. Now it could be interesting. Will he go for the 3-camp top gank with this Camille, or will he just path down to defend his bot lane? Not totally sure. Well, Taco actually started Raptors, but is now just crossing into Kongyue's jungle. So going Raptors straight to enemy blue, although is spotted out on a ward, perhaps will make him turn around.
Would you want to entertain that fight even at this very early game start?
Yeah, I would think Gragas should be stronger than Silas here, but with no mid or bot priority, I'd be very surprised. I guess he's going to be able to get it. If we're looking at the minimap here, doesn't seem like Kongyue is aware. Huge trade coming out mid. 1-6 kind of showing that mid lane matchup.
And I feel like in a way, it's almost like Hong 2 has to be the sacrificial lamb, right? He has to almost bait 1-1-6 into a false sense of security, saying that, like, you don't know that my jungler is taking your blue buff. Thank you. Kongyue is now just found out. Can he recall? He has nowhere to go. The bot lane from BYG are like, he's in the area. Get him out. He's been spotted now. It's not a Baron-inspired recall, so you're in trouble. And the worst case scenario here is you try and deny yourself to tower, but I mean, you've taken a blue buff, but the cost is high. Kongyue would love it. Everybody wants a piece of the pie. They want an assist.
Yeah.
But it's first blood for BYG.
Yeah, I think that's really big. First blood giving over to Kongyue's Stars, which is a massive win. I think Taco, he probably should have just executed to the tower, given how much time he spent in there. But it's hard to know, right? Obviously, we're playing with full vision. He's not. So yeah, I mean, picked up the blue, which was nice, but just given straight back over, and the first blood as well.
And it goes back to your point as well, right? The fact that you need priority in those lanes to try and help you secure that. And if it's not as easy as literally moving out of lane to go there, you have to take some pretty bad trades to force them to be interested in staying in lane, right? So their team, or Hellpigs, couldn't actually go up, whereas BYG could. And they're continuing to fight here in the bot lane, very explosively so too. ICA is very low. Taco has to come back.
Taco is in the area, but I believe he got spotted out there by the minions. Oh, actually double wards placed right on top of each other, nice and synced. Ultra vision. Now both mids do pick up the tiers, so going for the Manamune builds. And yeah, once again, Hong 2, despite losing priority as expected, remains competitive in terms of CS, which is really all that you need as the Corki. And with the bone plating, is actually able to at least survive some of these trades. And Taco could actually be in trouble here.
Kongyue goes in. Red buff will be claimed here by Taco. You love to see it, but Kongyue is going to back away, realizing that I don't need to overextend, much like I saw my counterpart do moments prior. I can just deny all these camps. My bot lanes, well, they're locked in place. You can see here, both AD carries down to really 100 HP.
Yeah, and they're actually walking away, I guess, perhaps respecting the fact that Kongyue could be here, but now he's spotted out.
He takes this. Lots of damage once again, keeping Taco locked away. The fadeaway chains back in. He's toying with him now.
Yeah, so Kongyue does push out Taco, and again, with that mid and bot priority, can just live in his jungle. And I think normally as Silas, you're expecting that if you can't get any successful ganks off, that you should fall behind. But here is actually just ending up pushing the enemy jungler out 1v1. Not what you often see. Definitely a great start. Top lane, relatively quiet. I think when you're playing Camille versus Na, you're really waiting for that level 6 and then trying to set up a gank. Obviously very hard to survive up against those level 6 Camille ganks.
Do you have much experience with that matchup? How do you find that one playing out? Because I have always been an advocate that, Camille gets Sheen, you start to feel a little bit scared. 2 items come online, you start to get terrified. What sort of windows are you excited for Na? Is it 1v1 or more so you need to group up?
Yeah, I think Na, I'm pretty sure, I don't actually know the matchup that well, but just the way most Camille matchups play out is the longer it goes, the worse it gets, especially when Camille completes Thunder, it starts being very bad. You can kind of see here, Taco on the Na has managed to build up at least a small game lead, but hold that thought, Feng is taking a lot of damage, has the flash. And top lane, yeah, the Sheen completed for Li Kai. And at level 6 with Kongyue is almost a guaranteed kill onto the Na, I feel like. It's, I think, very difficult to survive that sort of gang setup. The Derek's actually completed for 1-1-1-6, so now should be able to pressure Hong 2 a lot, but with Corki being level 6, can just look to wave clear from afar. And Tide, interestingly, is skipping the Derek, so just going again for more scaling, not really wanting to play too much for the lane. I think that's always interesting, right? Because a lot of the time, it's not like Dirk is like a bad item by any means, right? It does slow down your items a little bit, but it does make you very strong for this lane. But perhaps saying that just wants to get the Gale Force as quickly as possible and try and snowball from there.
Yeah, much more focused on just farming and then grouping up for those team fights, right? To have that mythic item spike over your opposition. So it's a difference, I suppose, with those play styles. There's Hong 2, every single time Jay switches into hammer form to land, a lot of pain and punishment. Valkyrie is at the ready, rather. But the Shock Blast afterwards, though, is always going to catch you out.
And Taco, he is in the area. Perhaps could use his priority to get wards. Feels like starting Dragon would be very difficult at this point in the game. Kongyue, though, is pathing towards top, and Litai does have the ult. Wave doesn't look in the most gankable position, though. And actually, Kongyue is sort of committing to this. He is, yeah, perhaps looking for the lane gank.
I think he really wants to get a kill because he's the only one right now that's picked up a Dark Shield. He's already got the tier 2 boots. With the setup, the Electrocute, with the Monster Hunter, I mean, he wants gold. He wants kills. He wants to snowball it even further, right? So maybe quite patient here. Going to sneak himself into that most upwards bush. And in we go. Flash hook shot. There's the Hexagon Medium. You're guaranteed dead to rights. And it's Kongyue again.
Yeah, really well executed from BYG there, just to pull the trigger and know that you can take down Taiko. Now 2 kills on the Kongyue Silas, rapidly getting out of control. And there is not a lot of guaranteed CC from Hellpig, so it's going to be very difficult to deal with. Yeah, definitely starting to become a problem in the jungle. As you can see, the CS is very low. Not really expecting to farm up as the size, but let's take a look at this. So, you know, the E flash is what really starts us off for BYG, and just so nicely followed up. They really just were willing to commit everything to getting that kill. Now I have a lot of respect for that, you know, just making sure they actually do secure it. Flashes blown in bot lane. Actually, BYG lost both their bot lane flashes, and Hellpigs didn't lose any.
Yeah, in literally a minute, we've lost 4 flashes on the side of BYG, right, from top and bot as well. So whilst Hellpigs were feeling a little bit angry, I suppose, about the gank working out top side, they tried to push up the pressure and find a kill in the 2v2. It's not to be the case, though. Hong2 also had to call upon Taco just to actually just stand in lane, just to ensure that he could clear the wave, go back to base, come back another time.
Now, Kongyue is in the area again, but without flashes and without the Camille ult, probably won't happen. Actually, looks like Taco might be able to pick up this Herald. I guess just too much tempo used by BYG to actually end up contesting this. So nice win here for Hellpigs. I would like to see this probably use bot. I think with both flashes being burned, there's definitely a gank opportunity in that lane.
If they can sync up the wave quite well, and Taco can get a good read on his path down there. Red has respawned. You pick that one up, you go for the dive, make a play with a great explosive cast. They can't flash out of it.
Yeah, 100%. I wonder if Kongyue will look to match this, or perhaps look top again. No flash on Taco top, but you know, obviously without the Camille ult being quite ready, perhaps not. It looks like he is pathing to match bot side, so I think both teams expecting something to happen here pretty soon. Looking to get aggressive, knows that there are no flashes, and perhaps just wants to wait for Taco to clear the red buff and then come down.
Yeah, it should just be a case of both junglers picking up their respective buffs in the bot half of this map here, and then looking to pay a bit of attention to this bot lane as to how the ebb and flow goes. I would love to see that gank take place. That would be the stabilizing factor, because, I mean, I say that word, right? There's only 200 gold separating these teams at the 10-minute mark. Does feel more, though, because, I mean, 116 is really holding his own despite only being up a few CS.
Yeah, he's definitely starting to make some stuff happen in mid lane. Hong2 is forced back off the tower here. Taco is spotted out, so there's probably not going to be any Rift Herald opportunity. And Kongyue is pinging onto the Dragon, so knows they're very strong. Hong2 still has not reset. And with that mid priority, should be able to secure it. Should definitely be nice.
Just completely tracked as well, though, isn't it, for Taco? Nowhere he goes, he's completely spotted, so can't contest the Dragon, can't push into mid, because as we see, Hong2 is just completely gone! Oh my god, 116. He flashes to find the angle. Taco comes in for what reason? We don't know. The Herald won't be used, and our top side, we look for more action as the second Taco's in trouble, trying to run away, and thankfully, he's able to get out of Camille's grasp.
Yeah, disaster across the board there for Hellpigs. Hong2 did not match the flash, so unfortunately did get solo killed, and then Taco off the back end somehow ended up dying, and another kill goes over to Kongyue's Silas. I think this game is, you know, very quickly getting away from Hellpigs. Although here we are with the bot lane fight.
Yeah, they need to go for a fight right now. Oh, everything missing here from the Hellpigs bot lane.
Yeah, you felt like perhaps that was the window where you have the Ignite advantage as well as no flashes for BYG. Hong2 is in the area with the package. Again, there are no flashes, so could maybe look. Fang, though, can always go through the wall.
The timing's just all off though, isn't it, right? The package being up now, for what reason, what can it achieve? Let's run it back again, because this is really clever from 116 with how he finds the angle on that shock blast.
Yeah, Hong2 did have flash, but so it was initially, you know, did a lot of damage onto him. Hong2 is very, very low. 1116 was going to back off, but perhaps saw the angle here. Yeah, really nice combo, and Hong2 did greet the flash. Taco off the back end, I mean, he was just trying to show up and clear the wave, but the entire team collapses on him.
He was just waiting for a mate. The thing I like the most about that is 116, as soon as the vision of what Hong can see is gone, he's feigning, I'm going back to base. That vision is removed, psych, I'm flashing to kill you. So really well done in that micro decision.
Hongyue now 3 kills to his name. Now, the Herald does go down bot, so it will be plates given over, but it's not going to be anything more than that. I think Hellpigs, despite being only down 1,000 gold, they're in a rough spot for any of these mid-game fights. Corki is going to be so much weaker than the Jace, as well as Kongyue, just unstoppable on the Silas currently. And quietly in top lane, you know, Likai, he got Taco on the Gnar very, very low just before. Didn't quite pick up the kill, but it's perhaps a sign of things to come. And bot lane getting very aggressive. We're perhaps seeing a fight here.
We're on. They've got their flashes back. So what does it mean? They're the ones to pull the trigger. They go forward. They say, you've missed your chance to try and punish us, so we'll punish you instead.
Yeah, now BYG 5-0. Kongyue potentially looking for more under the tower, but Taco is here to match. Is he going to go for anything? Doesn't seem like it. And Dragon's in another 2 minutes. I think BYG, they're in a great spot. They're very ahead. Have that first dragon already, and they've disarmed any kind of Herald opportunity. I think also, like you mentioned before, the package from Hong2 now won't be synced up with any objectives, which feels odd, right? Because I think that when you're playing Corki, obviously you are expecting to lose, you know, pressure in the early game, but you always have those very kind of defined windows of power. But the fact that they're not really being used to great effect means that you kind of just end up with a hole in mid lane for a very long time.
I mean, there's always an argument, right? You want to try and min-max your cooldowns and get as many of those packages out throughout the game as you can. But certainly it feels bad for it to either go to waste or just have to be used on a minion wave of all things when you can just do it yourself with your basic toolkit. So to not have that up for that next dragon does feel a little bit bad. I'd love to see if a situation doesn't present itself for them to potentially greed it for a third or fourth Drake contest if it were to go to way of Beyond Gaming. But the big thing for me, starting from even the pre-game, going into this, right, is you need to shut down Kongyue. He's got one of the highest KPs, what, 85%? He's 3-0-1.
Yeah, once again, really showing why he's that backbone of BYG, right? He's always the guy that you can rely on to make these plays happen. And if things start going bad, he's still there to kind of prop that up. 116, you know, continuing to poke on the tower. Hong2, he feels like he's getting forced under tower pretty much every single way. Now, Kongyue is perhaps looking for another dive top. Taco does have the flash, but the Gnar bar, you know, very low. He's cutting the wave. There's no one nearby.
Yeah, this is looking like a bit deja vu. Here we go once again. Oh, there's the Gnar shove. He's used his own worst nightmare, really. I'm trying to find a way to describe it. It just feels so bad.
Yeah.
To sort of have your own ult thrown against you. But ultimately, the explosive cast goes up. The wave is there. The blast cone is just like, what were you trying? I mean, for me, what I've seen in the first 15 minutes here is just, yeah, no synergy really from Hellpigs.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is that Taco hold that thought. Feng is taking a lot of damage bot, does get ignited. I think part of it is that Taco on Gragas always feels the need to hover Hong2 mid lane, right? Because you're just like constantly under tower. It feels the need to kind of prop that up. But all that happens really is that Kongyue is like, okay, I can just go somewhere else on the map, and knowing that Taco is not going to be there, and is consistently finding kills, especially after that first one, you know, picked up on the Gragas in the jungle, is now sitting at 4-0. Bot tower does go down. Hellpigs do pick that up. The Herald is a traitor. Mid tower drops as well, and I believe this mid tower actually dropped with no Herald. So this was purely auto attacks on the mid lane tower. So very impressive here from 1116.
Yeah, Kongyue still has that one to use later on. And I mean, that just felt like it was bound to happen at any point in the game, right? This Jace has been an absolute menace in the mid lane. And I mean, to Hong2's testament, he's been doing a great job keeping up with the CS. I guess half of that is that you can CS from afar, but you definitely can't trade to match what this Jace is able to put out.
Yeah, I mean, Corki's definitely going to scale well into this game. It's just whether or not it's too little too late. Because pretty much all of BYG are feeling, you know, very strong at this situation. In fact, it's 16 minutes in and we still don't see Mythic picked up by Darko's Gragas. So yeah, feeling very far behind, and perhaps that's the punishment, right, for letting all those junglers, you know, kind of go to the second phase, not really having great picks left available. But Kongyue is certainly making it work on the Sylas.
Certainly is. You draft a composition, or you take a rune selection where you want to be aggressive, and you get aggressive, and you really make sure that the rest of your team is benefiting from the fact that you are so snowballed ahead, so accelerated in this game. Mid tower fell down organically. Second in the bot is going to go down through the Heralds, and the map is just starting to really belong to BYG now, breaking open what is soon to be a 3K gold lead.
Yeah, perhaps the one saving grace for Hellpigs here is that they managed to pick up one of the dragons. So it does buy them, their Corki specifically, a little bit of scaling, but I think BYG should be able to pretty easily knock down all three of the tier 1s here. Mid and bot already gone, so just this top tower left on low HP.
Wow. Ooh, Tide tries to be aggressive, and I think he had instant regrets there. Shock blast to the dome, and his life flashed before him.
Yeah, that feels pretty bad. Dashing forward and instantly losing half your health. It's not the best reward circuit for you. But Hong2, he's managing to hold on to this top tower, at least for now, but it can't be too much longer. There's lots of pings going down from BYG on this top lane, so yeah, looks like this tower will be picked up in relatively short order. Hong2 has the package, but wisely leaving it in base, probably wants to save it for that next dragon fight.
Yeah, and it makes sense this time, a lot more than what we've seen in the past, right? Yep, Baron is up shortly in, a minute 30, but that's not going to be contested anytime soon. But the Dragon is still another 3 minutes away. So if they can try and find an avenue back into this one through that alone, then the Corki starts to really stabilize what has been a very rough early game.
And Kongyue perhaps still looking for something in topside, not content to just wait and fight these objectives, actually wants to continue to push the advantage. Perhaps looking around mid as well. Ooh, chains do not quite connect. The ult actually comes out.
It's a helping hand, isn't it? You can get out of here.
It's the second time actually after the blast going on the Lulus.
It stunned me more than anybody.
Well, Tide getting aggressive, but there aren't members nearby.
Oh, max range on the chains. Oh my God, Kongyue, give him the MVP already. He's just a little too good on the Sylas now, 6-0.
Yeah, 10 stacks on the Dark Seal as well. My. What a performance. Sometimes the Sylas chains are a lot longer than you think they are, for better or worse. Feng getting quite aggressive, but does get out. I think this is really just, it's becoming so hard for Hellpigs to win. Kongyue is just so snowballed on a champion that you really just can't allow to get this strong.
Just so flexible, right? You can pick any ultimate for any situation, present yourself with windows where you can showcase just how mechanically good you are. And that's what we're seeing right now. It's just an absolute masterclass.
And take a look at the replays. So Tide getting quite aggressive, even though he has no vision of the top side. And then Kongyue from Fog of War gets that stun. And IC8 here uses a flash, but just gets sniped by the barrel. I feel like Kongyue's had better Gragas ults here than Tucker has. Rough situation. And we'll be going towards that Zhonya's next. So it's going to be very hard to actually kill in these fights. 1 minute now on the Dragon, but I don't see Hellpigs being able to contest it at all.
No. And on that side note, it's actually one of the things I've really enjoyed about watching players, on a Sylas or a Viego, your mastery of the other champions, right? Your ability to showcase what you can do to fit any situation. But, yep, right now, the world really does belong to Kongyue. He can do no wrong. He can go anywhere he pleases, on vision or not. It doesn't matter, because he'll find you, he'll take you down, and he'll remind you, I could have killed you there.
Yeah, Hong2 narrowly gets away. I think his life might have flashed before his eyes there, but 40 seconds on this Dragon, and Hong2 still has the package waiting in base, so might decide to go back and get it, or perhaps fully committing to giving this one up. You definitely don't need to fight it, given that you already have a drag. Perhaps just want to look to scale, although your Corki does have 2 items. It's weird because I think that while Hong2 is going to scale really nicely into this game, I'm not even sure if Hellpigs actually do outscale. Up against the Zeri Lulu as well as the Camille.
Yeah.
There's still very nice scaling coming in from BYG.
I think the concern more than anything for me right now, Shock, is how do you manage these side lanes? Because the Jace is out of control. The Camille's only going to continue to get stronger and stronger. And Lakai is just proving to be a bit of a split-pushing demon.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way really to stop him. I feel like you have to commit multiple members, but you're already stretched so thin across the map. And BYG, they are going to pick up this Dragon without much fanfare. Looks like it will not be contested. And perhaps your eyes start to go towards Baron in the near future. I think Mountain Drags as well. Always nice to pick up. very consistent drag, you know? It doesn't really require you to do anything special and will always get value. Well, in BYG, I think, you know, what worries me perhaps more than the Dragon is the fact that you are just losing these jungle camps. Because the thing is, when you're playing something like the Corki, right, you really need as much access to gold as you can get. So if you're getting pushed out of your own jungle, you know, not only is Taco denied, but Hong2 can't really accelerate himself any further than he is now. And it becomes difficult to make up this gold lead.
Yes, it does. They found themselves in a very dicey situation, right, where they've tried to be stable through the bot lane. Hasn't worked out. They missed that major window when they had the Herald overlap with the double flashes being missed in the bot lane too. Weren't able to make anything happen from that point. And ultimately, BYG were then able to restabilize, come back into their own and say, well, if you don't do anything, we certainly will. 10 stacks on the Dark Seal. That now becomes a Magi's. And at this point, I think we're all rallying now for the perfect game out of Kongyue.
Yeah, 100% agree. I love the Magi's here. Should know he's far enough ahead and really knows he's just going to snowball this game. Now, interesting also from the Zeri, picks up the BT for even more lifesteal. So perhaps saying that, you know, he can just weather any kind of poke from the Lucian and from the Corki to the point where it just won't matter. And I like that sort of adaptation. I think probably has overheal as well. And with that much lifesteal as well as Lulu, I don't think Feng is ever dying this game. Now, BYG pushing them out of the top side, can start to pressure these tier 2 towers as well as look at the Baron. Kongyue getting very aggressive. Might just Nami off the tower.
Yeah, Taco's going to drop the ult just to try and trim the wave more than anything right there. Is Max Wave as, well, actually it was trading waves. Kongyue the focus, flashing out of the body slam. In comes Taco, shoves back 2, no stun, but a slow instead. Shutdown is good, the bubble is better. That's the target they want. Who gets the kill? Kongyue still living. Oh, he's jumped to a minion. It's the worst case scenario. He wishes it didn't happen. Taco limping away, and Hellpigs are answering back. Why did I ever say Hong2 was bad in this situation? Because he's just found a moment in the mid game to get a triple.
Yeah, I think BYG massively mis-executed, and this is perhaps the lifeline that Hellpigs need. I don't think there's any way to contest this Baron now, so it should be picked up by Hellpigs. That's going to be a massive goal swing. Kino, I'm not sure what he's up to here. I don't think Lulu will be stealing any Barons.
I guess you just lose lane or win game. I mean, that was a phenomenal team fight right there. An instant switch to the Baron and a massive gold swing as a result.
Yeah, what a colossal throw from BYG. You know, had as much control as you possibly needed, but in a moment it's just all wiped away. To see how this started, I felt like the damage has kind of already been, you know, done here. You can just like back out and there's nothing really wrong. And honestly, Taco's engage also is diffused by the Camille ult, but here Feng dies pretty much for free, and Kongyue actually was out here, but decided to go back in, trying to get that kill on the Taco, and now loses the Magi stacks. 1116 as well. I think if he just stayed alive, could have continued to poke Hellpigs off the Baron. But now that he goes down, there's no threat left, and Hellpigs just end up cleaning this up. I really do think BYG, across the board, massively mis-executed that fight. And now Hellpigs, they really do have a pretty solid chance of winning this game.
They really do. And what was a pretty rough early game is completely flipped on its head. And I'd be really curious to see what the gold graph looks like from a perspective of how much it just flipped back, because that was, you know, just really out of the sweat. And I think more than anything, Shock, you know, that's Caster Curse. We talk about 10 stacks and Magi's. Instantly, that purchase feels terrible.
Yeah, that's rough. You always hate to see that happen. I've definitely had it happen a few times. Now, Hellpigs, we'll have to see how much can you get done with the Baron here. I feel like even if you don't get a lot done, you've bought yourself kind of the ticket back into the game, if you will. And here's your goal difference. Was getting quite monumental, and just in a moment, all disappears.
Yeah, 5K lost in an instant. I mean, it just feels like the stock market crashing on your head. All that Bitcoin gone for nothing.
1 minute left on this Dragon. BYG, they're going to definitely want to keep stacking these up. And Hellpigs as well with the Baron should be able to maintain control of it. I think both teams will look to 5v5 it. And Kongyue, you know, losing those Magi stacks, it's pretty significant. Obviously, is still very strong, but, you know, it makes him a lot weaker than he would have been. And still does not have the Zhonya's completed. So potentially this fight could be difficult for him, although perhaps picks it up now. Yeah, Zhonya's is completed, so fortunately we'll have that in time for this fight. Very important for a champion like Silas. 30 seconds. Will it just come down to another 5v5 contest? I think it will. Both teams grouping up on this mid wave. Hong2 has the package this time. I think this might be the first time we've seen it in a fight this game, but have to imagine with it being 3-1, 3 items is going to be so strong. I'm actually not sure if BYG can contest this.
Yeah, this is absolutely phenomenal right now. Kong Yue, he's received a wild growth, completely zoned away. They've lost their major tools to try and contest this one. I think just the threat of a package, the threat of a Corki running you down like that is enough to say, okay, we don't even look at this.
Yeah, and I think Hellpigs will pick this one up, so now tying up the Dragons 2-2, and the gold lead is about 100. It's so even at this point in the game. We really love to see it. A great game being played here. Now, 116 has completed 3 items as well, so the carries are starting to get very strong. You have to think Hongtu's Corki not only scaling well, but also accelerating after that previous fight. Is definitely the man to watch here. I do think we will enter a bit of a lull state here. There's no Dragons or Baron up for some time. People will kind of just be moving around the map, perhaps take some control. The Kai might actually look on Ataku here. No? Chooses.
I'm curious to see, you know, if they're concerned now, having just majorly, you know, mis-executed that previous team fight, thinking, well, why do we need to group up and entertain a 5v5 again then? Let's go back to what we were doing before, which was roaming around the map, 2-man dives, top and jungle, always taking down Taco. Looking to try and break apart the team because, you know, as strong as they are as a 5-man, they're a lot weaker when they're sort of forced to try and answer these waves.
Yeah, I think you could definitely see BYG kind of look for that. It can be difficult when Corki has package, but right now knows that it will not be up. And, you know, BYG, they have a lot of poke, but it doesn't really seem to be sticking. The Nami sustain does make it kind of difficult. And Zeri as well has completed the PD, but does not have Navori or IE. So obviously gone for a bit of a safer build, but will not be dealing as much damage. And finally, you see the gold lead ever so slightly in Hellpigs' favor. And coming back from, what, a 5k gold deficit to now being slightly ahead, it feels, you know, what a turnaround.
Massive swing. Multiple members, bounties, Baron, Siege as a result afterwards. It's everything they would have needed to try and stabilize in a comp where, once again, Hellpig's mantra for me has to be, you know, we scale at any cost. No matter the game, no matter the team, we will pick to scale and we'll make it work some way, somehow. So let's see what they can do to try and continue in that fashion, because they're getting items and no doubt be feeling quite confident after that team fight success. But as you already mentioned, there will be that lull point because we are waiting for that next major moment in the game, and it could come quite soon. 50 seconds, Baron to play for, 4 members strong here from BYG. Sieging up a treat here in the top lane as they go for a 4-1 split with Camilla mid.
Yeah, and Hongtu with the wave clear though does make it difficult to get any significant damage on this tower. It's getting chipped away at though. It's better than nothing, but now Baron in 35 seconds. I think BYG have to be thinking about it at least. They do have priority pretty much across the board right now and a lot of control. At the same time though, starting up Baron versus a fed Corki is a very scary prospect. Can easily get poked off it, and if the package is ever up, can easily die as well. 15 seconds on this Baron. I feel like it might just end up teams waiting for this third drag. Perhaps something will happen around midwave though. We will see members being grouped up again. Hongtu isn't here yet though.
Yeah, Lakai does have the Unleashed teleport, but decides not to go for another push in the bot side, instead group up with the team. Would like to see the solo laners look to try and utilize their TP advantages, or at least try and force one out by baiting a Baron start. But instead just entertain the idea that let's always just group up as 5.
Yeah, now a minute 30 on this drag. Will any picks be made before it? Feels like probably not. There's a fair amount of disengage from both sides, so it is hard to fully commit to something. The pressure around this Baron, I would be surprised to see it started though. Perhaps just look to poke on this midwave instead. Poke does not quite land. And Hellpig actually looking quite aggressively here. Perhaps want to force something early. Poke coming out.
Just really testing the waters in the mid lane right now, seeing what ultimates, seeing what moves could be made. Lakai has snuck his way into the back line, but routed out there by Taco, making sure, who is very far away from hitting Mega anytime soon, so Hellpigs certainly are in a very defensive posture. That means straight onto the Baron.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised to see BYG commit to this. I think they're going to have to look to turn and fight, but can perhaps use it to bring Hellpigs in. And Hellpigs, I think, kind of know that this isn't really on the table, but Tucker's actually perhaps caught out of position. It's Camille altered.
They've gone for it. Hong2's got the package, but it's too late. BYG have already pulled the trigger. They've said you've wasted your time. He didn't go for the package. He's just waiting in base. They've baited out the TP, and now surely in a 4v5, they start up the Baron again.
Yeah, now it is a bit sketchy here because their main turning tool of the Camille ult was used. And Hellpigs, they have a lot of poke, but perhaps just looking to give it away.
Corki's not there. He's not interested. Not one bit. Instead, they're pinging frantically towards the Dragon. That would be their third one of the game. BYG also in a similar position, looking to go for a potential Dragon Soul point. But they're going to run straight from Baron down here, and Hellpigs need to DPS this like the wind.
Yeah, it even gets Lucian altered, and I think BYG, they're going to perhaps play for the play or the fight after. They know Hellpigs don't have Baron, so perhaps can chase him down. Kongyue, he has a great angle.
Yeah, great tidal wave. Has the flash as well. Everything being burnt to try and run away. Explosive cars, literally chucking the kitchen sink at this one, saying, please don't touch us. You'll get the Baron, we'll get the Dragon, we'll call it even.
Yeah, so BYG coming out with the Baron is definitely better in the short term, especially if they can get something done with it. At the same time, though, Hellpigs can now pressure Soul Point, I guess, which is very, very valuable in its own right. Now, GA actually completed for Hong2 as well, so was already pretty much untouchable, but now, importantly, can't really die in the Camille ult. And, you know, a lot of the time when you're playing against Camille as the one-fed member of your team, you're going to get focused over and over. But with the GA, it's a lot more difficult to deal with.
Yeah, isn't phased about getting a Void Staff anytime soon. Yeah, there's a bit of magic resist, right, from the Merc treads, and you're starting to see the Hex Drinker come online here from Lakai, but you're thinking, do I want to try and rip through that shred, or do I want to actually live from the burst combo, right? So I can understand. GA makes sense.
And now, BYG, I feel like they have to get something done with this Baron, otherwise giving over the Dragon isn't going to feel that great. Perhaps can play to at least break some towers, but BYG, they still have, or sorry, Hellpigs have a lot of range and a lot of wave clear. As you can see here, Hong2's making it very difficult for this tower to actually be sieged. Trying to keep the cannon alive thing is just tanking up the rockets here.
Yeah, they're going to try and keep their cannon alive as long as possible, make sure the Baron buff does its job. Oh, Kongyue jumps in, tries to snipe somebody out, but not going to fall victim to that one. Good Valkyrie away. Still is that 1-4 split with Camille keeping them interested in the mid lane as well. Culling goes out. It's all about denying the Baron buff, but more than that, clearing out these waves. In jumps Feng! Tries to be a hero. He's trying to 1v9, watch him go. Can't find the kill. The wave is there to chase him, but can just skateboard by. And we're getting glimpses of what could be, but it's never fully substantiated into anything.
Yeah, Feng got insanely aggressive there. Even flashed under the tower 1v4. And it actually worked out. I mean, he's chunked a lot of members, got Hong2's flash. Perhaps can break this tower here. They're bringing down 5 members.
Yeah, they know that Hellpigs just want to trim the wave. They're not interested in the fight. They just want to make sure that they can deny this base from falling on down. But it is going to happen. There's the max range chains again. Kongyue instantly receiving the wild growth for the knock-up. Doesn't need the HP, but they've done the job. They've stuck around, they've hard pushed, and they've managed to get that inhibitor.
Yes, they managed to break open the base. And with only 2 minutes on the next drag, are going to have that bot lane inhib pressure when they are looking to secure that drag. But I feel like this might end up going on here for a while, especially if BYG are the ones to pick up this next drag. Feels like we might be waiting for next Baron to do any more damage.
And it looks to me like the Baron is just falling off now, so it's perfect pressure really from them to say, look, they're answering back with wave clear, ultimate, everything to try and stop us from getting any value out of this one, given that we did trade those major objectives. But we're going to find a way, and there's nothing more telling than you see a, you know, somebody like a Zeri just flash on forward with the hardstyle music blasting in their ears, saying it's time to 1v5.
Now, BYG, are they going to look for more here or not? Because you do have that inhib pressure, but at the same time, feels like without Baron, Hong2 can just one-shot your waves. There's not really a whole lot you can do about it. I guess maybe if you feel strong enough to just force them off the tower, you can. You know, Hong2, I mean, will actually uses the rocket onto Zeri rather than the wave, and I think that's a mistake. The tower is getting very, very low. Yeah, tower is going to go down. The BYG, you know, making smaller and smaller kind of leads here for themselves. And this Dragon in 1 minute. Hellpigs will definitely want to contest, and I think the Corki package will probably be up by then. This is going to be a very big fight, and I think, you know, maybe the bot lane inhib actually doesn't matter a whole lot for this fight. Corki can clear them so quickly.
I think the question for me now is, before when we said there was going to be a lull point and they just lost that major team fight, I thought maybe just go back to the side lanes, go for the push, right? And they've done a phenomenal job at that, right? 7 towers to 2. They're going to have to fight because that dragon going up, Hellpigs want it, they'll have a package for it. How do BYG approach this now? Because would they be feeling comfortable that they've managed to get at least 4k gold and an inhibitor?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I feel like BYG, they want to fight, but definitely need to find some flanks. It's not as simple as just running at them. I think if you can get Kongyue and Likai into some, nice flank positions, try and pressure this Corki somehow, could be good. Now, package actually doesn't seem like it's up, although it's perhaps just spawning now. Yeah, I believe Hong2 is in base, picking it up right now. Does have the package, and will be pathing back out onto the map. Dragons in 6 seconds here. I think Hellpigs, they could look to force, despite being down 4k gold.
Do BYG go in first, though? Because I know that Hong2 is locked in the bot side, has to answer to those supers. So BYG instantly turn their attention to the dragon. Will the package go to waste?
Yeah, I think it looks like BYG are just going to pick this up. And now, Hellpigs, they have control of the Baron area, but I think that package will expire before Baron can actually be started up. Yeah, so perhaps did end up going to a waste. I mean, if you know you're not going to contest, definitely shouldn't pick up the package, but I think Hellpigs were thinking they still could. Ultimately could not. And this is an awkward situation because it feels like the mid-wave will probably go the way of BYG here. Actually, Baron perhaps just wants to be started on spawn while they still have the package alive. They're definitely posturing for it. Yeah, it's just started up. So Hellpigs really want to force this in the narrow window that they still have the package. Actually, just times out now.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate timing there, Shock. It's gone, and they had to disengage away from it. I feel like they've just missed their window again for the second time in this game.
Yeah, and I think the shoe's now back on the other foot. It's BYG that have the pressure. And with that inhib wave bot lane, ooh, they get poked out so much. I think BYG can start up the Baron.
Yeah, they got the HP advantage. It's their time to shine. But now, can they answer back with poke of their own? This Jace has been so annoying. The wave goes out. In jumps Snub. He's been polymorphed. Oh, Taco can't do anything. He couldn't find the explosive cast. He flash engaged, but completely nullified by a Lulu.
Yeah, and the inhib wave pressuring the base as well. So I think this will end up going over to BYG. And I think that's a pretty big win. You're going to get Baron here, be able to pressure, and then still have that soul point available to play for. Now up to around a 5k gold lead. And I think in that fight, Likai found a massive flank over the wall and then bought so much time while the rest of his team just kind of cleaned up Taco. GA actually comes in here for Feng, so still no Navori or IE, which is kind of insane because a lot of the time, you see that picked up very early, actually, for the Zeri.
It's maybe the most defensive Zeri build I've ever seen, quite honestly. I mean, it's just lifesteal and survivability through the roof. It's like, I'll do damage eventually, but first of all, I need to make sure I don't get one shot by any of your carries.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, right? Because you have that Lulu. Do you actually need it? And have a look at that fight. 1116 really put out the numbers. I think his impact has largely gone unnoticed, but dealing, a ton of damage in the fights. A little bit of poke coming down. Now the bot lane inhib has respawned. Perhaps just send Camille down there to break it, or could pressure mid. Now will they actually play from mid? It looks like they will. So perhaps trying to get all 3 inhibs here. If you can break both mid and top and then easily just rotate down the bot. Tiger's engage.
Instantly cancelled out there, but a knock-up, isn't it, of that wild growth thing will not be deterred. Still active, still hungry, still keen to try and shove this one in with the second coming off that Baron buff. Waves aren't synced up, but it does mean that Lakai gets a rare chance to just walk into mid lane and find another turret. In the process, loses half of his entire HP bar.
Yeah, can TP back though, and still have waves crashing. Perhaps want to break all 3 towers here. And the bubble connects on a Feng, but there's no follow-up. Culling comes out.
Oh, the double culling. Whoever expects that. Here we go. Feng. Teasing with the idea of a lightning crash, but it's just, that's always what it's been. It's always been about, we're sieging, we're never committing. And I mean, that might just be the way that BYG win this game.
Yeah, and this inhib, I think this actually could just be BYG picking up 3 inhibs here, which would make it almost impossible. They're looking for a fantastic engage.
2-man stun. That's a kill, and that's a GA instantly pop right there. Kongyue, what do? Do you try and be a hero and jump in with a hijacked ultimate? I don't think so. Yeah, Lakai is running away, and Kino's gone.
Insane engage there out of Taco. In fact, didn't even have to flash for it, so just really, really nice. And now those members are dead, but they will be back up for the drag. Bang lost his GA there and his flash, which is pretty big, I think. Let's take a look at this. Honestly, just really nice engage found. I think the inhib actually did go down to begin with, but you can see Taco gets the Narabar. An insane combo, gets both carries of BYG, who is stacked up on top of each other. And in this case, GA is kind of more of a curse. Actually, just, you know, you end up going down at the end anyway. So yeah, really nice from Hellpigs. But it does come down to this fourth drag. Who's going to pick it up? And with 2 inhibs, you know, Hellpigs kind of have to make it fast. And have a look at how much damage Hong2's Corki is now putting out.
Maybe after last night, watching the Tristana, said, yes, I love scaling champions, but I have to be close range. That Tristana, Nightmare Fuel. So what's better than Tristana? We'll just play Corki.
Yeah, and Corki's actually completed a Rabadons here. Is full build. Basically as fed as you can possibly get.
Just on that Yordle gang hype train, isn't it, really?
That's right. Okay. Hellpigs, they have the control currently, but they have to make this fast because the waves will be meeting the base soon.
Yeah, going to rush this one down as quickly as they can. They have a lot of damage. Taco is going to tick over to Mega anytime now. Just needs to find that moment to strike. Oh, it's close. You wondered if something would happen crazy there.
I think BYG could perhaps just stop the backs and send Lee Kai into the base. They're TPing 1-1-6. I think Lee Kai might just cancel bases as well.
Yeah.
A TP comes out, but it's actually cancelled.
Lee Kai's doing it all right now. In jumps Fing, knocked away straight away. Looking to try and keep them interested as much as they can. That's a 3-man slam back, but 1-1-6 is in the base. He's taken 1, he's taken 2. And Hellpigs are saying, please have mercy on us. Don't backdoor for the victory. But he certainly will.
Oh.
And they'll win it out in our second game of the night.
Yeah, what a sad way for Hellpigs to lose. I think we've seen this a couple times now where they end up scaled and in the position they want to be, but just can't quite play it clean enough. And BYG, I think that backdoor, I mean, it was pretty necessary, right? They, especially with the Dragon taken away, it was starting to get into a pretty dangerous situation for them, but they do manage to pick up the win. Oh, what a hectic game. I felt like, if we just took the first 20 minutes, MVP to Kongyue, no question, but honestly was doing a lot of throwing in the mid game. But hey, you win some, you lose some.
You do, and maybe for Godtone, the owner of Hellpigs, maybe Content Kingdom now, from his reaction, I'm sure, as to really what went down in that ending right there. And I mean, for a moment, you're thinking there are chances here for Hellpigs, but I think they just blundered on too many different occasions that are overall just gave a lot of pressure for Beyond Gaming, right? They are systematically taking everything the map has to offer and almost like an eloquent game of chess, hitting you with a bit of checkmate, right? You have to go for that dragon. You've been mind controlled by a soul point, but you've lost everything inside your base, so we can just backdoor.
Yeah, and I think as well, it's so rare we see it actually go to that many dragons, right? Like normally a team manages to pick it up at say the 5th or the 6th dragon, but that really went all the way, both teams with 3. It's actually the 4th drag that is making the difference. And I mean, I really felt like Hellpigs ended up in a good spot, right? Like they scaled enough, they had, basically everything they needed to win that game, but then, yeah, just I think crucially end up dying, losing the inhibs, and then kind of forced into, like you said, that no-win situation, checkmated. And it is Beyond Gaming that take the win.
It is. Stuck between a rock and a hard place, but they certainly won't mind it. As for Beyond Gaming, that puts them at now 5-4, breaking away from the pack, which is a lot of teams tied in 4th spot, and they'll be hoping certainly that a lot of the results will go their way to make sure that they can stay in a definitive 4th place. So credit to them. I have to ask the question, though, because you saw the fact that they greeted their jungle pick. They made sure that, second rotation went out, more junglers were banned away. The Gragas never really hit the ground running.
Yeah, Taco's played the Gragas before, and it always felt a little lackluster. I think it is a champ that honestly just isn't that strong in the jungle meta right now, but it does seem to be a comfort pick for him, and I think it's questionable, right, to let the jungle pick drop so low because, Poppy got banned in the 2nd phase. You're onto this Gragas that really just doesn't feel like it has a lot of impact, and I think, being willing to drop your jungle that low, it kind of suggests that you do have something like the size, right, that's really going to turn the game around, but then the Gragas just doesn't really hit, and also I feel like when Hong2 is the one who's always going to play some scaling AP, you kind of want him to be the only AP on the team, right? So that you can't just itemize MR. So, yeah, questionable draft, I think, from Hellpigs. Yeah,
double AP mid-jungle, certainly not one that you're going to be too happy about. But, I mean, if you look at even, other options, what do you even say? Do you want engaged? Do you want some way to sort of, get yourself in there? We've seen the likes of Lilia, for example, obviously an AP engaged. I mean, Xin doesn't seem to be, like, the most in favor right now. Jarvan, Poppy, all these ways to try and prevent them going at you.
Yeah, I think Jarvan actually would be kind of an interesting one. I'm not sure how good it would be in this game, although it's maybe good versus Jace. I think Jarvan did get buffed on 13.3 it was, and we've actually seen some Jarvan, not in PCS, but in solo queue has been played in top lane quite a bit.
Okay.
So perhaps could be played in jungle as well. I'm
top lane
not
Jarvan's
sure.
back.
Yeah,
just wait until just wait until support Jarvan comes back.
Yeah, one of those champs that can be played in pretty much every role, and it's fine. Especially when, you remember when it was like Zhonya's Jarvan support? Yeah. Horrifying.
You just rushed that one straight away, and we'll rush straight into the highlights. Let's have a look at this play here, because it really was them saying max range chains. And then look at this one for the fadeaway cask, really showing us how it's done when you play a clean Gragas. No surprises though, 2 poke-heavy mid laners. They carried the majority of the damage, but it went a little bit more in favor there for 116. As he managed to dish out a ton in the early game, and when it came to the team fights, he was always at the top there too.
Yeah, and take a look at the gold graph. Probably one of the weirdest gold graphs I've ever seen. You know, BYG, they had a massive lead, gave it all away, and then managed to just get it all back. And the MVP does go over to 1116, who despite his KDO of 1, 2, and 2, did 39% of his team's damage, had that 3.9k gold lead over Hong 2, and honestly just felt like he was in control of the game pretty much from start to finish, despite the scoreline.
Yeah, I mean, I think you could definitely raise the case that Kong Yue was the driving force to really get the game started in the first place. The Magios was purchased, instantly the Caster Curse was active, 10 stacks were lost, sold, re-invited something else instead, right? And then you start to wonder, okay, where do you go from here? But I think, yeah, to see an MVP with a 1-2-2 KDA, it seems a bit conflicting. Seems a little bit bizarre, but it happens.
Yeah, it's definitely representative of how that game went, right? It was definitely not a normal game by any means. But I mean, it's sort of justified.
Yeah.
You know, there were fights where he put out some massive amounts of damage, although, you know, like you said, the 1-2-2 didn't actually lead to a whole lot in the end. And I think that kind of always does happen with poke champions. A lot of the time, you don't actually pick up the KP, right? You kind of force them back, you secure the objective as a result, but it's not that you're picking up a lot of kills a lot of the time. So,
I think for me, more than anything, just the sort of the systematic overlook of that game, though, was that BYG showed us that they are pretty clean when it comes to playing, you know, the split push if they need to, right? They're quite adept at taking team fights, but also quite keen to go for the 1-4 if ever called upon. So maybe starting to find some form going into that second round robin. Let's see what happens, though, because we're going to be jumping to a break, and when we return, game number 3, it is Duish team up against DCG.
and take the stage. Light the fire, strike a match. This is where the party's at. It don't matter where you're from. Can you feel it heating up? 3, 2, 1, let's go. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Brand new suit, custom made, fresh to dead, crush the game. Always know what's going down. Got the hottest thing around. It don't matter where you're from. Come on, come on, come on. 3,
Hello and welcome back to the PCS Week 3, Day 3. That's Skimmy. That's not me, but we just saw before Hellpigs taken out by Beyond Gaming in a pretty back and forth, I think 40-minute game. So definitely a bang. Go and check that out at some point if you haven't. But now we have Deep Cross Gaming, who are kind of on the rise again versus a Dewish team that is still kind of struggling to find their place in the league.
Yeah, I think Dewish team, they're going to be looking to see what they're going to try and accomplish in this one, right? A single win to their name. Certainly going to try and find something to be, a little bit more excited about, as opposed to Deep Cross Gaming, which had a bit of a rough showing. I mean, more so than anybody would be Hanabi, right? Up against his old team, up against his old shared teammate in Aji, right? So, to fall victim to a defeat like that probably hurts more so on a personal level than anything else, but I think you look at their team and say they've got a lot of potential on them, and this should be a game that they'll be favored in.
Yeah, I think you're right. The definitely favored Dewish team has struggled a lot, and Deep Cross Gaming, I feel like they've really struggled when they don't have Nesty popping off. Taking a look at their roster, Hanabi, Hana, Nesty, Kriskata, and Char. Actually, a substitute in the support, I believe.
It will be, yes. A new face coming into tonight, which is going to be exciting, right? So I guess it's a case of, last game of the split or last game of the first round robin. A chance to see what's new, a chance to see what could be potentially changing. Another new addition, only joining the roster, 3 days ago?
Yeah, it will be interesting because so far I think D-Cross Gaming have kind of suffered from almost like they don't have enough proactive members on their team, right? It really is just Nesty, and when he gets either neutralized or falls behind or whatever, they don't look like the same team anymore, and they just don't really play as aggressively as they need to kind of take those advantages for themselves. You kind of think that still they should beat a struggling Dewish team, but there's definitely a lot of questions around, is this team a real playoff contender, or are they just going to, sneak in kind of bottom of the barrel? But across on the other side, Dewish team, the Kunai, WSL, Zhaotu, Pepero, and Enhal, they've shown some pretty creative drafts, but it hasn't really resulted in a lot of wins.
No, it hasn't. And last night they played the Caitlyn and the Lux, which they've done all week actually, right? So they tried to sort of bounce back from their victory with Frank to then try and repeat the same level of success into PSG. They've had a pretty rough week, so coming to this one, it's going to be a slightly easier affair for them. But I mean, yeah, ultimately you're looking at this one and thinking, okay, Kriskata absolutely smurfing it on the the Tristana. You're really hoping that it continues to go in that favor.
Yeah, Dewish team, I'd kind of like to see a bit more consistency in terms of the draft, because I feel like you can try a bunch of different things, like you say, just to kind of, throw those top teams a curveball, right? And try get something from that. But at the same time, you don't really ever solidify your own playstyle, right? And it makes that difficult. But taking a look at our mid laners here, so we have Nesty and Zhaotu, and pretty different champion pools compared not only from each other, but just from other mid laners, right? We have the Talia, Yon, Lissandra, Elise, and Tristana, and Ryze. It's a very strange champion pools, but I think they've both, they've made it work at times. Zhaotu's Tristana, I believe, was pretty dominant. And Nesty, I mean, he's had amazing games specifically on the Talia and the Lissandra.
Yeah, and the big thing that shines out for me about Nesty is the fact that he's got 4 solo kills, actually tied for the most as a mid laner. So a bit of a demon on that ability to find those angles, especially in the champions that you've highlighted, but also 100% of the time so far, the split, he's a counter pick. So the team invests in his ability to pop off. So if you've got that level of trust in a teammate, then why would you not let them do so?
Here we are in the draft. DCG on the blue side up against DWT on red. We see some interesting bans already. Casson, Lee Sin, Annie, and Vi. I feel like Annie has been permabanned against, I'm guessing, Nesty. So he, he's definitely a fan of weird and wonderful picks, and Annie could be one of those. Please ban.
It just almost tells me that only certain teams are actually playing the Annie in scrims, right? Because as strong as it seems, we are seeing it played elsewhere around the world, both in mid and in support, but not everybody's looking to try and, integrate that into their stage games, at least anytime soon on the brand new patch. So cool, a little bit of insight to see what DCG have perhaps got up their sleeve, but they're going to open up their account here tonight with an Ashe hover, which you would imagine would be confirmed, because if you ban the Annie, then the Ashe is up and available.
Yeah, so jungle pool also fairly limited. Only the Sejuani and the Wukong as our power picks left available, and you have to feel like those will probably be traded. So it's interesting to see, which one do teams prefer. I'm kind of a bigger fan of the Sejuani, but they're both very, very strong. And what would be your bot lane combo into the Ashe? Perhaps take away the Varus and try to deny the Ashe Varus combo. calling Sedge Varus. That's my vote.
Sedge Varus?
Yeah.
I'd imagine you'd be pretty on the money.
No. It's the Wukong instead. One of the two junglers. Will it be the Varus? I could just be wrong on both counts. It's not looking good. Wait, what?
Yes, let's do this.
Okay,
Double
no.
jungle.
Imagine that.
We'll go back to like laning Wukong or like laning Sejuani.
Yeah.
Those are the days.
I'd be pretty surprised to see the Gnar picked up so early here. But perhaps, you know, it could be a comfort pick. There's also like a pretty strong top lane blind.
Unless they've got something spicy prepared, like a very aggressive bot lane, like a melee support, and they want to see exactly what DCG have up their sleeve, right? So I don't actually mind this if there is something towards it, right? If the next set of bans result in like Varus and Caitlyn being denied away, you're thinking that's great, you've wasted your bans. So we'll have to wait and see. I will say though, I'm actually happy to see WSL back on an aggressive jungler compared to the Carthus. I felt like he had to try and do too much on his own yesterday.
The Sejuani is locked in, and now do you just take the Varus here with the Ashe, or do you pick something into this Gnar? Because you have to feel the Gnar counter picks will get banned, stuff like the Aurelia and the Jace. So if you want to get your Gnar counters, probably here. Could be the Jax as well. And it is locked in. Very good with Sejuani. But this does mean you will be dropping AD carry. I think you're right, Twitch team, they might just go for something extremely aggressive in the 4-5 for their bot lane.
That would be my hope at least, right? You've got a chance now to say, what do we value more? The surprise factor in the bot lane or our mid? It is going to be, so I'm really hoping this is to be the case, right? Ryze locked in, so Nest here once again, another time to showcase his counter pick into it. But what do the bans mean now? Are we starting to target particular things for the Ryze to be protected, for the bot lane to become better if they are going to be playing an aggressive matchup into an Ashe?
Yeah, I wonder if they'll ban out melee mids, because Ryze is pretty good versus melee mids, but obviously melee's combined very well with the Sejuani. It actually, yeah, it is the Sylas, so far looking like the melee mids. Probably a Sylas Yone or a Sylas Akali, I'd expect. And Zeri is the ban, so DCG kind of respecting the meta kind of bot combos, but for me, I think Duish team will, you know, go for something different here. Maybe DCG will just ban out the Zeri and the Lucian. And the last ban, what will it be? Nesty has a lot of champs that he can play still. Banning another melee like the Yone or the Akali could be the play. Same time, Nesty's shown great games on Lissandra and Taliyah. It is a Lissandra taken away.
Makes sense,
so
yeah.
Getting rid of that. There'd be too many Freljord champs on one team.
I was just going to say, far too much Frozen. We're starting to sing, you know, break into Disney.
Now it is the Lucian ban, so DWT, they're going to have to dig deep here for their bot lane combo. Varus is still available, but I'd like to see something a bit psychotic here. Something a bit off meta.
Yeah, and what would it be, right? Because I'm hoping it's aggressive. They've been the team to show us things like the Pike. The one you also told me about was when they played like the Nyla Yumi, which is kind of crazy. That was with a Diana mid, I remember. So you've got the Leone, but you're really saving that AD carry till last. And I start to wonder, what could it be, right? Because if you're looking at something aggressive like a Draven, you're thinking it's going to be quite hard to outmaneuver all that hard engage. Obviously, the high midding would be a nice response if you want to go a typical Ashe as the AD carry to try and block a lot of the CC and punish them if they do go in and make a mistake. But surely you just go Varus Ashe.
Yeah, and DCG, they have to know the Varus Ashe is coming. So that makes the 5th pick ADC even more interesting, because it's not often that you 5th pick ADC anyway, but into Varus Ashe, you've got a difficult choice.
Tristana maybe? I'm trying to think if they want to go like, you know, the bunny hop all in level 2 of an Ignite.
Yeah, and Taliyah is being hurried. Nesty, I really feel like his Taliyah and Lissandra have been on another level compared to his other champions, and it is going to be locked in. I really like DCG's comp. I think it's very strong. Ooh, will we actually see the Ziggs? It's interesting. I think we've seen Ziggs in a Varus before and it went pretty well, but also playing in a mobile Ziggs versus so much threat here can be difficult.
Yeah, that's the thing I'm wrecking my mind about right now is what are you more interested in? Is it winning the lane through CS advantages or sieging with those turrets? Or is it all about, you know, come mid-game, come team fights, can you actually survive? They take the gamble. I can respect it. Obviously, highly immobile, satchel charge is going to have to be on point to try and get yourself out of harm's way, but if they can find a way for WSL to get ahead with the Heralds, we saw it yesterday play out perfectly. Herald goes down, satchel executes, and the map belongs to you.
Yeah, and I think one thing I really want to quickly bring up is the fact that Ziggs can't really take cleanse. You kind of need TP for the lane, and having no cleanse versus Ashe, Varus, Sejuani, it's tough, right? You obviously have a lot of range, but, you know, that range can be covered. So, wow, I think personally I like DCG's draft better, but I think DWT, that's a very exciting draft. I'm very interested to see the Rise Wukong as well as how the Ziggs perform.
Yeah, and I think it's a bit awkward if you try and ask then Leona to, you know, tech into the Mikhails as opposed to, you know, the traditional tank items. So it's a weird one, it really is. And I think once again, it sort of puts a big burden on your Rise to free up the map to then try and influence that bot lane. But as we've seen, right, Nestis has matched it, said I'm not going to go for the Silas, I'll go for the Talia instead. I've got the mobility, so if you try and roam, I'm going to be one step behind you.
Yeah, I think it's really going to be a lot on the Ziggs just to position, you know, very well this game. It's a tall order. He's got, again, he has the range, but there's just so much threat onto him. But yeah, I think taking a look at the drafts, I do feel like DCG's is better overall. Like, I think it's easier to play. It's just very solid team fighting, but DWT, they have some very insane snowball potential, right? We've got the Rise Wukong that can move around the map. Ziggs, obviously, when you get ahead, can take towers like nothing else. So yeah, we'll see. Can DWT find this win over DCG?
A lot of potential in this one, isn't there, Shock? A lot of potential for things to be spicy. We sort of saved to that 5th and final pick, but the question is it enough for Duish team to find themselves their 2nd win to close out this very first round robin? Let's load into the Rift for the 3rd game of the night here in the PCS. It's Deep Cross Gaming up against Duish team, and this would be a big one, right? Because Deep Cross Gaming are tied 4-4 amongst the mess that is all the teams tied in 4th. And like everybody else, they'd love to break away from the pack.
Yeah, very much so. I think most teams at this point are kind of expecting Duish team to be that free win. So if you don't manage to pick it up, it can definitely mess with your standings quite a bit. I'm getting a little aggressive at level 1, but can't get anything else.
And look at that, double Halo Blades in the bot lane. You know, you want to step up and go for a minion, you're going to take at least 50 arrows.
Something kind of interesting there as well, actually the ultimate hunter for the Sejuani. Not something you see very often, but is going to be able to find those engages time and time again. Now, yeah, the double of Hail of Blades really going to put the hurt onto Pepro in this early game. And interestingly as well, Nessie opted for the Doran's Ring stun instead of the Tier. You know, Tier start is probably the most common, but perhaps wants a bit more early power, and you can see DCG already taking control of this. And we'll have to see how Char performs on the Ashe. Obviously, haven't seen him play at all yet, but Ashe has had, you know, very lackluster success in the PCS so far. Perhaps this is the game, though.
And this is such a rough start, right? You've lost control of the lane straight away, kind of warranted because you got up against double range with insane poke. You've just got to weather it by not taking too much poke, so by the time you do hit level 2, you can turn around and go for maybe a Zenith Blade stun. But to come in like this one, to chug for those potions, yes, you still have a few more left, but you got to make sure that you have them whilst the fight's happening to try and eke out that win.
Yeah, I think for his double of Hail of Blades, it's almost one of those times when you're perhaps willing to even give up XP.
Just
right?
AFK at the tower.
Just try not to take too much damage, because here, you know, I've already been chunked out significantly and don't really have a lot of sustain. Now, Pepper does have the TP, so he can always TP back, but you don't want to TP too early and just not have anything worthwhile to buy.
Go back, pick up more more potions, right? You're thinking that's a really valuable TP cheat.
The old first base refillable. Doesn't feel too good. Yeah, and DCG, they're doing a great job, you know, building this wave up, dealing as much damage as they can on the wave in. So yeah, nice start for them. And Chris Garter, you know, he's played a lot of these aggressive picks, right? But again, it's been somewhat middling success. They did get some big wins with it. They've also sort of struggled to close out games. They do have the DMAT here to kind of clear some of this out, but you know, Pepper, he is bleeding CS. It's difficult to get them all early game as Ziggs.
I'm excited also, whilst we talk about the bot lane, to see how Char performs, right? Because newcomer to the team, actually, unlike Long, who is brand new to competitive as a whole, you know, Char's got some experience behind him, having played in the region already. But what sort of stuck out to me is that he had a very interesting champion pool, right? His top 3 were Rakan, Alistair, as well as a Morgana. So certainly a meta that we're not too familiar with any time now. Even a cheeky Shen in there, maybe a little bit of Shen support once upon a time, right? So is obviously going to stick to what is obviously insanely strong right now, but you know, if Deep Cross decide to stick with him going forward, could open up a lot of drafting possibilities.
And WSL is behind Chris Garter here. They wisely back up, although he's staying in the area. It's pretty hard to force, though. There is cleanse, heal, and still full HP on both members. Perhaps we'll just look to burn some sums, though, and regank later, but is spotted out by the Hawkshot. Ashe, very annoying champ for junglers to play against. Just has map hacks. Yeah, slowly pushing in. Not a whole lot going on here. So far the map has been relatively quiet. I'm not even too sure who that really benefits. You know, I think the late game range from Pepero is going to be very difficult to deal with. But I feel like all early game skirmishes should go the way of DCG. It's going to perhaps be up to them to snowball this game, especially denying heralds from Ziggs, I think is pretty important. And actually take a look at the top lane CS. Obviously there is a big wave building up here, but you know, Hanabi is finding some sort of priority in this lane.
Yeah, and I'm really interested to see, because yesterday Trizy Might, who was left out to dry, right, to really fend for himself in a 1v1, whether or not Hana decides to go top lane and make sure that the Jax gets ahead and that the Nard does nothing, or if he just says, you know what, I have to go bot lane, make sure that the Ziggs Leona, the spicy 4-5, accomplishes nothing. I like the idea of going top and making sure that Hanabi can actually be a bit of a menace. But to see where Hana decides is more impactful.
And Enhao is behind mid here, perhaps playing for the counter gank if anything happens, but it doesn't look like it will. Both mids relatively as well, so probably will look to base soon. Bot lane as well, some bases coming through. DCG, I think they should be the ones that pick up this first drag, but it's not going to be looked at yet. So perhaps playing for something on the top side, or just prioritizing the Herald, you know, above all else.
Both junglers going to collide here in the top half of the river and spot what could have been a cheeky little invade, but as we can see in the minimap, there's nothing for WSL to find if he were to go further in.
And how chasing Char out here. And a little bit of damage goes on to this tower, but nothing too much. And I feel like Peppered's kind of got through the worst part of this lane. Does still have to respect the level 6, especially when he does not have cleanse.
Oh, Hana's in. Spots that Enhao, instant flash across the wall, one more auto, and he was in a world of trouble. Maybe lethal, maybe not. Only had Nesty there to try and back him up, but certainly even with the damage at this stage in the game, would have been enough to cause a bit of panic.
Yeah, but now DWT's WSL and Enhao are going to regain river control, so still trying to stop this dragon from going down. Or will they perhaps look to start it up? I would be surprised. I feel like any bot side skirmishes aren't really in your favor at this point. Perhaps just want to slow the game down, make sure you can get to that Herald in time. Actually, they've been sitting in that bush for so long. Top lane, you know, slight CS lead being built out for Hanabi here. This team really just waiting here, but once again spotted out by Char's Hawkshot. They've kind of been on point.
It's been really good. I mean, it's just obviously the merit of what makes Ashe so strong. Always has been, even as a typical AD carry. And I think as long as it stays this way, right, you're going to continue to draft it as support. I mean, I start to wonder where Riot go in terms of actually removing these AD carries as a second support, right? Is it a case of buffing up the other supports even more so they become more desirable? Or do you just need to absolutely gut these numbers to say they're an AD carry and do not function in the support role?
Yeah, I think just nerfing Halo Blades would go a pretty long way. And I think also it's, you know, it's not that many AD carry supports that are actually super viable, right? It's just these ones like Ashe that end up just being so oppressive. I think if they're toned down, you'd probably see the support meta open up a little bit more. Like getting some nice poke on the Jewish team, and the plate perhaps won't drop quite yet. And now Herald is up, and I think DCG really want to get this Herald, make sure that Pepero Ziggs cannot use it to snowball at all. They're going to be starting it up, but it perhaps looks like a 3v3 contest. In fact, Enhao is moving up from bot lane extremely early.
Yeah, he's leaving Pepero to his own devices, right? So it's going to be DCG to start things up. Hanabi has other ideas in mind. Going to jump onto Lakunai and just really trying to stop him. That means that WCL jumps in for the steal. He can't pick it up, though, so Zhao 2 jumps in and is going to die for his crimes as well. Doesn't matter for DCG, though. They get kills if you try and get a Herald. Does that mean it's worth? We'll never quite know. Enhao next on the menu. Going to hit him with a stun and then die to the Unraveled Earth.
Yeah, huge win there for DCG. I'm kind of surprised that they try to commit so hard for it. Pepero might get ulted. Does not. Oh, actually, Varus ult's not even up. Ziggs ults the wave. I kind of want to see a replay of that fight. I feel like Zhao 2 walking into the end to pick up the Herald probably isn't worth it. But let's have a look. So I think it starts off it's just very hard, I think, for Duish team to get in here. They're very isolated and they can get engaged on very easily. And WSL just kind of explodes here. Actually gets 6 off the Herald dying, but it's just too late. And Jiao2, if you're going to go for this, I think you have to Rise ult straight after and flash the CC. But instead just, you know, goes in and dies. And I feel like dying for picking up Herald is honestly just not really worth it. And Enhao tries to find something off the back end. Really not cutting their losses, right? Kind of chain inting at the back of this. And it's a lot of gold that goes over to DCG.
Just one by one falling on down, right? And now you start to ask, I mean, how much real value can you get at this early stage with a Herald to try and answer back? But it just showcases how invested they are, that we've got a Ziggs, we need this Herald, it has to work.
Yeah, and interestingly, I think Herald was actually just dropped mid just then. So it wasn't even dropped in the Ziggs lane and didn't get a whole lot. So I think DCG much happier with this.
For
and
sure.
The first drag is still alive. Ooh, see a trade. Oh, the Rise ult actually coming through.
Yeah, he's tried the hard force. He didn't have an ultimate, though. That means the Rise ult does literally nothing but tell Hanabi, oh, have a nice time, go back to base.
Yeah, I think Duish team, they're kind of missing their windows to do something here, and DCG are pulling further and further ahead. Perhaps we'll look for something bot lane. Pepper was extremely vulnerable with no cleanse against all the CC. Will they be able to survive the dive?
Yeah, cutting the wave, aren't they? Arrow goes out, not the target they're after, onto Enhao. Satchel Charge was there, prepared just in case it was necessary. But they were certainly teasing at the idea. If that would have been a different target, they would have had the Chain of Corruptions afterwards to follow just to lock you down for 50 years. But right now it really is DCG just running the map.
Yeah, and Dragon spawns here. Actually, Dragon's still up. I don't know why I said spawns. Dragon has been up the whole time. No one's really looked at it yet. Just been too much action going on around the map. Ana is perhaps looking for something mid. Yeah, they have people in the area.
Oh, yeah, Jiao2 locked inside the Glacial Prison. A lot of damage, a flash away delayed. Are they overextended? I think Char is. Oh, he's failed the flash.
Oh, no, you hate to
And
see
that
it.
means WSL will gratefully get their first kill in this game.
Yeah, pretty nice there for Duish team. Jiao2 did manage to get out, and Char failing the flash does just end up going down. But importantly, the drag is still not really picked up by either team. Relatively ignored, so drag win condition is going to be miles away for whichever team eventually goes for it. And DCG, I mean, they have a small gold lead, and they're definitely stronger at this stage of the game. But the game's definitely not in a state where it's, you know, blown open. Although Nesty might look towards top here. Perhaps can look for the ult, but I think killing a Nara with flash is pretty difficult.
Oh my god, it's hit. We got into a replay. Why at this exact time? No, oh, and he's died off screen. Unbelievable production there, as we've really just seen two different things happen. Maybe trying to save face there for Lucky and I, because I don't want to show him getting absolutely destroyed. We might just jump from one replay into another.
Oh, wow. The Ash arrow coming across the entire map. And actually, Jiao2 caught without flash on mid-wave.
Yeah, Jiao2 in a lot of trouble here as well. Infinite CC. And going to be another casualty to the DCG war train. I mean, they are just unstoppable.
Yeah, time after time finding these picks. While they did have that small misstep with Char, it's not a big deal. It's only the Ash support dying. Meanwhile, you know, the rest of DCG finding these angles over and over. And that's really what having a comp with so many tools can offer you, right? You've just got like the Ash ult and the Sedge ult that can constantly make these picks for you. And on the other side, there aren't the same level of just non-committal engages.
Look at this, though. This is such a great play from Char. Just had the foresight to know they're going to be there. Nesty's waiting ever so patiently. Pixel perfect from the other side of the map. And I mean, cutting off the angle with the Weaver's Wall as well. You've got no chance.
Yeah, really nicely played there from DCG. Now, Herald's up in a minute, so perhaps we'll just play for this instead of even that first drag. Might just be saying, you know, we don't need Dragons to win this game. We instead just want to play for the early game snowball. Get this game done nice and early. Perhaps send or set some speedrun records. Wave does get pushed in, and yeah, still leaning towards top side. So this makes me think that DCG, they don't care too much about this first drag, especially not at this point in the game. They just want to keep snowballing their advantage, playing for Herald, playing for gold. And Hana, will he look top again? 3 members up here. And how's he to counter?
Yeah, just really closing out the map, making it ever so difficult. Enhao jumps in, cops a Glacial Prison to the head, protects his Gnar. And everything is okay, but that's another turret plate. Gold shared around, and it's perfect timing as the plates fall. And you can see the difference in just how much pressure DCG have managed to put on down. One of those heralds was picked up by Duish team, but it didn't really achieve much.
Yeah, and DWT, they've committed a lot of members topside, so that bot tower continues to be chipped away. And actually, Pepero lost his flash bot side somewhere, so we'll be very vulnerable. WSL actually steals it away. Nice little consolation prize off the back of that. And Herald is up now, and I think both teams will look to play for this. Pepero is TPing mid. ST could get engaged on here.
Oh, he's jumped in, he's fully committed. Bomb on your head. Char is, well, he's just cooked straight in the oven. And forgotten about, but in a snipe from afar, and Cascada picks it up and finds revenge. And even in the top side there, you saw both bruisers having a crack at it. But I tell you what, they're hard forcing to try and get these objectives.
Yeah, so support's traded, but I think this is probably better for DCG. I think that Ashe can always just like come back without her ult is still pretty impactful, though Leona is not, at least not for engaging. And the wall will cut off any chance of DWT being able to contest this. So Herald's picked up, and I think that's pretty important for breaking this mid tower. It's going to be difficult for Pepero to hold on to it once it gets Herald, especially given that he has no flash or cleanse. I mean, he can get Ashe ulted at pretty much any point as soon as it comes back up.
Yeah, pretty much. And I mean, you talked about speed records before. This might be the longest it's taken for a team to be even interested in getting a dragon. 15 minutes in, not even the first one gone.
Yeah. It's actually interesting because it kind of, you know, the fact that Soul isn't being pressured kind of means that Dragon just becomes useless, right? By both teams handshaking the fact that they don't really want it. No one's really going to invest the time into it.
Yeah, far more interesting going for a team fight instead. Lucky United with a nice move to backpedal back to dodge out of the stun. But if you go back, you're still going to fall down to the pressure rating in your arms. And I mean, it's just relentless. And I was curious to see really where Hana would go. But this time he says, yeah, we will make sure that Hanabi is a bit of a beast.
Yeah, and the top difference now is getting pretty extreme. 2-0 for the Jacks as well as up 40 CS. Hanabi has to feel like he can definitely snowball this game. And finally, a Dragon will be started up, but I'm honestly not sure if they can get it. DCG are in the area and not in the habit of letting things go for free. TP comes in.
It's already an objective bounty for Duish team because they're down 5k gold at the 16-minute mark. In we go for the team fight. TP's committed. And how the focus right now is WSL was hit that clone, hit the Cyclone after, but can't do much. Flashes in for the bonk and takes out Hana. Both junglers removed. The Dragon's still there. That's going to reset. Bomb secured it. And now flashes to run away. DCG a little bit healthier, but surely now back to lanes we go.
Yeah, just pushing these waves. The Dragon actually is still not picked up by either team. So DCG, you know, they don't want to give it over, but they've committed to not picking up Dragons this game. And it's a 5k gold lead here for DCG, but let's look at this replay. The Leona ult goes wide again, and it feels like then you're just kind of trying to kite out from then on. You don't have great turning tools. Pepero has to W over the wall. And just too much damage really coming in from DCG. Or maybe they did manage to snipe one off the back end, but I mean, it's decent. The Rise Up does get cancelled by Hanabi, and Hanabi is so strong in these fights right now. Now, next Baron, or the Baron, is up in 2 minutes 20. And actually, I don't think DWT has been ahead in gold a single point in this game. It's just a sea of blue there.
Yeah.
In that gold difference.
It's been a pretty rough affair. I mean, in terms of bot lane, they've not been able to really find strength in their 4-5. Mid lane has been handled by Nesty in isolation, and yeah, certainly the junglers have tried to influence where they can, but it's been Hanabi that's coming out ahead, and there's a lot of gold on the map that Duish team would love to try and claim. But the second Herald is summoned, and it's the second Herald that's not really going to achieve much.
Yeah, they did pick up the drag, but the Herald not breaking mid tower is pretty important for DWT's kind of delaying this game. I think also what's interesting is this is kind of what we see on the Rise. Oh, actually, WSL does get altered. Back to that point, I think Rise for these bottom tier teams often doesn't get the kind of early game pressure that you would see the likes of PSG putting down. And so what just ends up happening is Rise now is so outranged, it's just going to be so difficult for him to free hit. Though it does have WSL in the area. I think Nessie is too safe currently to make a play onto. This 5-8 gold lead is remaining stable.
Here we go. Both junglers have spotted out each other once again, and that means Hana is instantly disengaging these solar flares. They continue not to stun, but they're still slow. In comes the Weaver's Wall. Bomb goes down. Char survives. but Duish team are low. They have to run back to their side of the jungle, and both teams will just say, that's enough.
Yeah, it's surprising that nothing ended up actually, or no one ended up going down, but flashes were burned, both Hanas and Chars there, which is pretty important, especially for the next dragon fight. And have a look at the gold. Hanabi pulling so far ahead, almost up 3,000 gold.
Yeah.
Just in the 1v1, which is an insane lead at the moment. And opts for that Frozen Heart as well, so just going to be uncontestable in the side lane. Which is a great win condition for DCG to have, because not only are they going to win team fights, but having the side lane is an option too. Just gives you so many avenues in which to win this game. We're coming up on 20 minutes now, so Baron will be on the map. But I think both teams' Baron DPS is fairly low, so I would be surprised to see this picked up unless, you know, a major team fight is won. DCG, both their members here don't have flash.
DCG are pretty strong though. They've just hit 2 item spikes on their 2 most important players, right? Seraph's Embrace has just been involved for Nesty. Hanabi, as you said already, has picked up that Frozen Heart, so they'd be feeling pretty game to take on a fight if Duish team went out sniffing for them. You can see them postured in the river waiting for that phase check.
Yeah, and also look at the arrow comes through. Pepperoni doesn't have cleanse.
Great satchel charge though, the arrow afterwards, the flash, the disengage. Oh my god, it's beautiful. Oh, Duish team, very fortunate there from not falling victim to the CC chain, but Hanabi wants to make sure that something at least happens. 2-man stun, that locks them in place. Once again, the Solar Flare comes out afterwards. I'm not sure if it's even necessary. I don't know if Duish team really wanted to re-engage, and it just seems to be confusion from either side.
Yeah, I think ultimately that is a little bit better for DCG. They do get both the bot lane flashes away from Duish team. And with Dragon, only 2 more minutes, especially with low cooldowns on stuff like the Sedge and Ashol, you can just throw these time and time again. Continue to make plays with them. For 2 more minutes, and then I think big things will be happening. DWT, they are controlling this topside river, but I don't think much will come of it. Another steal?
Another steal. Yeah, Chris Guyder's going on. In comes the Realm War. Peekaboo, here we are. Arrow to their heads and try and stop them. Like Unite is the one in trouble. Runs out of range of that Chain of Corruption. Tevet. In comes Hanabi once again with another 2-man stun. There's the Gnar stun. There's the response. There's the flick back underneath the wall. The bomb on their head. It doesn't really matter because Enhao is running for the wind.
Is he going to get out? I think Nesty could probably just snipe him here. Actually, the health bar is so low.
Oh, max range on that boulder. Nearly clipped him, but there
he got
we
another
go.
Leandri's kill.
Just ticking down to the burn.
Yeah, and Zhaotu's in trouble.
Oh, look at that. The drift in. He tries to do it all on his own. Zhaotu, a madman, decides to step forward. Cops a volley to the head. And another one. Oh my god, Duish team.
Low. DCG, I think they can start up this Baron. They have Hana with the Warmogs who can regen enough to actually do this. With no Zigzag, I think this will go the way of DCG. Now their DPS is low, so if DWT want to come, they have some time. I think with so many members on it, it will end up going over. WSL is in the area. Ooh.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, Hanabi going to deny that Blast Cone engage, and that guarantees that the Baron has been picked up now. So 22 minutes into this one. It's really good timing actually here, Shock, because they can go back to base 30 seconds on that next Herald, or rather that next Drake to look forward to.
I think it was kind of a wild engage here from WSL. I really, like with the, I don't know, with the Rise Ult coming through, it kind of makes sense, but also you're just so far into the enemy's jungle. I think off the back end though, DWT did a good job of kind of playing within this choke. They got a lot of damage, especially from Peppero's Ziggs here. But ultimately they kind of start the team fight too low, and Nesty as well. No slouch in these choke fights as the Talia. And so many people end up dying off the back end of this. I think it's 2 actually go down. 1 more to the Leandries. Just sniped at the very end. Kind of looks like the Ashy kills him.
I was going to say, yeah, out goes the Hawk shot, and that's enough for the killing blow. Oh, we're back in again. Zhaotu's been isolated. Glacial Prison, he's taken down.
Oh, I think we have lost audio. We have unplugged something. Uh-oh. We need some production. Okay, well, we've lost audio on the game, but I think they can still hear us, hopefully. But we can see here DCG sieging the mid tower. Looks like we have audio back finally, and now the engage goes through. The Leona comes back from Enhao. DCG, they have this Baron, and I mean, they are picking up the Dragon at the same time. Dragon goes down. Now, will they do anything more? There's a TP is actually coming in. DCG, they might be too far up.
Akina on the flank. Oh, Blast Cone, and that's WSL in trouble. Stunned, deleted, and gone. A turret falls down, but we don't care about that because we want to see the action right in front of us. In comes the Weaver's Wall, and Nesty drifts into life and saying, hello, Pepero. But he's the one to find himself the double. Hunting for a triple now. Underneath the mid tier 2, it is a very, very squishy Leona support. And that will not be the ace, but it's enough to completely run the map with that Baron buff.
Yeah, and I think now DCG, they're so far ahead, they can just dive constantly under the tower. They should be able to get a lot done with this Baron buff, which still has 30 seconds remaining, and they still have waves. Now, will they go for anything more? Perhaps not. They've already gotten so much done, so many kills, and now with more than 10k gold lead at only 25 minutes. You know, so far ahead. And you have to think for DWT, there really is no proactive way back in this game. You kind of just have to hope that DCG makes some sort of, you know, huge mistake, but it's pretty hard to undo a 10,000 gold lead.
Yeah, we've seen it happen before in other games, right? When you've had a full wombo combo comp, you know, maybe like a Malphite, Sona, sort of, you know, Gragas all in, hope for the best. But this is not one of those kind of comps. You're really hoping that, you know, best case scenario, a Cyclone or a Narol can lay it down a very fed Ziggs, but we're just not at that point right now. 2 items complete, arrow from across the map again. Not going to connect.
Yeah, now DCG, they're still chasing down. Will they look for anything more here? They perhaps are. They've got the ult comes through. Nesty's engaging. Lots of low health bars here. Yao2 ends up going down. And Snipe as well onto Enhao at the very end. Now, what more can be done here? I mean, Lakunai, he gets that tower on the bot side, but it really just doesn't feel like enough, and it's very difficult to kind of, you know, continue to hold down the fort. 2 minutes on this Baron. DCG, will they keep going? No, it looks like they're going to back off once more. Just with the recalls coming through. Nesty, he is pathing up through this jungle. Probably just going to look at the blue buff again. And now 2 minutes 20 on this dragon. Will only be the third one, so not the end of the world. But you have to think DCG just this far ahead, you know, can't really be stopped at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just everywhere you look, there's so many threats. You've got a really fed Lethality Varus, for instance. You've got a Talia that is everywhere at once with 10 stacks now on a Darksteel, certainly filling themselves. Like, it's definitely a Magi's angle again, but we've got to be careful, right? We say that Caster's Curse once again seems to happen. And a Sejuani with a Warmogs, which is just immune to damage at this point, right? You can just be so carefree with your approach, just like this. Jumping into the mid lane. Why is Leona there in mid lane? We'll never quite know, Shock, but ultimately they won't mind. That's their 20th kill in only 27 minutes.
Yeah, and I think now just so far ahead, perhaps don't even need the Baron to siege this down anymore. Baron, though, isn't in a minute. WSL, he has a big flank here.
Yeah, but is that flank too late? Because the rest of his team are being stuck inside the base. Flash, knock up 2, bomb comes down, and Cyclone number 2. That means Pepero finds that kill. The burn from Leandries is enough, but WSL will die because he is isolated. Look how far back his team are, because Hanabi just stands strong and scares them away.
Yeah, I think the combination of Hanabi zoning them off as well as Nesty's Talia wall just really stops any sort of follow-up. But credit to WSL, I mean, that was actually a pretty good flank, got members very low and did kill Char. But it's just so hard. You're so far behind at this point that you need a miracle, perhaps more than one, to end up winning this game. And Baron's up very soon. Let's take a look at the replay. So yeah, WSL, he has a great... Oh, actually, this was even earlier. And how, yeah, so far up on the midway with just no one really nearby. And this, I believe, is his 6th death. So 0, 6, and 2 right now. Does just die without really getting anything for it. WSL, he does his best to kind of salvage this situation. And you can see he finds a pretty nice angle here. Pepero narrowly avoids pretty much everything. And while there is the Ziggs on follow-up, everyone else is trapped on the other side of the wall. and it's just not quite enough.
Yeah, they just can't move because the Cheddar Corruption roots all three joined at the hip. You then got the Weaver's Wall, you then got the Pebbles. You've literally got everything saying you can't pass and you can't go and really have any fun in this game whatsoever. There's number 23 as they just continue to pick them piece after piece.
Yeah, DCG just farming them at this point. There's really not much Duish team can do.
I think like this is one of those games where you almost wish that this was a hyper-accelerated Soul Point because then you could at least try and flip for an Elder. But that's so far away. And DCG now really are just hitting them with their wallets and saying this game, whilst it won't be a speed record, is for sure ours to win.
Yep, they are going to be sieging. They have all 5 members alive as well as the Baron. I don't think DWT will be able to defend it. DWT, they are trying their best though. At the very end, all these flashes are coming in. DCG, I think they've done it, you know, showing they are definitely strong enough to really give it to these bottom tier teams. With 26 kills to their name at the end of this, they do pick up the win. That
they certainly do, and that means now, well, DCG break away from the pack, no longer tied at 4-4, and start to say, okay, round robin number 2, let's see what that one has in store for us. As for Duish team, not the start they'll be looking for, right? 1 win to look at, really, across all those games played. Certainly back to the drawing board.
Yeah, I mean, I think Duish team, I'm not sure what your takeaways are from that game. It kind of just felt like you fell behind in basically every skirmish, right? Like, I'm trying to think back to what specific time really blew open the game, and it felt to me like Nara fell very far behind in top side, and I guess that was maybe the start of the end for them. And on the bot side, I think Ziggs did a good job like weak siding, but it wasn't really, you know, there was nothing ever traded on the other side of the map. And I think Duish team, they really have to think about, you know, where are our win conditions and how are we going to play for them? Because that game, you know, the Rise Wukong never really found anything. The Ziggs didn't get accelerated. The Nara fell massively behind to the Jack, so it just didn't really feel like they ever cemented a way to win.
Yeah, it's frustrating because there was so much potential with them hiding their bot lane until the very end for the grand reveal, but it never really got the resources or the assistance it needed. And I think a lot of that stems from the fact that they took a really, really bad trade in the first 30 seconds, right? They stepped up to the wave when they had no right to. Double Halo Blade, 80 carries, they chunk you out, all the potions are gone within the first minute, and then you're saying to your jungler, I need you here, and I need you now. And the jungler's like, well, I've got places to be. I've got to get farmed up myself, right? So it's a really rough affair. And I think sometimes as a team, when you're struggling to try and find an identity, whether or not you want to be the early game powerhouse or you want to be the scaling team, like we've seen some of them here in the PCS, maybe it's a case of, yeah, there's a meta for a reason, and there are strong picks, but it's not working for us right now. Maybe we need to, you know, go back to what has made us get into this position in the first place, right?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, they do have their one win that they can latch to and be like, okay, this is what worked. Perhaps we can try recreate it. But I think, yeah, I mean, it just sucks to kind of be ending this first round robin so far behind, right? Because it feels really impossible to catch up. I mean, it is still possible if they somehow turn the ship around at this point, but you're perhaps already thinking, okay, we need to really just try and develop ourselves instead.
Yeah.
And this is one of the fights I felt like really blew open the game. It was kind of, I feel like, too aggressive and engaged from DWT into an area which is difficult, right? And I think something that consistently happened is DWT would get kills, but it wouldn't often be on Nesty, right? And Nesty just put out so much damage in these team fights. It was like a 7-0 to Lear, I think, at the end. And just, if he's not going down, it's just so much damage is left available, right? Even if you take out one of these ADCs, either the Ashe or the Varus, the consistent damage, which is Nesty, is always left alive. And that just makes it really hard for DWT to actually come out on top.
Yeah, I think this Deep Cross Gaming just had too many threats across the board. Ultimately, you just can't deal with them all at once, right? You're trying to route out a particular player, and then somebody else comes in from the flank, or they cut off the angle with the Weaver's Wall, as we saw in that highlight clip as well. And this is what happens if you do invest and make sure that Hanabi does get ahead, right? He made sure he did a ton of damage, but it wasn't enough to upset the beast that is Nesty with a flawless performance, 7-0-12. Finishing close to 4k gold ahead of his opponents, and well, 73% KP. Felt like he was everywhere at once.
Yeah, I think also I'd like to shout out Hana on the Sejuani. Felt like he had engage after engage. It really was, you know, we come back to DCG, it is that mid-jungle, right? That's where the pressure comes from, and that's always the members that you're looking at. And I think Nesty, the difference, obviously it's against Jewish team, right? It's a fairly lower tier team, but there's a night and day difference between his good champs and his bad champs, at least in my opinion. So I feel like that's something that is potentially exploitable by other teams, especially when it comes to, you know, best ofs, best threes, best of fives in the playoffs. And I think that's something that DCG really need to think about it, right? They need to find ways, okay, you know, can we find extra things in Nesty's champ pool that can kind of make up for those if they get banned? And at the same time, you know, do we have enough threats elsewhere that it's hard to target all your bans at Nesty, right? Because a lot of those teams, you know, take a team like PSG, can you really target bans at any one player of the team? Not really, because everyone else will pick up the slack. And it feels like those teams that are more middle of the pack, stuff like Impunity as well as DCG, those teams can kind of been banned out. But I think that'll be us for that game. Coming up next, we have Frank versus CFO. Probably our game of the day. It's going to be very exciting. Don't go anywhere.
Mistakes, you don't have to make them. Some people have to fail to understand what I'm saying. I get it, I know so. They mess up, I won't go. I work too hard and too long to make mistakes that I know so. They might talk down on me now cause they gave up on their own goals. If you live in a glass house, you should be scared of a stone throw. So it's a long way to the top, A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. Early morning, you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time, cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. You want it bad enough, you can do it. If you just watch me, then I can prove it. Started just me in a dream, then I turned that into me leading a whole movement. Everybody around me eating, cause I wouldn't take a seat when they told me to chill out, they keep it a bill. Now my visions weren't what they were seeing. I get a check now, yeah. Look at my neck now, yeah. Full of baguettes now, yeah. Can't help but flex now, yeah. My come up come with some commas, can't tell I'm a comma chameleon. That means I don't need to be in your face, you should know I'm out chasing these millions. You gon' see it when I pull up in that skirt. Ask me how I did it, putting in that work. It's a long way to the top, but I work hard and trust no obstacle will stop me till I'm 6 feet in the dirt, you heard? It's a long way to the top, A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. Early morning, you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time, 'cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. I knew I could do it. Hey. You are the sweetest thing. Yeah. I live on the joy you bring. Yeah. But I'm coming back, knocking down the door. I'm coming back. Are you ready for more? Are you ready for more? Oh, I have a few. I try to change what I cannot undo. But I'm coming back, knocking down the door. Coming back, are you ready? 'Cause I'm coming back, knocking down the door. Coming back. Are you ready for more?
It's lights, camera, action over here, boy. I'm the paparazzi's finest. Sit back and watch the show. The fire burning my soul, the passion in my eyes. My people starve, the hunger pains feed my desire. And I desire a throne, a scepter with a castle. I'm the king of this jungle, they call me Mufasa. It's simple, I'm sunning these dudes. On my Usain Bolt, yeah, I'm running these dudes. I try to explain, I'm not the norm. When I'm in red form, we still on the runway. I ain't even airborne. Keep my windows tinted so they don't know who's in it. I ain't afraid of the dark, I was raised in it. My sins is unrepentant, my words is authentic. I tried to come clean, my heart wasn't in it. Lazy boy living, the squad is so turned. Shaking their heads like men and boys that never learn. Who gon' stop me though? Until the curtain closed, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show.
You know, say my name in the streets and they say that's a guy. I can feel the hate, yeah they pray and I fall. Sit back and watch the
Porsches and caveat dreams. Had them haters bow down and kiss the ring. They offer the inch, I took the whole thing. My side piece is ratchet, but my lady's a queen. They ain't loyal, but that don't make my blood boil. The game is deep rooted, I was raised in the soil. Lights, camera, action, paparazzi attraction. What's next for 'em? You know the streets asking. I'm self-made, CEO, I'm self-paid. The game's thirsty and I'm a glass of lemonade. These boys must got me twisted, French braids. I'm so disrespectful, spitting on their graves. I'm trying to bury them 6 feet at the cemeterium. I'm offended the blogs who try to put me next to them. Who gon' stop me, bro? Until the curtain close, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show.
You know, say my name in the streets and they say about to go. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say about to go. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show.
I've been knocked down but never out. I hit that canvas, but never seen more than a 6 count. I'm the reason they packed the arena. I'm the reason these young girls is at the top of their lungs screaming. Camera phones flashing, everybody clamoring. These clowns jacking my style, they wanna be him. Before I blew, I told them what I'm about to do. Now watch the SHOW.
You know, say my name in the streets and they say about to go. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say about to go. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show.
Touching on me, I'm winning so good. Go write that check, cause I'm feeling too much confidence on that heavyweight flex. I've been earning and working, everybody want this. I'm untouchable, stacked up, Greek God. I got the thunder and lightning, energy rush. I've been winning and winning since the day I was made. Bet you wanna be like me. I'm always on top of the game. Ain't never gonna touch second place. Nah, never. I'm always on top of the game. You know that I win, that I win, that I win, that I win. I was born to be bad, so go 100%. Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know. I got the world in my hands. I'm like a perfect diamond, I'm red. Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know. Come stand a little closer, I'll drop it. I know you heard about what I said, yeah.
my bed. Really, cause I can't take it any longer in my head. So, darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh, I've been falling, falling, yeah, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh. You've been running, running, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love or is that too much? That too much. Baby, are you down, 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 down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You owning the town, 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 town. Tell me when you, when you touching down, 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 down.
Hello and welcome back to the PCS Spring Split Week 3, Day 3, brought to you by Riot Games and Carry Live. Up next, we have Frank Esports versus CFO.
We do. It's
game of the day.
Yeah, it's a battle of the big dogs, isn't it? It's a battle at the top of the table. And having seen PSG already get their dub, they'll be hoping to say, all right, well, which team is going to be joining us there? Because we're trying to break apart the mix, which is all these teams side on first, all these teams side on fourth. Only one of these teams can walk away and still say that they deserve to be right there on their throne.
Yeah, and these two teams, I mean, they've both shown some pretty dominating performances, but this is going to be the tiebreaker, if you will, to kind of break up the standings a little bit.
And what a way to make it be a tiebreaker, right? The final game of the round robin, and I mean, it's not the final game of the night. It would have been even better if it was the final game of the night. But it's a great way to get yourself excited to see. All right, 3 weeks in, 9 games played. Where are we at in terms of figuring out who could actually be the champions of the region?
Yeah, I think, who are you backing in this game? Because I think CFO maybe looks slightly better, but I feel like it is very close, right? Like, these are definitely two very competitive teams, and I think as well, they're both very well-rounded, right? Like, I'm not sure we'd really say, there's a clear weakness from either team.
The one thing I will say is that these teams, for me at least, have the strongest early games by a country mile. They're very, very aggressive. On average, usually getting a goal at about 2K by the 15-minute mark. So we're in for a bit of a treat. Here it is for Frank Esports, though. Solokid on top lane, Hollow in the jungle. Pretender still hoping to get that pentakill after being denied it last night. Eminem and Kaiwing as their bot lane partnership. And what a game they had in terms of how it all played out. So I'm excited to see if they can sort of bounce back in terms of, you've allowed Elise and Renekton to go through. That should never be allowed to happen. All the teams today have said, okay, we have learned our lesson. But I think, for me, Frank Esports, it just screams to me that they are the objective team. They get the most Heralds, the most Dragons, and the most Barons. So that should be something that CFO should be concerned about.
And there they are, CFO, Rest, Gemini, Jimmian, Shun, and Slay True. I think when you're comparing these two teams, it's, again, very well-rounded, but I think the bot lane is always going to be a point of contention, right? Because Shun, he is definitely not the kind of player that wants to, sit back and farm. They're going to be pushing the issue, and I think he's the kind of player that almost makes the game about him, right? Like, both teams kind of really need to at least respect him and play around him. It'll be interesting to see whether we'll see something like the Draven come out. It's his signature pick. Has been banned against him a few times, but I don't think it's been locked in this split, at least just yet. Well, there's always time, especially with the kind of bot meta opening up. And actually, that's something we should kind of talk about, because I think Kaiwing on Frank sort of seems to prefer the melee supports. Like, he's sort of playing some, even when they weren't really in the meta. And perhaps now, you'll see. I'd love to see something like, Draven, Nautilus up against Leona.
Yeah, and then it gets all countered by a Heimerdinger, and we just wonder what we're doing here. Absolutely. No, you're not wrong. I think for CFO, it's like that they may be, going back to your previous point, the most well-rounded team in the entire league, because every single player at some stage has managed to pick up the MVP award. I think Rest has the most. And that Jax last night basically reinvented the wheel, saying that, I don't need to go to traditional build, figured out Zhonya's, all the rest, It is all about just being as tanky as possible. But yeah, they just have so many stars in so many different lanes, and their bot lane has always rung true.
Yeah, and Jimmian, I think, hold that thought, we got some stats comparison between the two top laners, some pretty nice KDAs, but also take a look at the gold difference at 14, both of them averaging some very nice leads for themselves. And the same solo kills and isolated deaths. Actually, you know, pretty similar across the board. I think solo kill, he has played like a wide variety of champions, right? He's played the Aurelia, he's played the Gangplank, he's definitely tried out a few new things, and Rest has stayed more towards the meta, although did play that one Udyr top game.
He did, yeah, that cheeky little Udyr that you mentioned, right? So I think they've definitely got that skill expression to say we can stick to the meta, and whilst they both played a ton of Cassante, we've yet to see it at all on the brand new patch.
And here we are in the draft. Frank Esports on blue up against CFO on red. Caitlyn, Jace are the first bans. Definitely respecting the Pretender Jace. And Jimmian, I think he's had interesting, you know, plays. I think he's been doing well, but perhaps not as well as we would have expected from him. And on the other side, Pretender, I mean, he's actually been quietly kind of climbing up the mid lane ranks, right? Like, not perhaps a big name in the PCS, but certainly becoming one. Zeri, Maokai are now the bans. So taking away some of those bot lane combos already, I actually kind of like that because I'd love to see something. Oh, actually, okay, so triple ADC ban up against Shun. Caitlyn, Zeri, and Lucian. So perhaps want to force them onto something a bit different. Will Elise be the last ban for CFO, or will you give that over? I feel like it should be the Elise ban.
It should be. And then we complete the Exodia, and it's almost refreshing to see a team actually have 80 carries targeted away from them, right? Because it's getting a little bit repetitive where drafts almost feel too calculated. You know, maybe for a coach, it's the dream. You do all this prep, accounting for blue and red side drafts. If they pick this, we take that. But sometimes you do need that little bit of spice, especially in a best of one when you can just sneak it a win.
Sejuani is the first pick. You have to respect it will be matched by either the Vi or the Wukong. Seems to come in fairly often. And now what will the bot lane combos be? Ashe and Varus are still available. Caitlyn Lux is off the table, as well as the Zeri Lucian combos. So perhaps do have to dig a bit deeper here. Ashe is the hover, so I'm thinking it's most likely going to be Ashe Varus eventually. But I think Gemini probably... Now, do you pick Ashe Varus right now and just pick your jungle third, knowing that it can't get taken away? Or do you want to perhaps... Yeah, I think that's what you do. You pick the Varus. I think they'd be worried about having Ashe and just giving away the Varus. I think picking it up right now makes sense. You can always just pick your jungler third, depending on what they show. Probably going to be locked in. And now you have to question, what will Frank Esports answer this with? Okay, actually, perhaps going back to the Wukong. Ooh, actually the Jax.
A lot of deliberation on this one, really, isn't it? It's a case of if we lock in our bot lane, I'll be too solved too early. Even though it is so strong, they've never actually played that combo. So I think maybe a little bit in their own heads, perhaps, at whether or not that reveals a little bit too much the direction they want to go. A blind Jax, though, I mean, it speaks volumes of just how good Rest is.
I think also taking away the Jax from the Sedge does kind of make sense. We've seen that a lot. The Ziggs is actually locked in, so it's going to be Ziggs for Eminem, Ziggs Leona will be the play. Now, will they actually pick Varus into this? Because it feels like you normally play Ziggs into the Varus. But if you've seen Ziggs Leona, what do you play instead? Something like the Sivir, perhaps, just for wave clear, but again, it's short-ranged. I'm actually... Okay, so they're potentially dropping ADC. Gonna make sure to pick up this Wukong before it gets banned out. With only Wukong and Vi available, it's hard to drop jungle, seeing as they both will be banned. Oh, actually, okay, swaps to the Vi. Does lock it in, okay. Second phase bans. I think you probably just want to keep banning stuff that synergizes with Sejuani. So maybe we'll see Akali, Sylas, you know, that sort of stuff here. Maybe the Yone as well, because there is already an AP threat in the Ziggs. So taking away the Yone could be good.
Yeah, it's so interesting. I'm just so stuck on the fact that they've picked Ziggs again, because they were the two that actually locked it in yesterday, right up against Duish team. Had great success into what was a Varus Braum, I believe. And then also we saw the last game. They said, oh, you know, they look pretty strong. So it's almost like they've trialed and tested it in a stage game and said, hey, that worked yesterday. Let's now do it up against the top teams.
I like the confidence coming out with the Ziggs. Yone is the ban. Now, Frank Esports, what do you match? Do you ban mid laners as well, or do you ban out ADCs? Maybe you try and take away even more of the options that Shun has. Perhaps 5 ADC bans. Okay, never mind. They banned the Rise. So taking that away from Jimmian. CFO, you have to expect it should be another melee mid ban, whether it's Sylas or Akali. I'm not sure which one's better. Perhaps the Sylas. There are pretty good ults here.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like you can say that for a lot of the champions in the meta right now. You know, apart from the fact that, you know, maybe for Jax, you're not too concerned about his ultimate being taken away, but definitely an Ashe or a Vi engage and a champion that wants to engage would certainly be pretty strong. Renekton instead has been denied. Both teams fairly adept at playing that one, would allow them to be what is their style of play, very early game aggressive.
Yeah, and I wonder if that means if CFO will actually take Sylas themselves, because there are very good Sylas ults, and you can deny that. It's perhaps a risky blind. Frankie Esports, I think you definitely ban another mid. Kassadin, okay.
Oh, okay, they let the Sylas go through.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Sylas picked up here. And then kind of, or although maybe you just want mid counter and you just pick your AD now. I guess there are still options available because Sylas is counterable. Yeah, so perhaps going for the Kai'Sa. Definitely not something we've seen in a while, but I feel like ADCs, you know, good ADCs on Kai'Sa, it's really a treat to watch.
Oh, for sure. A Kai'Sa with any form of CC just feels so strong with the plasma stacks. Getting to a point of power. I love this champion, personally one of my favorite AD carries, but it just feels like it's been out of the meta for such a long time. Just getting outranged. A cheeky Darius Hover, maybe paying respect to the Helpigs.
Yeah, so what do you pick now as Frank Esports? You need an answer into Jax. Could be the Fiora. Camille is currently being hovered. Ooh, perhaps the Gangplank. Solokill showed an extremely good game on Gangplank earlier in the season, so very excited to see that again. And now for Pretender, do you blind the Sylas? Pretender doesn't really seem like a Sylas player to me. Maybe we'll just go for something else instead. Although having, you know, no melee solo lanes with Sejuani does feel a little strange.
It would, yeah. You feel like you need to. I mean, if it's not to be that, it's the Akali, but I mean, surely Sylas is just far too good to pass up. Far too many good options to steal away as well. And if you've got, you know, the likes of, you know, a Yone and a Jace already in your arsenal, surely Sylas is there too.
Yeah. Now, CFO, what's the last band to counter mid? I feel like we might just see something like an Azir. But, ooh, perhaps a LeBlanc. Would be an interesting choice. Victor as well. Victor is pretty good versus Sylas. I like LeBlanc too, though.
I think the question goes back to a game that we already had, right? Is it Victor for the range and the scaling, or is it LeBlanc to try and be slippery away from the chains, as well as the engage of a Sejuani, right? So I think they value the mobility just a fraction more. Isolated 1v1, though. You still favorite for Sylas?
It's interesting. I think in solo queue, it's probably a LeBlanc favored matchup because you can take Ignite, but in competitive, having to take the TP means that you can never really cut the healing of the Sylas. Now, something worth noting is that on 13.3, they buffed Oblivion Orb to 40% Grievous Wounds, and actually they made Morello a much better item as well, so we might see an Oblivion Orb rush come out of Jimmy in here. Perhaps could change the matchup. But yeah, really exciting comps coming out, right? Kai'Sa and LeBlanc, can you ask for anything better than that? As well as Solokill's Gangplank. So this, yeah, it's our hype match of the day for a reason, and I think it's going to be a good one.
I think it's going to be a really great way to understand, okay, after 3 weeks of gameplay, you know, these teams are tied in first place. Obviously, PSG is pulling away from the pack, but we've got this trifecta of teams all rallying for the top dog spot, the top seed. More than anything, right? Which is obviously so important because above all else, right, you got the winners bracket to look forward to, but then you get that buy round as well, which, I mean, who would not want that, right? You get to see the rest of the competition, scout it out, and then obviously then when the LCO comes over too, go, oh, okay, how strong are these guys too? So it's such an important result, and I'm sure they'll be watching to see how these teams are doing as well.
Yeah, I think actually having the buy round and being able to not verse an LCO team in round one is, well, it's good because LCO is the best, but also because you get the opportunity to see them, right? Like, you're not going to be as up to date on teams in other regions just naturally, right? So being able to see them play and kind of scout them out early, I think it is definitely an advantage that can't be ignored. Here we have it. Game 4, Frank Esports up against CFO. The winner will go to what? 7 wins, I believe?
That's correct, yeah. They'll be playing for the... yeah, all the marbles, as they say. You know, 7-2 is the record to try and tie yourself now with PSG talent. So it's all about it once again here for Frank Esports and CFO. They've all been about aggression in the early game, but when those styles collide, which team will falter?
We'll have to see. Now, something interesting. Jimmy, gone for the Airy LeBlanc. So this is something that we saw in LCK where you go Airy, Q Max LeBlanc instead of W, and you just play to just chunk out the Sylas over and over. Now, it is obviously very good in the isolated 1v1, but not having points in W is going to make it difficult to wave clear and actually pressure skirmishes. So I have to see if it pays off. I remember I can't even remember which team it was. I think it might have been Chovy's LeBlanc playing the Airy LeBlanc, but it went very well. I think it was actually against Showmaker's Silas. So it certainly works on a very high level.
Sure.
And we'll have to see if it works here as well. I think wise by Pretender to start with the Doran Shield. Definitely going to need to sustain quite a bit of poke. And when we see Rest full tank Jax again, I'm not too sure if we'll see it this time. There's a lot of AP, so it's a bit harder to just go for the full armor build.
Yeah, for sure. I think that one was definitely an exception to the rule, but it just shows you that these players are, you know, working at such a high level, conjuring what needs to be done, right? Not sort of sticking to like a Mobify build, if you will. But anyway, jumping in there for a bit of cheeky exchange between both these support players, see what they can find. And ultimately, it is Slay True that is doing the slaying.
Yeah, has that Hell of Blades, so just naturally going to win out in some of these early trades. Especially with Kai'Sa, you just get so much push over the lane, will pretty much always have control. It's kind of surprising how much Ziggs we've seen recently. You know, it's definitely a strong champion, I feel like, but it's not the easiest thing to play. You know, quite skill shot reliant, and is also quite a lot stronger if you can get it snowballing. I feel like so far we haven't seen the Ziggs really make a whole lot of use of their snowball, right? They've kind of just ended up playing for the late game poke, which isn't bad, but it feels like you're not getting the full use out of the champ.
I've always enjoyed the mages in the bot lane. I think it's always interesting because, you know, you can have, rules like perks and caps switching roles, and you just sort of say, well, I can just bring it from there to here. Same as like, you know, top and mid lane transitions. You just bring in champions into the mid lane like those bruises as well. So I always find it creative. Obviously, the strategy needs to match it to make sure it actually works out, but at the moment, it just really just feels like you can do anything you want in terms of what's available here for the bot lane with, you know, at the moment, double AD carries too.
Yeah, now this wave is being built up, and Hollow's on the other side of the map, so there perhaps could be some sort of pressure here by Gemini. But I think Frank Esports bot lane might just be a bit too healthy for them to really go for anything. Now respecting quite nicely here. On the other side of the map though, solo kill getting pushed in, kind of expected. Gangplank obviously not super OP until you get your Sheen and then can just start queuing on cooldown. Rest will get a ward, but it's spotted out.
You said a Sheen. The thing that always terrifies me is when the GP goes back to base and picks up like 4 cloaks and you're just thinking, I'm in trouble. He just one-shotting you from a million miles away.
Now mid lane, I mean, you can see Pretender is getting low, but it's quite hard to actually finish off the kill. Like you said, you can't really take Ignite. And with the second wind Doran Shield healing, it's very hard to actually secure kind of the final blow. Solo kill, you know, he's farming up nicely, and Hollow is in the area. Rest is pretty far up, has Flash and the leap.
Very patiently waiting though, aren't they? Solo kill, standing on a barrel right now, gonna hit him on that. Stun is already gone, this is the time to strike.
Yeah, no mana.
Rest knows where he's going. Instant flash on his head, flash across the wall! Oh my god. I mean, Rest is just a little bit too good at just finding a way out.
Yeah, so flash trade, and I think really nice you flashed that wall. I think that's the one that people mess up the most. You know, very thick wall, as they say, in the top side. But he does flash out. It's fine. Flash trade as well. It's not too bad. Rest obviously will have the leap strike as well. But gets the Sheen for himself, and you have to feel solo kill will pick it up as well. Farming up a nice wave here. A little bit of a trade coming on to Kaiwing. And a slight CS lead here for bot lane as well, but Frank will be able to kind of equalize this as they catch the wave, or at least some of it. And Ziggs is, you know, it's a champion that is very hard to move out of lane, right? It can always CS from very far away. It's fairly difficult to dive, and once you get level 6, can just ult waves. But perhaps respecting this built wave here, I don't think CFO can dive in the 2v2.
I mean, it's for sure one of the vulnerabilities of this partnership, right, is that you will fall victim to so much poke. But they're playing a lot more respectfully, right, as a result, and really giving avenues in which Kaiwing can then find his moment to strike. Obviously, with the Ignite too. You can imagine one overstep there from Slay True. And yeah, at the end of the day, you are a very squishy Ashe. I say that, that's literally what is happening now. Ignite goes out, Flash to follow. But Eminem just a little bit too far away to try and help.
Yeah, Skimmy the Prophet predicts it perfectly. The Slay True did only lose his Flash. Kaiwing invested both Flash and Ignite. But you'd have to say, I think, having a no-Flash Ashe, you know, very vulnerable. Now, Gemini is around. LeBlanc has a lot of gank set up, although hasn't recalled yet. So if this ends up being a 2v2, we'll probably not end up winning. Chain does connect, but decides to W back. I think Jimmy probably will just look for the base soon. Rest actually building a giant wave here.
Yes, a massive wave, isn't it, to crash? What does he do with it? That's the question. Does he decide to go back to base and shoot a recall? It looks like that is the case. I mean, obviously, he's already used TP. He had to, based on that early gank from Hollow. I'd like to see him get aggressive now to try and make a play towards this dragon.
Ooh, Slaytrue does not have the flash, and I think they just barely avoided seeing each other there. I think Hollow might be able to come out of this bush onto Gemini.
He's going to be careful. Oh, he's failed the smite, and ultimately, nothing is really being seen from that point there. Just going to walk away. No harm, no foul. Eminem getting some nice cheeky solo experience as he crashes in another wave as well. But yeah. I heard the Jaws theme tune start to play, thinking, oh, they're coming.
Well, did get the Grump. Now, everything else sort of just going back to normal. I mean, there's two very strong teams, so we're not expecting too much in the way of just individual advantages to be built up. Most likely will come a bit more down to that skirmishing, but hold that thought, we're fighting mid lane.
We certainly are. Pretender in trouble, receives the assault on battery, flashing away afterwards. They've run out of juice. Now in the bot lane, we continue. Satchel charge with a last bit of mana. Eminem dodging out the snipe as he gets himself to safety too. So 2 lanes bursting into action, but we're yet to get a first blood.
Yeah, I think so. Pretender flashed, and so did Gemini. Another flash trade coming out. And bot lane, you know, flashes were not burned there. Now, the first dragon is live, but I feel like priority is fairly even across the map at the moment. We'll have to see who ends up picking that up. Herald as well, spawns very soon. Will this be a top dive? CFO's got 3 members.
It's looking like it, isn't it? But the cannon barrage goes down to try and trim this way. Solo kill flashing over the Gemini. And now Jimmy has got the aggro. He's got so much damage flashing out of the Glacial Prison, but you've got nowhere to go now. He's burned everything. Beautifully executed there by Frank Esports.
Yeah, managing to survive that dive as well as getting the kill off the back end. Really, really nice. And I think the bone plating actually came in pretty clutch there for solo kill. Prevented a lot of that damage and a good flash as well. So yeah, I think that's really big. LeBlanc is, you know, I want to say kind of similar to Silas in the vein of if you don't snowball or if you fall behind, you can find it very tough to actually deal damage. And so a death on a Jimmy already does feel bad.
And let's look at this one more time because it all starts off with them crashing another big wave. Cannon barrage, though, I mean, he's got the foresight to know something doesn't seem right.
Yeah, as soon as they show up, actually before they show up, he drops the ult. A nice flash here out of solo kill and Jimmy, and he does his best, but into the bone plating deals so little damage and then tries to make his way out. Even invests the flash, but Hollow here does just clean him up. I believe that was the first blood gold as well. Yeah, it was. So Hollow feeling very good after that one. Being very tanky. Now, members have been brought up for Herald. CFO, they have the mid priority right now, so they're going to start it up. I think Frank probably will contest this, though. Yeah, they certainly don't want to let it go over for free. And it looks like CFO will actually back off the Herald. So perhaps Frank Esports now have the tempo and can look to this. They're going to get this mid priority. Will they go back to the Herald, or will we just go back down the map? I think you should probably stay around Herald.
You think so? I mean, that has been the hallmark of what has made Frank Esports rather just so strong in this current split. Once again, top lane is the focus. They really want to make sure that this Jax gets back in the game. Solo kill living for such a long time. The barrel splash damage was unholy as Hollow jumps into life, finds a target in rest, and tries to put him to rest. As in comes Pretender. And he gets it done. He's going to be the one to pick up the kill. That's what you need. Another kill found. Another moment for them to now try and peel away and look at that objective. But, I mean, either side don't really care about the objectives. They just want kills.
Yeah, so it ends up just being a kill trade in the top lane. I do think Rest getting the kill, though, does kind of make things good for him in his matchup. Now, Frank Esports, they are the ones that still have cooldowns available. They have the Sedge and Leona ult, and they will look to pick up this Herald. So I think overall, Frank Esports come out of this slightly on top, as well as a kill on Pretender. I think that might actually be the most important thing out of all of this. Is going to get that Silas online nice and early.
And it just goes back to your point before, right? When you're talking about lanes that need to get ahead, right? You want to make sure that your Silas is over on top of that side, on top of the LeBlanc rather. Likewise, top lane GP and Jax also another very spicy matchup. And I think it's a big reason why we're seeing the junglers have a big red beacon saying we must go here.
Yeah, so and a lot of invested into killing solo kill. It takes so long to die. I think a couple cancelled autos here. But it does end up going down. But solo kill, he managed to trade enough damage back over that the rest of Frank Esports are able to come here and pick up Rest. And I think, again, yeah, just a kill on Pretender means so much for snowballing this game.
As the dust settles, though, it is just a trade for 2 objectives. Dragon picked up, and now a fight breaks out afterwards. So much CC onto Gemini. He cannot move. The mouse doesn't work. Shun is in trouble, fighting for his dear life, and actually manages to pick up Kaiwing before his inevitable demise. Oh, it's such a close affair there, but it's still Frank Esports in the lead.
Yeah, I think very lucky by Shun there to actually get a kill off the back end. It was looking awful, but at least they managed to trade back 1. It is a 2-for-1 trade, and I think mid lane will be taking a lot of damage. Actually, I think it'll die because they have the Ziggs here as well. Mid lane tower going down at only 12 minutes.
And this is what you love to see. You get to actually utilize the Ziggs with the Herald. And I mean, this is the one big thing I've noted about Frank Esports. They get the most plates out of any team. I think they average like 7 plates a game, which is just phenomenal.
This is how this happened. It was a point-blank Ash ult, which obviously doesn't last very long. Kami manages to flash away from the Vaiku, and the Gangplank ult makes this more like a 5v4 rather than a 4v4. And it does just go in Frank Esports' favor. They do manage to kill 1 support, but you know, they're just not strong enough to deal any more damage past that. Now, interesting, Pretender's gone for the Everfrost.
Yeah, I'm just going to bring that up. Yeah, so we see Rod of Ages all the time.
Playing for, I would say, the stronger early game skirmishes, which is, I honestly kind of like it. I think this is a game that will be a lot about that, given LeBlanc and Kaiser in the game. So I think it's a wise choice from Pretender. Now, 1 Dragon has gone over to CFO, but the gold lead now in Frank Esports' favor. And I'm so happy to see the Ziggs W finally used. Rest, he's looking for something, but Hollow's in the area.
Trust it to be the team that play it, or bring it into the PCS to be the ones to perfect it up against, you know, the top dogs in the region, right? So it's great to see the team rally around them. And I mean, that's a massive gold lead, just purely based off plates. CFO have yet to find 1.
Yeah. Very difficult. I mean, there's a lot of wave clear, but I would have thought at least 1 plate would have gone down mid. Eminem, you know, doing a great job just clearing out these waves. And now, it'll be interesting. Do you want to swap your Ziggs out of this bot lane ever? Probably not yet. Maybe wait for another tower or 2 to drop. Eventually, I think getting Ziggs mid, just perma-clearing those waves, kind of opens up your side lanes to play a bit more aggro. You have to feel Silas. You know, Pretender with the Everfrost will want to be getting involved in as many skirmishes as possible. Jimmy completes the Ludens as well. They're definitely not feeling weak at this point, especially once he picks up level 11. We'll be ready to fight. And with 2 minutes on this Dragon, I think that'll be, you know, the next time these teams really come to blows. Herald, though, also up in 2 minutes 30. You might see 1 team, maybe CFO, willing to give up a drag to just secure the Herald.
Well, Gemini returns back to this top lane, relentlessly pursuing another kill onto this Gangplank, and he's actually got himself in hand now, a rushed item, which is the Black Cleaver, double buff, feeling very confident about his ability to take that trade, but it's not to say that Hollow isn't strong in his own right as well. A very tanky Sejuani at 2-0-2, only bounty in this game as well, and certainly one that will be hotly tracking the movements of this Vi. But for the meantime, back to mid we go. Next major objective's up in 90 seconds. That's the Dragon. And just by Gemini's presence alone, it's enough to zone Solo Kill away and give Rest a lot of time to actually just take this turret down.
They do get pushed down. Slaytrue, he's engaged on.
Yeah, he certainly is. Solar Flare into Glacial Prison. CC onto Slaytrue, who is just burning down to the cannon barrage. That's going to cut the fight in half. Rest just has to walk through the barrage of that pain. Flashes in for a stun. Shutdown now found there by Shun, but he dies again as a consequence of that. Eminem! Wow, what a satchel charge that was. Will he still live? What will Jimmy do to try and confirm this one? Rest is there. He's just going to leap strike him. Eminem! Oh my god, he tried. He had nowhere to run. And Frank continued to press forward. Pretender finds another, maybe a second, with the chains, with the glacial augment. And now they're under turret, but bang! Snipes him to the head.
Solo kill live? I think he does on so low HP, and I think, yeah, Pretender in that fight came up huge. Just so much more impact by Jimmy, and that satchel charge from Eminem actually bought so much extra time and probably led to 2 more kills just from the fact that Rest and Jimmy were forced to stay around in the fight for so long. But Dragon is spawning here in 20 seconds, so I don't think the action is going to stop. Have to feel, though, I feel like Frank Esports are now so strong in skirmishes. I'm not sure CFO will want to fight them. At the same time, though, CFO not the kind of team to back away.
You know, certainly not. And I think the big thing that CFO can at least be happy about if they're tracking those summoners is that all 3 flashes are burnt from the major carries on the side of Frank West, whilst theirs are only now just about to come back up. You can see once again, it all starts by catching out Ash. So much CC, and then Gemini is just trying to do whatever he can to empower Shun, who's just right in the thick of it.
Yeah, and I think the SARS TP does come in very early here, and Jimmy he really tries to find this kill onto Eminem, but the satchel charge means so much because at this point, I think, you know, Rest is out, but feels the need to go back in to clean up Eminem, which leads to his death, and Jimmy as well, you know, tries to come back, you know, see how he's moving back in, and ultimately that ends up Pretender is the one who can pick him off. And yeah, such a huge win here for Frank Esports.
Just a reaction time, really, from me on Eminem there was just phenomenal. It's really what you love to see, and as you say, just allowed them to run down 2 more kills, maybe some more kills as we return to live. Jimmy in here, just going to distort in, say hello, get a bit of poke damage out, but now Ziggs is firmly planted in the mid lane, becoming a bit of a siege demon, whilst the second Herald is looked at, and it is CFO firmly looking to try and take it, but oh no, Rest is being called out. In jump Shun with a killer instinct, flashing out from that solar flare, and once again getting a kill but dying for it, addicted to the pain, but he'll find it anyway. Pretender continues to be real with it, and another kill, actually a double kill now for Hollow, who's got 4 kills as a Sejuani.
Yeah, guys, going to be the tankiest Sedge we have ever seen. Frank Esports, they do come out on top, but the Herald did go over to CFO, and also I think Shun picked up a shutdown on the solo kills GP there. But Frank Esports, they are going to take this tower. Now, there's no satchel charge here. Eminem, he's engaged on.
Certainly is exposed now. Arrow goes out, doesn't connect, doesn't matter. Eminem running around this one like Ring of Rosie, waiting for the TP to come on through. They can't find him to stun. Oh my God, the recharge.
Oh, not again.
The cooldown reduction was just good enough for the satchel charge to come back up, and Eminem just walks away with 20 HP and dodges every skill shot.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the initial engage. So Rest is spotted doing this Grom on a ward, and it's just engaged and taken out very early. Now Shun, he comes in with the Kai'Sa ult, and I think he does pick up solo kill here, and he gets 600 gold off him. Yeah, so quite a lot. But now with your AD carry dead and your top laner chunked out so early, feels like there's not really any way to win this fight, especially because Jimmy is just so weak. And you saw in that play that we just had top, you know, if he had a tiny bit more damage, would take out Eminem, but is just so far behind. And with the area as well, just can't quite deal enough damage.
Yeah, it really is the story of those 2 mid laners fighting it out, but right now Pretender is the one in full command. Another isolated kill, the CC, it is relentless. Doesn't matter if Kaiwing doesn't hit that Zenith Blade because it looks like Hollow has got it, unless... Oh, the cross map arrow. Just out of range, Glacial Prison, flash on his head, Rest is still alive! And a bomb, he even recalled, he even cops a comet, but he just does not fall.
Yeah, and I think actually really smart itemization by Rest that allowed him to live there. Has the Catalyst building towards the Abyssal Mask, I believe, up against this very heavy AP comp from Frank Esports. He's able to endure there just for so long. Buys the team a lot of time and will now TP back.
Here I am cursing, saying the Zenith Blade doesn't matter, but it actually did. They needed that fraction bit of extra CC, and wow, Rest found a way.
Another fight coming in here. Jimmy could be in trouble. Does have the W though. Shun coming in.
Not going to be a fair 1v1, that's for sure. So he dashes across. Killer Instinct already burnt, and Shun doesn't want to use the flash because it's on cooldown as well. But I feel like those are the 2 players right now that you need to really try and rally behind to try and find some power, because it's always Shun trading his life for a kill, but you need that damage, especially when you know, the likes of Jimmy is lagging behind in the damage department.
Yeah, now this blood tower will be picked up by Rez, so nice little bit of gold going over to him. But I think the big problem we have here is that Jimmy you know, the one AP threat really of this team is so weak. And what that means is the side of Frank Esports, especially the Sejuani, it's just able to itemize full armor. Well, the kill is engaged on, but he does so much damage back. I'm not sure who's
look
even
at that,
winning
it's
this.
a battle of the TPs, but these bruisers don't want to survive. Oh my God, he's fallen on down. Gets traded. In goes Jimmy. Oh, solid kill. Felt like he'd just done enough there, but ultimately, the home guards, that booster speed, just too much to evade.
And Gangplank's got the Navori here very early into the game, so must be feeling very strong at this point. Tender as well, sitting 3-0-3. I think the Frank Esports top side is just too strong to fight against right now. Oliver's engaged on, but takes literally no damage.
Kind of laughs at the attempt really more than anything with the next dragon up in 20 seconds. They're the ones hot in the driving seat, having confirmed that the river does belong to them. They've got the vision down as well, so they can welcome the face check. Abyssal Mask has now been completed, and that will be Gemini summoning the Herald all the way back in base for top lane.
Yes, I think it was probably just expiring. Was running out of time. I'd be surprised if it actually does anything topside, but here we have the Dragon. Second Dragon for both teams, and Frank Esports, I think they're so strong in skirmishes right now. We'll see if I actually look to fight them. I feel like you kind of just want to give this one up. At the same time, though, Slate True completes the mandate, so it's not like they're weak at this point. Really, my eyes are on Jimmy, and can he find impact in this fight, or is he just too far behind? Frank Esports, they're taking the area, but perhaps a bit hesitant to start this up against the poke that can come out of CFO.
Yeah, perhaps they want to wait for that cannon barrage to be up. It should be there in about 15-20 seconds, but instead of just finding an individual pick, hijacked ultimate, ult on top, the bomb is good. Pretender is taking more damage than he's dealing, so he has to go gold and comes out Kingslayer and he heals. Rest is right amongst all the action and forces out another stasis effect, and that's a squishy Leona. And that is a disengage. Only now is the cannon barrage up, and that is the bait of an assault and battery.
Yeah, massive win there for CFO to, potentially pick up this dragon when I don't think it was really theirs. I think just too much engage here used by Frank Esports onto Gemini. It just takes so long to take out any of these tanky targets. You really have to be looking to engage on one of these squishier members. So much committed there. It just doesn't really lead to anything.
The entire time, the ZZ Rot in the top lane is just passively pushing away.
The big ZZ Rot. I missed that item.
Pretty broken, huh?
It was. Now, Baron is up and available. Both teams remain within touching distance of the gold. A lot of magic resist coming through here from CFO. I mean, they realize that the team comp of Frank Esports is very AP heavy. It's really just solo kill that provides the AD. So if CFO can continue to itemize MR, I could perhaps see them just being unable to really be dealt with in fights. So Eminem is building the Void Staff already.
That's going to be a massive spike once it comes through, right, for sure. But it does mean that solo kill is going to have an absolute field day if we do start to have these massive grouped up team fights, especially for the next Dragon or for that big Baron fight. He's got a lot of pressure to perform, to say the least. As CFO right now, just going to clear out the vision, deny the potential idea of a Baron being rushed on down. Damage, I wouldn't say would be the quickest for Frank, but compare that with CFO, I feel like they've got a fair bit of burst.
Yeah, CFO, well, they're perhaps looking for something. They have the chain, but again, engaging all those tanky members, just not realistic. At least not at this stage of the game. Should know, he's been quietly farming up a Storm and has 4 kills. Again, we were saying before, he's the kind of guy that just wins games for his team, right? He really puts them on his back, can drag him over the finish line when needed. Now, Ash with the Mandate actually starts to provide a fair amount of damage for the team. Now the Ash ult is...
Oh, stolen, insta-used. Oh my god, AC-130 from above. Just dropped the pain train on his head.
Yeah, wow, that was literally everything used on him there. I think it was 4 ultis committed for that kill, which could be worth it. Depends what we can get off of it.
I think he just died twice over.
There's pings onto the Baron, but can it actually be started? I'm not sure it can. With so many ults missing, I mean, they're going to hit it, but I think CFO should probably contest this one. Yeah, and it looks like they're going to make them, well, though, back on it perhaps.
I just don't feel like they had the sustained damage to try and rush this one down. Even if it is a 4v5, it just feels like a massive gamble, especially now that Slay True has respawned. He could just chuck an arrow from base right into that Baron pit.
Yeah, I think especially there's just too much poke, and without having the ultimates, it makes it very difficult to turn anything around. So wise by Frank Esports, I think, just to take the kill and kind of back off without taking too much more. But we have the 3rd Dragon coming up here in 2 minutes. CFO's 3rd, if they manage to pick it up. And I think both teams are kind of in a very even state, I feel like. I think Frank Esports They are ahead in gold, and they do have a pretty fed gangplank, but I do think having so much AP on the team is detrimental in some of these skirmishes now that, especially look at Rest build, has so much magic because it's 172. There's no Void on being built on Silas, and Void is not yet completed on Eminem Ziggs. It's going to be very hard to get through all these tanky members.
Yeah, stuck on the shard for the meantime, right? Void Staff now actually fully completed, so the big 3-item spike here for Eminem Zig. Let's see what they can do now in that next major team fight, because the CC is great. The true damage in the center is starting to really add up. It's pixel perfect. Been practicing pretty well.
Now CFO, they are controlling this topside river. I mean, they can definitely do Baron with a fed Kai'Sa. Same time though, it feels hard to start. It can always be stopped with the gangplank ult. One of those cooldowns that kind of has to be baited out before you can really grab the Baron. Gemini was perhaps looking for something, but backs away. Dragon in only a minute now, so teams will start to group up. Now, who will get control of this Baron River or this Dragon River first? Reset's actually coming in from Kaiwing to grab more wards, but it's very late. And that makes me feel like CFO should be able to get the control here if they want. Basing with only 35 seconds left. Should actually basing as well, so cancels the base.
You can see here as well, whilst we toggle the gold, the most even lane would be that top lane, right? They have the most ability to try and, you know, out-trade one another. 2k gold difference in the jungle alone, as we've seen already. Massive Sejuani in this one, but it's all about the mid lane for me, right? Pretender managing to get ahead. Jimmy sneaking in that one single kill. Isn't weak, but certainly isn't to the same degree as what Pretender can offer.
Yeah, and CFO, they're perhaps just giving up this dragon and committing more members top. They do get the top tower, which is a nice amount of gold going over to Jimmy, who really does need the gold to get back in the game. And Frank Esports, rather than starting the drag, they are forced to come up and clear out this Baron vision before they can go back to doing anything down there. Ash is in base. Shun as well is getting pretty close to his 4th item. Will probably be the IE. Getting very, very strong here. I feel like a late game Kai'Sa can be very scary, especially if you don't have, you know, tons of long range. You do have the Ziggs, but other than that, you know, 4 essentially melee carries. Rest is taking a bit of damage.
We're on, looking at the mid lane right now. Hollow is the target, not the one you want to go. Look how tanky he is. He just doesn't take damage. Yeah, he's down to 50%, but it doesn't matter. It really does not. Ultimates were committed for it. An Assault and Battery, as well as an Ash Arrow too. And is that enough to say that with 2 major objectives up and available, do we still have enough left in the tank to press forward? Hollow now forcing out a flash there from the LeBlanc.
Yeah, I think... Oh, do Frank still look to fight? I think they might. There's a lot of ults missing. The drag is actually still available. No one's really been able to invest the time to go get it. And a lot of ults just being traded back and forth makes both teams sort of hesitant to really start it up. But this could be CFO now going for it.
Yeah, I just think both teams are just really trying to see what would happen, what kind of reaction they could gauge from an opponent as to how committed are you to really going for this objective. As we can see now, CFO's damage is absurd, and they just go straight towards that dragon, sneak it in for their 3rd, and straight away put themselves on a sole point.
Yeah, they managed to get that with 2 members topside, which is very, very nice. Managed to get pretty much everything there, and the Force of Nature now completed for Rest. I really think Pretender probably needs to give up going for Shadow Flame and just build the Void right now, because he's otherwise just not going to deal any damage, which is really the risk of running too many AP threats on your team. And yeah, CFO, they will now have the Soul to pressure. Still down in kills and still down in gold, but actually in a pretty solid position. Baron is being at least thought about for both teams, taking a little bit of this control back.
But all this magic resist, I just keep looking towards solo kill, and now with the Prowler's Claw, you're just thinking, as much as you can nullify what a Silas and a Ziggs can offer, I mean, a GP just sees you isolated in a bush, just jumps on you and you're gone, right? So, once again, I think goes back to that point. If he's got Cannon Barrage, level 16 now as well, he really does have the ability to try and put this game on his back.
Frankly, we'll say try and start Baron, but it's, you know, very, very difficult to do. They don't have the greatest damage. And now we have 5 members around mid from both sides. I feel like it's very hard for both teams to engage with so high health bars. You kind of got to at least land a little bit of poke first. But Gemini will scout out Hollow here. I think this wombo combo now in the late game with the Leona ult, Ziggs on Gangplank ult can take out pretty much anyone, especially with the Void completed. Shun just completed his IE. Frank Esports, they're looking back on this again, so really trying to bring CFO into the fight.
They want to force rest the TP. He's split pushing for free right now. They need to try and keep him interested. The Baron is getting low. There is the TP. Will they disengage away now? They're going to go for the flip, and it's been secured by Hollow. Pretender, isolated, forced to go golden, runs away to the waiting arms of his team, but I think he's dead. Massive shutdown now found by Shun. Gemini low. Kaiwing can't find him. And then Justice punch right back in with a massive shield to keep him alive. This is huge from CFO. They are fighting up against Frank, who have a Baron, but are not winning out. They're looking for the ace. And Eminem has done this time and time again with some phenomenal satchel charges, but this time he'll fall on down.
Yeah, and I think extremely well played that fight, especially from Shun. Did an absurd amount of damage, and I think Pretender, despite getting fed in the early game, has really struggled to actually find impact in these team fights. And Shun now 350 CS at 32 minutes, 6 kills, is so far ahead of anyone else in this game. Now, towers are going to start falling, and this is CFO, right? Even from kind of, slightly behind, they managed to come in and 5-0 the team fight pretty cleanly. The only saving grace really for Frank is that they managed to pick up that Baron. But I think now, being kind of on the back foot as a Silas and a Ziggs feels pretty bad. This Kai'Sa is going to be extremely hard to deal with. So let's take a look at the replay. They got the Baron. I think Pretender, he tries to engage too far away from his team and just gets taken out almost for free. And then the other CFO members, especially Gemini, can just, take up so much of the enemy team's resources and actually managing to live as well. I mean, it's so criminal. So many CFO members lived on so low health. They just can't quite get picked off. And it's a clean 5-0 with everyone going down. Jimin as well managing to pick up final kill at the end.
Yeah. And I think the wildest thing for me is the fact that they decided to commit to the Baron. As soon as they saw the TP, I thought like that is all they wanted. They wanted to bait out the split push pressure. They took the gamble. They invited the fight to break out. And I mean, yeah, you can really see it's all about the AD carries right now. I say AD carry, obviously Ziggs is going to be dealing insane poke, but Shun has hit that point now where he can afford to carry on playing so aggressive, but actually live to tell the tale. A late game Kai'Sa, one of my favorite experiences.
My favorite to watch, maybe, not favorite to verse. Now there's engages coming out.
Yep, that is the solar flare, but it's just that. An isolated ultimate being burnt for free.
Now this is Dragon Soul for CFO in 40 more seconds, and they have pretty good control around this area here. Frank Esports, I feel like you kind of have to contest this, but also Shun now picks up the Hex Drinker as well. Even though the Void Staffs have been completed, is just so tanky. Now Shun doesn't have Flash, so potentially that's a window that can be abused, but I think if this Kai'Sa doesn't go down, it's going to be almost impossible for Frank Esports to win this fight.
They can get that Hextech Soul as well. They basically all become Ash with the volley. The slow, the chain lightning is going to be so frustrating to try and contend with. CFO in the area first, but Frank Esports grouped up as a squad, looking to try and command their way back into this one. First of all, rallying around the mid lane. Need to get priority in there. Jimin completely unnoticed. Looking for the flank. Eminem's the target, and he is just gone. Zapped, deleted from the game. Next target in mind, can they find Pretender again, who goes golden? Double kill now for Shun. On the back end, solo kill manages to get that solo kill, but his team is gone around him. And Shun just continues to be the king of 80 carries.
Yeah, and I think that might be it. Shun dealing almost 10,000 damage in this team fight. I feel like, you have, I mean, look at that. You have advantage against CFO for a lot of this game, but Shun is just too good. And they are going to end up picking up this game. I think they can end right here. There's still long death timers. And this will mean CFO tie with PSG for first place. Although I believe PSG holds the head-to-head. And Frank Esports, they are now going to fall down to second, I believe. Perhaps tied with some other teams. And that'll be it in only 35 minutes. And CFO, they managed to turn this game completely around. And Shun, massive performance. I mean, if he doesn't get MVP, we will riot.
We certainly will. We really will. I mean, what a game. What a game in terms of just the the clashings of styles where, you know, Frank weren't able to actually command their typical ability to get every objective the game had to offer, right? I mean, you look at some of the stats they had, it's like an absurd statistic, like 75% of Dragons, Heralds, Barons, but you know, it was all about CFO saying, that's really cool, but you know, we've got strength elsewhere. And the big thing for me is the fact that Jimian, despite falling behind at such an early stage, because what, 0-3, still found ways to get back into the game, wasn't disheartened, still wanted to be a flanking LeBlanc as you would love to see. And I think the best example was in that last play, right? Managed to really well link up with his jungler to remove the Ziggs.
Yeah, I think the Ziggs, you know, late game really struggles with, despite having the range, you know, there's just so many threats from so many different angles. And, you know, he deals a lot of damage if he gets the opportunity to. But just the fact that, you know, there's so many members coming over the walls, just engaging onto him. And I think in the second to last fight, I think the Ziggs did around 6,000 damage, right? But in the very last fight, only did about 90 or something, like 93.
It was like 87, yes, something super low, yeah.
Yeah, just immediately taken out, and then Shun dealing almost 10,000 damage in that fight. I mean, really showing that the late game does go towards him. Like, it's not even a champ thing. I think it's just a Shun thing.
I think so, and I think it really begs the question now when you look at the AD carry pool as to, I mean, it feels pretty stacked here. I don't know what it is about AD carries in general. I always feel like they're insanely good. I feel like we have that in the LCO as well. I'm starting to see it here in the PCS too. From Wako now to what we've just seen there from Shun as well. It's just big contest to see, okay, who can get the most kills, but we're still waiting for that Penta.
Yeah, the Penta, it's been close a couple of times, right? I think we had an unofficial Sedge Penta, very close on a Jace Penta as well. Hasn't quite picked up, but I think it will happen before the split ends. It's bound to, right?
I'm really hoping so, because that's what we're all hoping for. That's what we're all craving. We want the attention. We want the cast to be like, Penta, yeah. Well, like you see those montages, right? It gets the blood rushing and it gets your skin crawling. But ultimately, yeah, I mean, a great game to really close out that round robin for these teams. A good intro into just how big the divide is at the top of the table. And I think really, you know, CFO can walk away from this one and say, you know, we weathered the storm. We took on a lot of heat in that early game. We had some very fed members like a solo GP that was super accelerated, that was holding his own, like a Silas in Pretender, who's phenomenal playing that champion 3-0, but wasn't able to impact it.
Yeah, I think that was pretty interesting, right? Because you're expecting the Stars, when he gets that far ahead, to really just take over the game from there. But I think just mis-executed a couple fights, you know, just barely. And that was ultimately the difference, right? Because there was a lot of low health bars. And I think when it does come to two very strong teams up against each other, it's really those inches that make the difference between winning or losing those fights. And ultimately, CFO, they're just a bit better at finding those small advantages and transitioning it into the win.
What do you reckon of the styles as a general, though? Do you think it was a fairly evenly matched game, or did you see that there was some like clear differences between them? Because I just look at Rest and say, this guy will do no wrong. He'll play any kind of build for Jax and make it work.
Yeah, I really like the Jax build. Let's take a look at the highlight. I'll get back to that. So this was the fight where Pretender died so early into the fight, and then without that, you know, so much of that consistent damage is gone, right? It becomes about the Ziggs poke and the Gangplank barrels, but just not any actual damage onto Shun. And you can see here, like, if Shun ever ends the fight at full HP, I feel like something has gone sort of dangerously wrong, and we see the damage here. I mean, Solo Kill did a pretty good job, but Pretender's Silas, you know, starting the game 3-0, didn't manage to find any damage at all. And I think when we're coming back to talking about the styles, I think the game was, for the most part, even, right? It was within touching distance the whole time. I do think, though, I felt like Frank Esports did play the early game out a little bit better, but just couldn't quite skirmish as well as CFO. And I think, yeah, like skirmishing is just obviously so important in the current meta. There's just fight after fight after fight. And if you're just, you know, just on those like minuscule moments, if you just can't quite compete with your opponent, you just gradually fall a bit further behind. An MVP, to no one's surprise, does go over to Shun. 34.5% of his team damage, a 5k gold lead over his opponent. And he really put this game on his back, right? He didn't even start it off the best. I think he was 3-3-0 at some point. But when I saw Kai'Sa pick up that shutdown, I was getting flashbacks to seeing a few Kaisas in my games get that one kill and then suddenly just turn it on.
Yeah, absolutely. The moves, you start to hear, you know, Faker, what was that in your ears? Absolutely phenomenal performance there. And I mean, at the start, for sure, when you're seeing him trade a kill for a death, you're thinking, you know, how many of those fights in the early game that were getting won by Frank would have been influenced had you stayed alive a little bit longer. But true to the name, true to the ultimate, did have that killer instinct and utilized it to great success to net himself just about a 5K gold lead over the Zigs, which is just ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, I think Frank Esports can still be mostly happy about their game. Like, obviously, it is kind of a top-of-the-table clash, so someone has to lose, and the teams are very close. I think what's interesting is, like, I think that potentially Frank Esports might do better up against PSG, right? Because I think Frank Esports, they've had pretty strong early games, but it's maybe that late game skirmishing that isn't so good. And I think CFO, their skirmishing is so strong. PSG have won a lot of their games through kind of snowballing their early game, right? So I think maybe it's kind of like a rock, paper, scissors thing where Frank Esports have the potential to take down PSG, but we'll see that eventually. Up next, though, our 5th game of the day, we have S9W coming up against Impunity. Will S9W continue the win streak? Find out soon.
I'll drop dead. I know you heard about what I said, yeah. I don't need much, but I need you in my bed. Really, 'cause I can't take it any longer in my head, yeah. So, darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh, I've been falling, falling, yeah, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh. You've been running, running, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love, or is that too much? That too much. Baby, are you down, 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 down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You owning the town, 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 town. Tell me when you touching down, 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 down. So I could come around, round, 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 round. I know that you don't mess with no clowns. I know that you down, down, down. Yeah, oh, we're only starting, but I'm falling for you right now, girl. I know it's crazy, but you know things get hazy when I'm in your world. So baby, where you been on my life when I was always down on the pavement? I was out waiting in my station. You to lift me up and take me places. So darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh, I've been falling, falling, yeah, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh. You've been running, running, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love, or is that too much? Baby, are you down, 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 down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You owning the town, 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 town. Tell me when you, oh, when you touching down, 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 down. So I could come around, round, 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 round. I know that you don't mess with no clowns. I know that you down, down, down. Take you to the city. I'm sure you with me. like I'm in a dream. I'm in a dream now.
Hello and welcome back to the PCS Spring Split Week 3, Day 3. We're up to our final match. We did just see CFO take down Frank Esports in that top of the table match, but now, last game of the day, S9W up against IMP, and the storylines coming into this are kind of interesting. So we have Impunity. They started the split off 3-0, and they've since only got to 4-4, right? So it definitely hasn't been great since then. On the other side, S9, I think they would have been what, 0-6 at some point, and now they've managed to pick up 2 wins, actually on a 2-win streak. So perhaps
just opposites attract.
Yeah.
I mean, it just is. What could we call it? What's the cool nickname? Like the magnet matchup? Because, you know, it's just the polar opposites. Things are just happening all over the show.
Yeah, I like it.
Maybe it's just strength of schedule. You know, sometimes you do have it where, you know, you're versing, teams that you're equivalent with, or you just find yourself being better at, and then, you know, you're suddenly just versing all the super teams time after time. Here is 7-9 Note. Still sticking with the exact same rosters we've seen all week long. It's Relia in the top lane, Fear in the jungle, Calumnia as their mid laner, with YJY and Kerez as their bot lane duo. And I think for me, Calumnia played the Tristana, punished being a loose term because we can obviously break upon that, but punished the blind pick Kassadin with the Tristana. Laning phase wasn't the strongest. That's when you expect to see, you know, the rocket jumps on your head, the constant shoving to make sure that the Kassadin can never freely roam. But come late game, I mean, the guy was doing 1 million damage.
Yeah, I think he might hold the record, at least for this split, for the most damage done in a single game, something like 50,000. But here we have Impunity Esports, Driver, Alex, Mission, Atlan, and Nature, a team that does definitely focus around Mission and is sort of struggling to find success in the other roles, especially when Mission is so heavily targeted. And I think the problem is, you know, now that teams are, you know, seeing that, okay, the team before us beat Impunity by banning out Mission, we'll do the exact same. And it just goes over and over. And so far, Impunity haven't really found an answer to that.
No, and I think the biggest answer that I'm curious about is what else do they have up their sleeve? Because they've not really revealed anything. They've probably been the most shrewd team in the entire league in terms of keeping their champions close to their heart. I mean, we've only seen Lucian Nami on repeat. I mean, Zeri Yumi, not going to be a thing anymore, but we've yet to see a different iteration of the Zeri combination. So it gets to a point where, you know, obviously you're going to be comfortable on it because you know what to do, you know how the matchups are going to work. You're so well drilled in from scrims to stage, but, you know, your opposition has got you so figured out from any opposition that it becomes a little bit of a confusing telltale sign. Here's the stats comparison. No, it's a battle in the top lane that we're looking at to try and see where we can break the dividends. Relia had that phenomenal game yesterday on the Glass Cannon Gwen that did so much damage, but would fall victim to a lot of pain. The KD is not really the highest between the two of them, but they certainly are, you know, individuals that like to get focused down with jungle attention.
Yeah, I mean, 50% first blood victim on a driver. I mean, he is probably dying, you know, in the early game quite often. Now, it's hard to say. Does that just mean that he's the one getting focused on the team, or is he just presenting those opportunities to his opponents, right? But Driver, I think, you know, despite that, has had some very monstrous teamfight performances. If you remember, the Scion game was really nice. Yep. Earlier in the split, he had a really good Cassandre game. So I think if you're talking about a secondary carry on this team, my thoughts normally do go to Driver after Mission. But so far, it hasn't been enough to really drag them over the finish line. We'll have to see kind of, is there going to be anything different here? We are into the draft. S9 actually banned Yuumi.
We have banned away Yuumi on 13.3, maybe actually just helping Impunity, saying, look, you know, we don't want you to embarrass yourself, right? It does feel like one of those champions, which I'm going to say is like, what, 35% win rate now. It's just going to drop down 5% every day. Yeah, that's a really confusing ban, but maybe a little bit of ego from the side of S9 saying, hey, we don't even need to ban it.
Possibly. The Azir is constantly banned away up against Mission, and the Vi as well. Will Maokai be the last ban? I kind of think it should be. I feel like leaving third. Yep, it is. One of those AP junglers is very difficult. Now, Sedge is open, so is Wukong. Should be a Sedge Wukong trade, I would imagine. Ashe is also open, which we've seen as the first pick quite often. Will the Sedge be locked in? It is. So Impunity, do you just take the Wukong and the Ashe now? Potentially could leave your jungler to third pick, but I think so far we haven't seen great things from dropping your jungler to second phase. I feel like with this many jungle bans early, you should pick it up at least in those first 3 picks. Now the Jax, we've seen a lot of Jax priority. And actually, I think also, consistently we've seen teams try and deny Jax away from the Sejuani, which is definitely a meta development. So Jax is locked in. Now, do we take our choice of AD here? Yeah, maybe take the Ashe as well. So I think because of this Jack Sejuani trade, we are going to see, you know, bot lane dropped more often than not. Maybe see some more interesting ADC picks come out.
I'm kind of expecting, though, this to be a hover and then to go back to the Wukong. They decide, though, to stick it and say, no, we will play something different in the bot lane for the first time. So the Ashe has been there. My only concern was that perhaps Alex may not be enough, it may not be comfortable enough in other champions to try and showcase that, but, you know, is ultimately going to leave that one to go on through.
Yeah, no, S9, they probably will take the Varus away. I do like that. Maybe pick something in a Jax here. You could even go for something like the Fiora. I think taking a melee carry nice and early is good. Could also see the Jace. It's a flex pick for S9 and does well into the Jax. I guess you could pick up support here as well, but I'd be thinking a top or a mid. Something into the Jax. Yeah, okay, I like the Akali. Does work well with the Sedge. Is a good matchup into Jax as well, and still remains a flex pick. Impunity. You could take the Ryze. You could take the Wukong. Or you can take your ADC answer. Looks like it will be the Wukong.
Yeah.
So second phase bans. I think banning out supports possibly could be good.
From which side? Either side?
Yeah, I think Impunity should ban out supports, I would think. I'm not sure which kind of supports, to be honest. I feel like you can play a lot of different things with the Varus. And you have the Ashe as well. Yeah, what will it be? So Nautilus, yeah, I think banning supports does make more sense. It's hard to ban tops because Akali remains a flex. S9W, I think they'll probably put their bans towards mid, just because it's mission. Although, banning out ADCs here could be good. But the problem is, with both Lucian and Zeri still up, you ban those two out, and it's not like you really get down to kind of, you know, those really pinching the ADC pool. Yeah, so Kassadin is banned away from mission. Mission on Kassadin is... He's kind of known for it, even in metas where it's not really the best. So, kind of a wise ban, and also kind of allows for both a Sylas or an Akali mid.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if S9 after this would ban away something like an Azir as well to even further protect the Akali if it was to be a mid lane.
Azir got banned already.
Flex. Oh, well, there you go. Yeah, I'm just completely blindsided this time.
So Leona and Heimer. Yes, that does mean a lot of ADCs are up, and I like this. I like to see Mission getting the counter pick. I feel like it's so important for him to have impact on the game. Zeri Ashe, though, not a combo we've seen before, I don't believe. We did just see Kai'Sa Ashe last game, so maybe you can play basically whatever you want with Ashe.
Zeri feels weird, though, without an enchanter, anybody to give them a shield. This feels very out of left field. I'm very curious to see how this one is going to function.
Yeah. Okay, and then S9... So you have to reveal if this is Akali top or mid, as well as take your support answer here. You've seen both the bot lane. I think we might see something like a Leona here. Definitely works well.
Yeah, I'd like to see a really aggressive support. Yeah, Nautilus, Leona banned away, so what else would we have available for them to go for? Unless we start to dive into things like Pike or Fresh, anything else that can be quite aggressive. Pike is nice.
Yeah, now Mission kind of gets his pick of the litter, so it is Akali top, and I feel like picking a mage matchup into Mission is really playing into, you know, his wheelhouse, right? What will it be here? The Victor's open, Syndra. There's still Sylas as well, but I feel like Sylas and Talia, maybe not the best. There are some really good also.
I was going to say, you just go anything with scaling mage.
Yeah.
I was thinking maybe Corki as well could be in there.
Yeah, and that pick has Mission written all over. I really like this for Impunity. I think drafting for the player is so important. And this is, you know, Mission. He has a great matchup mid. He has a champion that he's very well known for. And as well as like a great composition, right? Orianna Ball on the Wukong or the Jax is really, really nice.
Yeah. Really easy delivery system more so than anything, right? And I mean, the layered amount of CC between those three alone, that top side of the draft, is just going to be outrageous. So if S9 make the, you know, the one wrong move, you got an overcommitted Sejuani, Akali, or even a Pike, they're just going to get shredded.
And S9, they've got a lot of aggression here. Definitely fits them. Even in the games they've lost, they've still managed to keep that aggression up. And so it's really up to S9. Will they be able to continue their win streak, take down the kind of faltering Impunity, or is this Impunity's chance to start kind of climbing back up the ranks? We'll find out in a moment.
I think it could be. I feel like this could be actually them turning over a new leaf, a new chapter, if you will, because they've shown a lot of new picks in their final game of this very first round robin, which is a welcome relief more so than anything, for me at least, because it shows that there is more left in them, that there is, you know, not a definitive, hey, this is how we play, come beat us. Because I'm sure for them as well, you want those wins, and you want that self-belief that, you know, we aren't just a one-trick team more than anything.
Yeah, I think so too. And it's also nice just that, you know, S9 being able to kind of come back and pick up the 2 wins. There's no team that has 0 wins, right? Like every team has been able to take at least 1 from other teams. So that's always exciting. It can get kind of boring, you know, if there is just, okay, this match is just over before we've even watched it. But I think S9, you know, going from being that free win to now a legitimate, you know, are they a contender? Probably not, but they can deal damage for sure.
Well, 7-9 are a weird one, right? Because they hold all the records, and some good, some bad, right? They got the most kills in their game yesterday. That absolute banger at 45 against Hellpigs. 39 kills is what we reached out for. The win against BYG went the distance, what, 49 minutes nearly. And then they've also hold the record for the shortest game up against Frankie Sports. So they just like to do a little bit of everything. And maybe this could be a brand new record as well of them getting the biggest win streak.
Yeah, could be. I mean, they've been coming up to 3-0, which would be, yeah, the highest streak held at the moment, I believe. Or maybe PSG at 3-0
At the moment, currently, yes, PSG are still 3 wins on the road, but not overall, right? We've had teams have like, what, 5, 6 on the bounce.
Right.
So either way, it's going to be an exciting time for them. Are you rallying for which underdog, right? Do you want to see 7-9 do 3 games in a row, the perfect weekend in a week 3 affair? Or do you want to see Impunity that are, well, 4-4, continue to play devil's advocate?
We will see in Mission going for the very aggressive page. Airy was scorched, so definitely not messing around. S9, a double Hail of Blades bot does come through, and Pyke is a champ that we're always very excited to see, right? It's a champion that you kind of don't see as often in pro play because he is, you know, very reliant on snowballing. But at the same time, I feel like the people that are good at Pyke definitely make it work in competitive. Like, it's looked good pretty much every time it gets played. And one thing I really like about Pyke as well is, again, it's kind of that non-committal pick potential, right? Like, you can look the hook. If you miss it, normally you can just E away and it's fine. And if it hits, you can actually follow up on it.
Yeah, definitely very different to the likes of, you know, Leona and a Nautilus. But I'd say it's kind of akin to a Fresh, that you can sort of decide in the moment, do I want this or do I not? I'm actually really interested in how the spot lane's going to play, because I can't say I've ever really seen a Zeri and an Ashe as a pairing. So I'm curious to see how they can find a way to be aggressive, to be frustrating to deal with, into the amount of raw damage, more so than anything that Avaris, obviously you'd imagine, is going lethality to complement that of the same in a Pyke too.
Yeah, I think it is really interesting, right? Because Ashe is the kind of champion that can potentially 1v2 a lane, right? And kind of like make up for Zeri not being perhaps the strongest in some of these early game trades. At the same time though, I feel like if a hook actually lands, like so. Yeah, so flashed away from Nature. They do deal a bit of damage off the back end. Because has that sustain, and now no flash on Nature with Sejuani in the area. If you pay attention to the minimap, there is potential, I think, for Sej to look for something here.
Yeah, they're looking for it a little bit everywhere.
He's
right
dead.
now. A fight's happening in the mid lane too. There's the stun overlapped. You've got no flash. You've got no chance to survive. It really is as simple as that one there, Shock. First blood goes the way of 7-9.
Yeah, and I mean, that's an amazing first blood. That was even with, you know, it was pretty much just a 2v2 kill. Fia didn't end up being involved at all. Obviously was in the area in case they needed it, but really not a good start for the Ashe support.
And that really is your worst case scenario, right? When you have these classic matchups of a hard harass enchanter, quote unquote, that I guess Ashe is in this situation, up against the heavy engage. Yes, whilst you're annoying to deal with, you make one wrong move, your flash is burnt. You make another, and you are just going to be too squishy to survive. Back to the lane they go, though. And straight in with a pain and punishment again, but it is Atlan receiving more than they are dealing.
Yeah, taking a lot of damage there. Bot lane has a massive lead right now. CS as well as a kill. Let's take a look at the replay. So I think now Nature without flash. It's hard, right? Because you kind of have to pressure something. At the same time, though, the hook, as soon as it lands, he's just dead. And also wise by carriers to just hold the flash for so long, or sorry, hold the hook for so long, let Nature juke himself to death.
Yeah. That's a classic, isn't it, right? Where you're juking so much and you realize, well, you just outplayed yourself more than anyone.
Now, Varus comes back with the Dirk already, very early into the game. And I think also the Dirk Varus up against a lane that doesn't have any sustain is big, right? A lot of the time we've seen the Zeri go for the Vamp Scepter very early. He doesn't have it. Mission.
Keres. Ooh, this time doesn't hold his own. Mission a little bit too clean with it.
Yeah, good nerve by Mission to hold the flash there and just juke that out. Because I feel like if you lose the flash there, you know, obviously you would save your life, but the problem is you would lose so much pressure in the next 5 minutes. And Mission, he can't afford that. He needs to be able to pressure this lane for his team. And TP has already come out of Calumnia, back to the lane. Keres, he might look again. Is spotted out. You have to feel if another hook lands, it could potentially be, you know, maybe not a kill, but a lot of chunk. And yeah, just denying them completely off the wave. Well, yeah, he's doing fine on top side. I feel like the Akali Jax matchup, it's almost like Gragas in a way. You know, you're not really expecting to ever kill the Jax, but Jax can't really ever dive you or kill you, and you've got really good team fighting. And obviously, like you synergize well with Sedge. Driver though, he's looking.
He certainly is looking, but it might be all he sees as he pokes his head in and goes, well, that's an auto attack. That's about it. Alan dashing into it. Thumbs up indeed, Keres. It was quite nicely read there. A little bit of Mad Life throwback to the old Blitzcrank days, if I do say so myself, as Alex is getting it done. It wasn't just a bit of window shopping. They actually went for the full purchase.
Yeah, they actually ended up getting one. Just kind of surprising. I think S9 perhaps screening too hard for the wave of Mission. This is round 2. Can he juke it again? He does not.
He's hold his flash this time. Oh, he walks out of the seismic shove.
Oh
okay, Mission. I mean, I don't know what
confident.
I don't know what word to use. I mean, is Flash not bound, or is he just too good?
Yeah, that was really, really clean. I think certainly there, I was expecting the flash, but did have the Merc treads. So has the movement speed and the tenacity, was able to get out just in time and jukes forward. I mean, so confident. Really well played by him. Is up CS despite being ganked twice. Mission can't do enough in this game.
And so nice for YJY. I mean, the product of all of this is that he gets the solo farm as well. Doesn't really feel under too much pressure to lose a 1v2, and it just unlocks carries to roam the map. Obviously, it's only going to get worse and compound further once level 6 is there for the resets on those executes, but it's a really great start here for S9.
Yeah, and I think Mission, he's probably going to be complaining about the support difference pretty soon, because this is starting to get pretty annoying. It's going to be more difficult for him to pressure the matchup. Carry's getting very aggressive here. There's still no flash on Nature, but it's up pretty soon. And they might just look to start up this Dragon instead. Yeah, they have lots of members in the river. They also have Talia, who can always wall off the Dragon if needed. They're definitely considering it. Yeah, okay, so they're pulling it out and they're going to start it. And Puny, do you look to contest this? I feel like probably not. Your bot lane definitely can't get here in time and you're a lot weaker. And I think also just making sure mid lane is isolated 1v1 at the moment is probably better off. Infernal Dragon going over though is a little annoying to give up. But now that you do have an advantage in that top side, perhaps can play for the Heralds instead and have that as your window to get back in the game.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be too surprised to see them actually look to try and play for that one. I feel like this bot lane right now doesn't exist. It's not a point of power whatsoever. They have to sacrifice this Drake, even if they wanted to. It's not possible. So I would love to see them utilize their CS advantages in both top and mid to say that, hey, you know, Alex, let's make a play towards this Herald. And let's get some more turret plate gold. Let's look to try and open up this map and make sure that we are not only up in CS, but up in items, up in kills.
Yeah, and I think as we were saying, kind of Mission and Driver, the two carries of this team right now, they're both doing well, have CS leads in both their lanes. Actually getting plates top as well. Driver's feeling pretty good, and Alex is now on the Herald. Can Fear trade anything on the bot side? I'd be surprised. Outland and Nature are very healthy here. Could potentially get dive though. I mean, they have all sums. I feel like if they can't get Calumnia's Talia to come down here, it might be a bit too hard in the 3v2. There's no Pike ult.
Yeah, going to be completely zoned away from the wave. Flash away instantly there from Nature, but still sticks around and gives them an avenue to go for the kill. A flash chain of corruption, and YJ, well, I mean, he wanted the kill, and he absolutely guaranteed it. Double flash in the bot lane, and now that's a wave crashing with plates found.
I think Impunity might have been better off staying under the tower. You had 4 sums and the ability to outplay. You know, as long as you can flash the Sedge ult and the Pike hook, I think you should be able to survive that, but ultimately decide to leave their tower and leave safety and then just get run down. So there is a successful trade for the Baron. Now this Herald, I would like to see it go top. I think just put it towards Driver, who's already taken 2 plates top. Can perhaps get even more gold for them. I feel like salvaging bot lane at this point is pretty unrealistic. On the other hand, though, we could see it go mid. We've seen a lot of heralds just drop mid to secure kind of the second herald, breaking the mid tower, and therefore opening up the map. Mission is just freezing this wave and has built himself up a nice CS lead, you know, despite all the pressure that's been put on him. Very nice play out of him.
I'm just waiting for that first flash. It's going to be majestic. It's going to be the most insane play you'll ever see. If it's a flounder, it's going to be very sad because the first 10 minutes, I mean, with all the pressure, as you say, he's received, not having to use that, not having die, but still being up by 20 CS is a huge testament.
Yeah, he's playing very, very well. This perhaps it could be round 3 because he's not going to go for it too much. Now, Mission is pretty low on mana, but does have the TP soon. Probably one more wave, and then we'll look for the reset. Whereas he's in the area around bot lane again. No sums on this bot lane, but Alex is in the area and has the heralds. So if anything goes bad here, there will be a big punish after. Just waiting in the wings.
And you have to smell that something looks a little bit suspicious. Why would Impunity's bot lane be getting aggressive? Yeah, chucks up the blind hook and goes up. I understand what's happening here.
Yep, so it looks like this wave will just be crashed. Though I think S9 could probably freeze that wave if they wanted. Some trade coming out top. But Rally is getting pretty low. Actually, the Negatron cloak picked up for Driver. So yeah, very good against the triple AP topside here.
They're going to be very hard to kill, right? Another game where, you know, Jax can itemize quite easily into Magic Resist, but still not lose out on much damage, right? You get Divine Sunder, you're sitting pretty much pretty with that in isolation. So it can be very hard for Relia to, you know, try and find those winning trades, but I don't think he's going to be too concerned. He just needs to play passively, because look, you just play towards this bot side. They seem to be the winning factor. Lightning Crash active. Atlan putting the dash already, and that means he's in a lot of trouble. Going to fall on down. Ashe ult comes on through. Can they find one? No! Fire! Yes, they can. Spoke too soon, and Alex is there to confirm it. So it's a 1-for-1 so far. Mission. Will he go for the shockwave? Of course he will. And he'll get a shutdown for his great attempt.
Oh, actually one traded back by Calumny at the end. He has flash.
Surely they find a second. He's going to run him down with auto attacks. The turret is fully ramped up. Mission. One command dissonance, and that's all she wrote.
Well, Mission now very, very far ahead. Killed Calumny, also secured the shutdown on YJY. I'd love to see the gold now between the two mids, because Mission is so far ahead. And I also think at the start of that, Atlan played that pretty well. Let's have a look at the replay. I think he might have cleansed too early. Let's have a look. So he's on the tower getting dived by 4 people. Definitely a tall order, but dodges the hook and then manages to get, you know, pretty far back to where people have to overcommit for him. Ashe ult comes down in fear. He almost lives on, you know, very low health. Does end up going down to the red buff. And Mission comes in later, and initially this looks like it should just be the kill under the flashless Varus. YJY, he goes down. But Calumnia, he decides he wants to try trade something onto Alex at the back end, but commits a little too hard. Perhaps if he'd flashed the W at the start, would have actually got out, but instead it's a bit too late, and uses Zhonya's as well. So overall, definitely not too worth it for Calumnia.
And that's a player, that's an Orianna player right there that knows their numbers, knows what they can tank, and knows what they can get away with. A tower fully aggroed, ready to go. Wasn't going to care about that one whatsoever. So, 2 kills to their name now. Only bounty in the game as well. Herald was also used in mid as the second Drake of the game spawns. Wards go down, but it is S9 that had the first, but it's Impunity that are fighting to get one of their own. Chain of Corruption barely misses, but a 2-man shockwave starts it off. Lightning Crash again. The tail end of the Cyclone kills Fire for the second time in a row now. And, well, we are now playing for a Chemtech Soul.
Yeah, and Impunity really starting to pull ahead in these skirmishes. Once again, Calumnia goes down, and Mission will be able to crash this wave and perhaps take some plates as well. Gold difference has been really up and down, an actual roller coaster. But now, really starting to kind of solidify in Impunity's favor. Ooh, Nature actually will get picked off again. At this point, that's just kind of a given, I feel like, for him. He has been picked off a lot. But yeah, Mission now getting extremely strong. Again, I really want to see the gold difference between the mid laners, because he's taking so many plates mid. And Driver as well is really building himself up a pretty nice lead in the 1v1.
Absolutely must be so far ahead. I mean, you got 7 plates already picked up by Impunity versus the 2. I mean, that alone is a full 1,000 gold lead. And yeah, up by 3k at this point. It really is the 2 stars of the show. The top lane and the mid lane getting it all done. Let's run it back with this replay one more time. It's just really as simple as recalling on vision.
Yeah, that's pretty unfortunate. You just don't quite check the ward or the bush. Get sniped down. The first tower goes down on top. definitely a nice win for Driver. I have to feel like the Impunity solo lanes are in such a good spot, and I think Atlan as well, you know, despite all the pressure that's gone towards bot, does end up 2-1-2, which is actually pretty decent, right? You're expecting him to kind of be a non-factor in this game.
Yeah.
After all that early pressure, but is actually doing just fine. There's another 4 people bot. He's wisely backing away. And S9W, I mean, they're falling pretty far behind, and I think they do get outscaled. So they are going to have to kind of put the pressure on here, try and do something while they still can. Impunity going to pick up another Herald, which will probably result in the mid tower going down. And Driver now is much harder to dive. Feels like even in the 1v3, it's probably not really possible, although...
No, surely he goes for this. Of course he goes for this. He got all the plates, he got all the gold. He's keen to take a 1v3. Yeah, hit me with some damage. He doesn't care. He'll still attack the minions underneath your face. And is still keen. Still forcing them back. He dropped the bot lane of S9 down to 10%. Mission underneath the tower. Finally has to use that flash. But he can't escape the grasp of that perfect execution.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what happened to Mission there if he got flung onto the tower, but Driver, he tries to go for something but can't quite cover the distance. That's tragic. I respect the attempt though.
Look, that's one of those things where you really wish the camera wasn't panned towards bot lane. He's tried to go for a flash leap, I think just out of range, and then it's expired.
Yeah, now this mid tower will still go down. So Impunity, it's still not the worst for them, but I do think losing both your solo laners here, especially because Mission had a shutdown, and it now goes on to Rel here, which gives him, you know, kind of closes that gap between him and Driver's Jax. So it's a pretty important pickup. Dragon's in 2 more minutes, and I feel like Impunity are already scaled up enough to fight it. At the same time, though, Rel here, as well as YJY, very, very strong here. You know, have big items completed. I guess, yeah, let's take a look at the mid replay. I feel like Mission must have gotten shoved under tower, or maybe just got... Yeah, okay, so got shoved under the tower with the tower aggro. Probably should have flashed, or I guess he flashed as early as he could. And Rel here just comes in, cleans him up, and Driver... Oh, do we really have to show it in the replay? I feel bad for the man. He almost can close the distance, but with the heal, can't quite. And I think, I'm not even sure how worth that would have been. It feels like it would have just been a 1-for-1 anyway, and the tower still goes down.
Yeah, I feel like that's one of those moments where you feel as if you had an epiphany. It feels like it's fate. You must get this kill at all costs, and ultimately you've fallen flat on your face. And that's going to undo a lot of the good work that these 2 solo laners for Impunity have managed to find, right? Mission and Driver. So it's not changed the tune of the game too much, however. They are still firmly in the hot seat with the gold lead, despite there being an even 7 kills shared between both teams. But that's another turret falling on down. That's Impunity actually getting the first 3.
Yeah, so that tower ends up going down. Pretty nice gold lead here for Impunity. And Dragon's in 30 seconds as well, and they have a lot of control.
Oh, look at that shot. That's a massive stun. Oh, and the Cyclone afterwards. Shockwave delivery system. Yes, please. Pike can't escape. His ult does nothing. Atlan. Oh, he's just going to fall victim to the lightning himself. Crashing on down as Relia now looking for it. Can he find the right one? He can. And he's got a second charge to try and find another. But ultimately, he's going to have to sacrifice it with the Shuriken, and he can't connect, and now he's tilted. Driver comes in to try and play cleanup crew. A messy fight, but a bunch of kills.
Yeah, messy fight from both sides there. I think Atlan really got a bit too greedy and tried to chase it down, which almost resulted in disaster. But I think Rel here perhaps wasn't confident enough at the end. You know, ended up missing a lot of skill shots and playing it a bit too slowly, which gave time for Driver to come down to the fight. And Driver as well, look at his itemization. He's a very magically resistant unit. But let's take a look at the replay. So it starts off with, I think, a great engage from Impunity. You know, a lot of damage goes over onto these 2 targets. And it's looking really good, right? You get a lot of kills for free. Alex kind of gets shoved into the backline as well, which feels good. Atlan, though, he does get 1, but when he's actually flashing in here, perhaps a bit too aggressive. And then Rel here, I think probably could have gotten at least 2 kills here, but the first E misses, holds the R for a long time, you know, just to guarantee the kill. And then as well, misses another E onto Nature, so, you know, small mistakes, but it definitely adds up. Oh, if he had a little bit more damage.
I mean, yeah, 5-point strike would have been enough, but ultimately tried to hit him with the full swagger step and unable to connect with his E ability afterwards, so does feel pretty bad. But what is firm to see is that YJY is the only player, the only beacon of hope so far in this game for S9. firmly at the top of the table there with 9k gold. It's 5-1.
Yeah, massive lead here for YJY, but at the same time, the rest of his team really struggling to find, relevant items in this game, right? They're slowly just falling behind. And also, another thing I want to bring up, Rel here forced to go for the Void Staff second on Akali, which you have to feel is necessary in this game with so much magic resist. But that also means, you can't go to Zhonya second. You're going to be very flimsy in these fights. It's hard to... Oh, okay, we see Calumnia come in with a TP mission. He has a flash, but is perhaps caught out of position.
Yeah, how does he get out of this one? So, flashes away from the Glacial Prison. Can he get hit back? No. Turns it around! Oh. The arrow's so close! But just a fraction wide. The next command attack isn't there. Alex comes swinging into life and bonks him on the head. And now Fear is far too overextended. And Mission, as juicy of a target as he was, the boys are there to back him up.
Yeah, and I think S9 probably could have got that kill. I felt like they layered their CC too much. I think it should be that Oriana has to flash the Taliyah W or the Sedge ult, but both of them were thrown out at the same time, and so Mission is just able to flash, and then there's no more threat left onto him. I think the game, it's starting to get away from S9 now, down 6,000 gold, and Impunity, I think they have the better scaling composition. Is looking better now. Alan actually goes for the BT second on the Zarya again. So not the first time we've seen this today. I guess just against the poke, just making sure you're permanently topped off.
I think it's to allow more than anything from what I've seen of Atlan to just dive towers, flash onto tanks and say, I will kill you at any cost possible. So seems to be the hot new flavor of the month, right? The build that seems to be allowing him to go super crazy, but you do trade off a lot of damage as a result, especially with, multiple AD carries now investing in Navori Quickblades instead.
Yeah, now Impunity, they're posturing around mid. They do have very good Baron DPS, so could look to do it. But again, starting up against a fed Varus is difficult. If you ever get caught on it, you're going to get poked and chased down and potentially end up giving it over. Keris is in the area and honestly has had a pretty good game, but the top side just really isn't, matching. Now, Baron's actually started, as we said, a lot of DPS, and they also have a lot of lifesteal, so can always just tank this up. At the same time, actually, YJY is far away. They're not going to have the Poke Varus anywhere nearby.
Yeah, Calumnia's a world away as well. He's holding his Weaver's Wall to the very last moment. Instantly, Impunity switch off the Baron. It was a bait, and it's Fear that they pick of all people. Now S9 have no smite. They have no contest. So Impunity right back towards that Baron. Relia does not hit the Shuriken. Erez on the flank, hunting with the Scryers active. In comes Calumnia. Realizes it's down to 50%. In jumps Relia for whatever reason, we'll never quite know. He tried to 1v5, and the Baron just continues to say, come at me. Can Calumnia steal it? He's gonna try, and he's done it! Unbelievable. Who cares about smite?
Yeah, I guess he had... Oh, and Nature actually gets picked off at the end of that as well. Massive steal there out of Calumnia. I think that might have been the second time he's done that, by the way. I'm trying to remember, but someone stole Baron with a smite on a Taliyah with Spellbook, and I think Calumnia has just done it again.
Wow.
That really closes the gold lead. I mean, it was a 6k difference. Now it goes down a little bit. So let's have a look at this. I mean, Fear, he goes in quite early, and a lot of tools come out from Impunity to secure the kill onto him. You have to feel like after this, Impunity, they have enough control that they should be able to prevent any sort of steal. Now, Relia, he definitely went in a little too early. There's not really any follow-up for this. And again, without the Zhonya's, just pretty much immediately explodes. But look at Calumnia off the backside. I feel like someone should go over the wall, probably Driver.
For sure.
But once the Taliyah E comes down, obviously can't jump over and just comes in, manages to pick it up. And also, what happened to Nature at the back? I don't even know. This replay was so long. Okay, so he just tried to walk up, gets taken out. Also, I think the Pike got the goal. Yeah. Nice. Okay, so...
Wow.
S9 with the Baron are able to stall this game out. I'm not actually sure if that will turn it around. I feel like they're still in a pretty tough position, but it definitely buys them time. And if Impunity continue to make mistakes, potentially can allow them back into this game.
Yeah, and I think just Calumnia just refuses to lose. I mean, you can see from the damage graph there, he didn't do any. 200 to his name, but that wasn't his purpose in that fight, right? It was the fact that he was unpunished, untargeted across the wall. And you will see a lot of the topper teams, a lot of the better teams in the region, they will send somebody across the wall, destroy the blast cone, destroy any kind of potential flank opportunity, and not be presented with a situation like that. So Well done by C9, or S9 rather.
And with the Baron, can they get this one tower? I think they can, but I think Impunity probably still wants to fight. They are pretty pushed up. The Talia wall, smart from Columbia to cut off any sort of engage here. Impunity, though, they are knocking on that soul. They have 3 dragons to their name.
Oh, do they catch out a rogue Wukong?
A little bit of damage, trade it back. Driver's actually pushing very aggressive in the top side, and currently no one's answering him. And it has a massive lead over his lane opponent here. The goal difference, I mean, it remains in Impunity's favor, but at least for now has been brought down a little. Driver not feeling the 1v3 this time.
No, he's. I think he's learned his lesson from that attempt earlier on in this game, right? So he's going to show some restraint, go back to the safety of his side of the map. But ultimately, I mean, it's still a game where Impunity hold the lead, right? As you saw from that goal graph. So I don't think they can be too disheartened by how things played out there. S9, no doubt, will be feeling that, well, we've just denied the Baron, so the push of, you know, further giving them a lead for the side of Impunity has been dissuaded, but it is still them making the moves.
And this red is being pressured. I wonder if we'll see a fight occur here. They're kind of posturing for it, but no one's quite committed to the engage. There's a lot of sums up.
That was close.
Yeah. Now, Dragon's not for another 3 minutes, but Mission's still getting very aggressive here. Willing to face check bushes. On the side with a flank, and he has the ult.
Yeah, Mission teeing this one up quite nicely. Has the protection of the Banshee's Veil, but also has Flash in case it is necessary. The piercing arrow just slightly short. But that Banshee Veil still is protected for the meantime.
Yeah, they have control here. Mission, I guess the Banshee's popped. But that's going to be it. There's a lot of stuff you have to work through here as S9 that commit any engage. All sums are up on the side of Impunity, as well as the Banshees. There's just so many tools that you have to kind of eliminate before you can actually get some successful engage. And both the side lanes now going very in the favor of Impunity. 60 CS lead top, 60 CS lead mid.
That's really been the story of the game, though, hasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, the Impunity solo lane is definitely doing well for themselves this game. And honestly, credit to Atlan, despite the fact that a lot of pressure was put on him early, has ended up in a pretty strong position. 2 minutes 30 on this drag, which will probably be... I feel like Impunity will end up getting it, but we'll see. S9, I think they'll have to fight it. And I think it's quite hard for... Ooh, the Ash ult comes through. I think it's quite hard, even though YJY is very fed, the poke isn't really going to stick. There's just so much lifesteal now. I feel like you have to try get it onto Mission, but also has the Banshees.
In we go. Relia looking for a moment to strike right now. Nature just gone. Never stood a chance. Oh, the flash goes out. The flash to follow. As he's hiding in the shroud right now. Where can I be? Well, it doesn't matter for an Orianna. We'll just dissonance on the spot. And we'll take you down just like that. Next Baron up in 45 seconds. But a soul point also is there for Impunity to look forward to in the next minute 30.
Okay, so we're seeing an engage on mid.
Certainly are. Seismic shove, chucks them back. Alex still hot in pursuit right now, looking for fear. In jumps Driver, 2-man stun. Atlan somehow has found the Pike in the top side of the river, so was fighting on 2 separate fronts right now. It's an extended trade at just that. Calumnia completely zoned away, but YJY at least takes one down to the grave with him. And in fear, well, it's a lonely Sejuani, but it's an ace and a perfect one with Baron spawning now.
Yeah, and I think Impunity after that, you feel like they should be able to get Baron as well as the 4th Dragon. So massive win for them, and I think that's really S9's hopes kind of taken away from this game. I'm not sure what happened to Keras. I feel like Atlan just kind of face-checked him on the side, and Atlan just ended up solo killing him and chasing him down. And then on the rest of the fight, Driver, I mean, he found that fantastic engage for them, and then Mission as well, just dealing so much damage the whole time. This is kind of what we expect, I think, a bit more from Impunity, right? Not just the Mission show, all of them kind of having a good game. I think Alex took that blue, by the way.
Sneaky.
30 seconds left on this 4th drag. I think if you're S9, this is kind of your last-ditch attempt. But let's see the replay. This is the initial Ash ult which comes in. I think, yeah, we kind of didn't see too much happen off the back end of that. Now, this all started out with Relia. He goes for the kill onto Nature, but I feel like a 1-for-1 onto the support not super worth it. Although he did admittedly get Alex's flash, which wasn't. You know, it's not like you got nothing for this, but perhaps not worth it.
We're back into it. Here we go, looking for a fight once again, and it is the jungler removed nice and early there from the side of S9. It's perfect timing, really. This last few moments of play have really favored Impunity to pick up the Baron, to now get themselves the Chemtech Soul as well. And surely you're finding all the tools you require to close out this game, because they're getting closer and closer to the magical 10k gold lead.
Yeah, and actually pretty nice damage across the board, so you know, not really one standing out above the others. Impunity though, Chemtech Soul, Dragon, and a massive gold lead. I feel like they should be able to end with this one if they really want to push it. If they can find any sort of kill or pick, it will probably be enough. At least 2 inhibs.
Yeah, 2 waves are synced up. Mid and bot is the play right now, as Impunity actually pulled 2 to the bot lane for just a second to try and really force their hand. Baron-inspired cannon doing its best as another wave now finally arrives in the mid lane. Mission is dangerously low. Another arrow, and that is a removed Orianna. You're expecting a fight to break out. The Slice of the Shove doesn't connect. The arrow, though, onto a fading away Fear once again. Always seems to be the first one to fall. You need him alive. Driver jumps into the back line, pouncing into life to find a kill of his own. But it is to be answered back by Relia, once again taking another person to the afterlife with them. You want 2 inhibitors, they'll have to settle for 1 for the meantime, as they now consider, do we rotate to bot lane or not?
I think they will just go for base. It's a bit too low here, and without TP on Driver or Mission, there's no way to really get back here and keep pressuring. So not too bad to get the inhib, but I felt like YJY really saved the game there. Hit so many crucial arrows and just did so much damage before the fight even started. It's kind of a shame that S9 is just so far behind that they can't really capitalize off it. At the same time, though, Atlan, I felt like somehow he ended up in the middle of the enemy team again. I think the man just flashes forward every time it's up. You know, we have Mission who doesn't use this flash, and Atlan who uses this flash way too much.
They need to swap keyboards, or swap bindings.
Yeah, that could be it.
Something needs to happen there, because you got a Zeri that's getting far too excited. Perhaps, you know, I watched too many videos of the Zeris, a few patches ago. I mean, I remember, you know, when we saw in LCK and all the other major regions, it was almost boring, because pentakills were just happening too often.
Yeah, sounds weird to say, right? Feels like it never would get boring, but eventually it does. Now, will they keep sieging? Baron's not up for another 3 minutes, and Elder's in 4. Now that arrow comes through. Damn, that skin's really cool, by the way.
It's good, eh? Is it the Cosmic one, I believe?
I think it's, no, I don't think it is. I think it's Ever Elderwood or something, maybe. But anyway, back to the game.
It looks cool. That's what matters.
It does. So sieging on top, we have the top and the mid wave pushing. They might look for another engage here, but the problem is the wave dies so fast. I think you're just kind of looking to maintain control of this top side for the Baron in 2 more minutes. A lot of control.
And how do S9 leave their base? That is my major question right now, because they are being completely strangleholded in here, forced to say you have to answer waves, but they want to fight, and they have a very strong Varus, which has really been their beacon of hope all game long, but a very isolated hope, and honestly is not really going to find success once again, because this team continues to get picked apart. They tried to force their way out of the base, but I mean, Impunity welcomed them with open arms.
Yeah, now that pick, I'm not sure if it actually leads into anything. It is obviously a nice kill onto Keras, but it doesn't look like there'll be any follow-up. Atlan versus Relia here. That was just sidestep him completely. And a lot of magic resist here on the side of Impunity. Actually so much, especially on that top side. 1:20 on the Baron and 2:30 on the Elder. I think Impunity, as long as they play it out sort of slow and methodically, should just pick up the win pretty soon. Same time though, they're looking to push that advantage even further. They're at the 10k gold lead.
Certainly are. Knocking on the door once again, looking to try and find another lane to break right open. Oh, the hook just short as they tried to grab somebody into their waiting arms, but not to be the case. Baron is there to play towards, as you mentioned, in the next 40 seconds, but Impunity is all about just crashing waves, keeping S9 on the base, or in the base rather, but on the map for them to see, know their movements, track their ideas, and guarantee that they can close this one out.
Yeah, now, there's a lot of control here for Impunity, but they have just reset, and I think it's pretty hard for S9 to really regain this control. Just takes them so long to push out of their base. Perhaps we'll just look to send 5 people mid and look to ARAM for the mid wave. Atlan actually goes for the Infinity Edge and not the Navori, but it's now completed and should be very, very strong. Has his sums. Flash will be up soon.
You know what that means.
Yeah, for better or worse.
Get ready to start hearing music as he starts to find a moment to strike, but here is that Baron. It was a waiting game. The waves have been pushed, the movements have been seen, and the second Baron is calling for them to be claimed. It's actually Driver completely alone in what is now going to be a 1v5. What can you do here, Driver? You've now got a Baron buff. Can you find at least one? He's flashing. He's still alive! They missed the Glacial Prison! The Counter-Strike! Don't tell me, Shock! Don't tell me he lives on a 1v5! Keras can't kill him! Counter-Strike number 2! He gets the kill! What is happening? Finally falls on down, but that is unreal, and Driver MVP for that alone.
Yeah, Driver, what a beast, man. He tanks up 5 people for so very long and trades 1 back. And I think we got Alex here stopping the recalls, and that'll probably be it. I think if he can just keep canceling them, kills 1 as well. I think Impunity will actually be able to end this without even picking up the Elder at all. I mean, a lot of damage on the mission, though.
Oof. That's got my heart racing, I tell you that much. What a way to close out this game here. One final dance, perhaps. YJY chucks out an arrow, receives 1 right back. Atlan flashes in. We knew it was going to happen. And he hits the damage. Oh, seismic shove in. But he gets himself out of harm's way. And that will be the Nexus exploding. And that will be Impunity disrupting the perfect win there for S9. They were hoping for 3 on the bounce. It wasn't to be the case. And it will be Impunity once again finding their way up the standings.
Yeah, what an exciting game though, especially at the end there. Can't talk enough about Driver's play. You can see him on screen. Looks happy as can be. Probably talking the play over with his teammates right now. Yeah, I mean, that was insane. He actually bought so much time for his team. Yeah, I mean, I would be hyped too. That was awesome. Yeah, nice play by him. I wonder if he will get the MVP just for that.
Look, that could be some recency bias talking, but I tell you what, it's not often you get yourself a situation in a 1v5 outside of solo queue to flex your ability, have the camera just progressively get more and more zoomed in, like, is this really happening?
Yeah, and he traded back a kill as well. That was what was so insane. And I mean, Driver, both the solo laners of Impunity, they did very well, right? We talked about how Mission, probably the primary carry normally for this team, but Driver has kind of shown that as well.
Yeah.
And this game, right, you really saw a big 60 CS leads for the mid and jungle, or sorry, the mid and top. And it felt like it was mostly isolated, right? Like, I don't think there was that much pressure put towards those lanes. It kind of was just them building up the advantage in that, you know, in those respective 1v1s. So yeah, that's really just Impunity. Solo lane is showing their strength, right?
Yeah, I think so. And I mean, you mentioned at the very start of that game that it could have been like the Mission show. I feel like it has been. We've been picking up 3 MVPs as well. It's nice to see that the team is finding success elsewhere on the map. I was quite skeptical of that bot lane pairing. I've not really seen the Ashe and the Zeri, but I think it found moments where outside of lane, it flashed a lot more than during the laning phase, right? Keras was completely unlocked to try and roam, but wasn't able to really find any kind of like link up with Fear to really try and target those solo lanes, which did get so far ahead. So back to the drawing board.
Yeah, I mean, worth noting is that Keras did try and pressure mid quite a lot, right? But Mission just kept sidestepping, and I think, you know, this is really Mission's playground, right? You get a mage versus mage matchup. He's playing one of his control mages that he's known for. There's just no doubt he's going to perform in that game, right? And I think S9 perhaps not going the way of other teams and just fully focusing out Mission obviously is a bit harder on the blue side when you don't have that red side last pick, but I still feel like Mission, you know, there's a reason he gets targeted, right? And it's because if you let him get away with it, he puts up a performance like this.
He certainly does. And I mean, for a 5th and final pick to be tucked away to the very end there, I mean, I'm stoked to see it actually find some success. It's been a long time coming, and I think, especially with the Orianna buffs that went through, it's nice to see, you know, that the champion is getting to see the spotlight a little bit more, and that we're starting to deviate away from the necessity of what is a very, it almost feels a little bit stale in terms of we've had like Lucian, Nami on repeat, Zeri, Yuumi, then we've just had Ryze, Cassidy, Sylas on repeat. It feels like a lot of it has been very much pre-solved in terms of how to try to approach the draft. You know, we're just calling, there's the Sejuani, there's the Wukong, and so on. So it's nice to see that. So the teams are saying, here's a new patch. And I only imagine that, you know, come next week, it's going to be even better with another whole week of scrims to practice what's new.
Yeah, I think that is kind of underrated, the time that you have to actually develop the meta on the patch. But let's have a look at this 1v5 play from Driver. So they bring literally everyone down here. He has so much magic resist and can survive for so very long. He even gets hit by pretty much everything to begin with, but flashes out the very end, dodges the Sejol. Great use of the Counter-Strike. also gets the stun at the end, and here about to go down, gets a little bit of life steal. And then another amazing counter-strike, gets a kill, and actually forces the Flash out of fear to finally secure him. Just so much time bought there. Amazing play.
And I do feel like, you know, that's certainly an ask as to I deserve MVP in this game. You can see we've been singing the praises all night long in this game about what their solo laners were able to achieve for the side of Impunity. They had everything at their disposal. I mean, they had a Baron stolen away. It didn't matter ultimately. The unsealed spellbook denial from Calumnia was a big highlight moment for me as well. But the second Baron went their way. They had the acquired Drake Soul as well. And it was just a steady gold build-up, right? Few moments where you're thinking that maybe S9 are coming back into this one. YJY tried. I mean, he tried his absolute hardest. You can see he's pumping out the damage, but he needed a front line. He needed some engage angles. And by the time he'd ever get a chance to step up, his team had already fallen on down.
Yeah, 100%. I think he had a great performance. And MVP does go to mission. I think it had to be one of those solo laners, right? They both played extremely well. 6-1, 13 KDA, 4K gold lead over his opponent as well. Just like really putting on a clinic in the lane phase, avoiding all that pressure put onto him. And even if you remember, it's kind of similar to Driver's play. There was that 1v3 bot, right? Where he was the one engaged on and managed to get out. So, you know, very similar. I feel like performance from Mission and Driver, two peas in a pod.
And they certainly are, and they need to be worked around. I mean, if that's not their style of play now, that we just invest in our solo laners and make sure it works. If they're winning isolated, you know, CS leads and getting XP advantages and able to hold their summoners, I mean, there's confidence and then there's just absolute craziness, and he ticks all the boxes.
Yeah, 100%. I think, like you were saying, maybe you need to swap keyboards with the Atlas because it feels like...
Stop flashing, Zeri. What are you doing?
The flash forward from Zeri every single fight and mission, you know, wisely holding on to his flash.
So it was, but what a day. What a day for it to close out week number 3 here as the round robin comes to a close. Everybody has versed everybody, and it all started at the top of the day with PSG Talon looking to retain their first place spot. They certainly did, up against an informed Taipei J team. Then up next was a bit of a showdown, a bit of one for bragging rights with some notable members in the scene. Hellpigs took on Megabank Beyond Gaming, who were able to claim out a nice victory. Deep Cross Gaming then upset Doish team, still hungry for success, still searching for that second win. As we then jump into the standings, what started with 3 teams tied in first now goes down to 2 with CFO and PSG. Frank Esports, hot off their defeat, will now drop down to 3rd outright. Deep Cross Gaming, Impunity, as well as Megabank Beyond Gaming will trim what was a 4-way tie down to 3. Taipei J team, Hellpigs, Sem9, as well as Doish team round out the bottom 4.
Yeah, and I think we're starting to see a pretty good look at what our top 6 teams will be. I think, you know, potentially there's still some adjustment, but I wouldn't be surprised to see those be the teams that end up going in. Now, I think the kind of ranking can still change quite a bit, right? Because we've kind of had teams like Megabank and Impunity who have been, you know, sort of struggling, very inconsistent. Deep Cross as well, kind of trying to find like what really works for them. But, you know, CFO, PSG Talent, they look definitely like the ones to beat at the moment. Frankie's was slightly below them.
Yeah, I feel like we've definitely got a rough draft of what the top 6 should be. I feel like Taipei J team on their day can definitely find their way into it. But that's all to look forward to. Speaking of them, this is what we look like with a brand new round robin going into week number 4. Taipei J team up against Deep Cross Gaming. Then followed up by that will be Beyond Gaming up against Doish team. Hellpigs take on the big dogs in Frank Esports, as well as PSG Talon taking on Sem9. And to close out week 4, day number 1, it's CFO versus Impunity. Which of those really stands out for you?
Ooh, it's a hard choice. I feel like Taipei J team and DCG is kind of that battle of potentially the last seed in playoffs, right? I think DCG are a bit higher right now, but I could definitely see that being a contentious match. And then also CFO versus Impunity. I think that's kind of the chance for Impunity to prove that they belong up there at the top, right? They've kind of struggled, I feel like, to really beat the very top tier teams. And I think if they can take down CFO, that would kind of be a statement of like, you know, we've kind of had some inconsistencies as the split's gone on, but now we're really, you know, we're back, we're in form, and we're going to make sure we get a top spot in those playoffs.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more with you. I feel like right now you're looking at the likes of, you know, Beyond Gaming, Impunity, as well as J Team, all on the skirts of like which team really is able to sneak away that final 6th spot. I feel like the rest of it is almost looking a little bit solved at this point. In terms of a first seed, anyone's game right now. It feels like there's this interesting game of rock, paper, scissors versus CFO, PSG, and Frank Esports as to who can claim that title, but ultimately, at the end of the day, top 2, you're feeling pretty happy.
Yeah, and I think I'm really excited for the rematch between PSG and CFO because that's going to be an insane match. Like I just can't wait for that one anymore.
Certainly can't. Well, it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much for having me, as I've been able to cast some of the games here in the PCS, having been from the LCO, which will be joining you guys in the playoffs later on. But that does it for myself, from Shock joining me along to bring this cast to you. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. We'll see you next week.